Hello. I am forsaken. What is it? Farewell.
Speak quickly. Watch your back.
What is it? Victory for Sylvanas.
Quick about your business.
This had better be good. Trust no one.
I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
What now?
I'm listening. I have exactly what you need. Trust no one. Hello? Dark Lady, watch over you.
Speak quickly. Speak quickly. Beware. Our enemy is abound.
I am forsaken.
I have exactly what you need. Beware the living. Farewell. And you are... Victory for Sylvanus.
Us hear and obey.
I'm listening.
What now?
I'm out of range.
It's too far away. It's too far away.
Huh.
I'm out of range. What is it?
I am forsaken. This had better be good.
The summer of 2024 has been a wild ride, with such unexpected events as Grandpa Joe Biden bailing on the presidential race and Cheeto Bandito narrowly dodging a no-scope, to Boeing whistleblowers dropping faster than their airplanes, and the high-flying Nvidia taking the crown as the world's most valuable company, only for the entire global market to get pimp-slapped by the Japanese central bank shortly thereafter. But no matter what is going on in the world, humanity's most reckless traders at Wall Street Bets never falter in their pursuit of sick gains. For as chartered financial advisor Thomas Jefferson famously said, all men deserve life, liberty, and Lambos. My friends, let's waste no time in diving into Wall Street Bets' dankest trades of Hot Boy Summer. Kicking off with number 5, we meet a boy named Even Attitude 7765, whose contrarian trading habits should not be underestimated. A dedicated lurker, Even Attitude joined Wall Street Bets in May 2022 during the depths of the bear market, but his post history indicates that he remained silent and deadly. Instead of commenting, he spent his time reading and calculating, observing how the ChatGPT release that November awakened something in the tech speculators and sent markets on a new AI-driven hype train. Having started his Wall Street Bets career during the bear market, the young man was not impressed by the ridiculous direction the market was going all through 2023. He recognized how all a CEO had to do during an earnings call was say, "We like AI," and the stock would immediately jump higher. The trend got so ugly that companies started creating AI dog bowls and toothbrushes. AI was becoming the new blockchain, and Even Attitude believed people would soon see past the smoke and mirrors. He was confident that in short order, people would see that there was no actual artificial intelligence in an AI-powered dishwasher, and investors would dump their overpumped shares. But throughout 2023, it was not so. His $13,000 portfolio suffered a probably AI-powered shaft as the hype around generative AI everything grew. Our man began 2024 down over 75% to $3,000. The struggling skeptic bailed out and held cash, waiting for some hint that the market would turn its back on these needless AI products. At some point, investors would have to realize that a CEO saying AI 26 times during an earnings call didn't actually mean the company would produce any useful products. Eventually, the emperor would be left naked. That time came 6 months later, when our man determined that the year-to-date gain of 14.5% was too hot, and the market would soon decline. On July 11th, the bear came out of hibernation to buy puts on CrowdStrike and Tesla. Crowd was up first with $2,600 worth of puts. On no particular news, the stock lost a few points, leading to a quick gain of $6K. Attitude then moved all his chips over to Tesla with his buffed up $8,000 portfolio. With Bloomberg announcing that Elon's robo-taxi was delayed by at least 2 months, probably a lot more, the stock tanked about 8%. That $8,000 turned into $18K within an hour. The big man cashed out with already a remarkable win. But he was nowhere near done. The true contrarian swapped most of his ammo back into cash, looking for a tipping point to really go balls deep. And finally, that point came on July 31st, when the Bank of Japan raised rates by a teensy bit, and US jobs data came in weaker than anybody had anticipated. The market went into a rapid tailspin, with the tech-heavy Nasdaq having its worst single day since the COVID crash. As the AI bubble flyers like Nvidia and SMCI got shanked, Even Attitude did an assessment to see which company would get its fudge packed next. On Friday, August 2nd, the tech darlings were getting spanked, but Apple held up surprisingly well, staying green until about 15 minutes before market close. Between 3 and 4 p.m., the stock lost 1.5% from about 222.70 to 220. This initial undeserved strength, coupled with the late-day meltdown, showed Even Attitude exactly what he was waiting to see. On Friday afternoon, during that pitiful power hour, the big bear took his entire balance of $19,000 and threw it down on puts expiring the following Friday, August 9th. Over the weekend, he raised a glass and toasted to the AI bubble's pop, and that Apple would soon follow the tech stocks into the shitter. Monday morning, August 5th, Apple opened at $213.50, and by 10:30 was down below $208. Broader market weakness and a new report that the big man Warren Buffett had dumped shares caused a big $12 drop right off the bat. Even Attitude's puts were swimming in gains. Apple's dip sent his account from $19,000 to over $115,000, a huge gain of 520%. With more maturity than most Wall Street Bets traders can ever hope to attain, our man closed his position immediately and rode off into the sunset, never to be seen on Wall Street Bets again, which is probably the smartest thing he could do. Let's do the sponsored segment so I can get paid with a bonus for all of my viewers. Instead of taking ridiculous Wall Street Bets-esque trades with janky DD, non-degenerates like ourselves can wager on things we actually know about. On the platform Kalshi, you can wager on the outcomes of economic reports, corporate announcements, and even politics. Do you want to place a bet on how capital gains taxes will change by 2026? You can do that. Do you want to take a straight bet on how many vehicles Tesla will deliver in Q2? You can do that as well, without having to worry about how the stock will react. The weather? You can trade that too. What a time to be alive. And Kalshi recently added lines for the 2024 presidential election. They are the first exchange where you can legally trade on elections in the United States. I'm placing a wager against my preferred candidate. That way, if my preference loses, at least I got paid. We call this a big brain move. Through the Kalshi app, new users who deposit $100 and place a wager will receive an additional $20 in free bets. Make sure you deposit through the app to receive the bonus. Link down below. Thank you, Kalshi, for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to dank trades. Next up in the hot seat is a former NPC who calls himself Adichu3690. Coincidentally also joining Reddit in May 2022, Adichu began his Reddit experience by asking boring questions in the Ask Reddit sub, all of which got removed. But after some substantial time spent discussing computers and video games, our man quickly took his internet experience to the next level by joining up with Wall Street Bets in early 2024. In short order, Adichu was posting to Wall Street Bets almost exclusively as he gawked at the huge gains and relished in the devastating losses. In May, it became clear that the big shot was a coffee enthusiast, and although he was not a fan of Starbucks coffee himself, he recognized the value of this white girl brand. In response to a now deleted post, Adichu sharply criticized another trader for paper-handing Starbucks calls instead of doubling down. Shortly thereafter, it appears as though our homie convinced himself that Starbucks was the play, as his DD indicated the company would soon experience a much-needed shakeup. At the time of his post, Starbucks was trading for around $75, down more than 20% on the year. Zooming out further, the coffee stock was down to prices not seen since the COVID dump. And just the week prior, Starbucks stock got scorched in a 15% beatdown on news that the coffee chain was no longer cool to the Chinese. The stock was severely dragging the Becky index down. Adichu's DD indicated that CEO Lashman Narasimhan would be shit-canned for spending too much time meditating at work, and former CEO Howard Schultz would soon come back to right the ship, driving the stock back to $100 by the year's end. He was so confident in his assessment that he put his OnlyFans girlfriend on the line. With his $8,000 portfolio, our man went all in on deep out-of-the-money calls at the 97.50 strike, expiring in January 2025. Other Wall Street Bets users mocked him for his inane ranting. They criticized his use of a 97.50 strike price when his price target was $100. Others believed Starbucks had become too political for its target market and would lose favor among pretty much everyone, including the critical 14 to 40-year-old white woman demographic. Even Visual Mod piled on the dunk. They would soon be proven wrong. On August 13th, the Starbucks board made a decision that its brand must be cool, or else nobody would buy coffee for $10. And CEO Lashman was not cool. The board sent its CEO packing to be replaced by the CEO of a much cooler brand. Stepping in to replace Lashman was Chipotle's CEO Brian Niccol. Even his name almost had the word cool in it. And with this move, investors agreed that the company was back on track. This man had turned around Chipotle in its struggling days, and now it was time for him to do the same for the coffee shop. Immediately, Starbucks erased nearly a year of losses as the stock made a decisive upward swing from $75 to $96 overnight. Investors were overjoyed with the shakeup, which is probably the most humiliating thing to happen in Lashman's career. The moonshot put Adichu's calls at the money, and his initial $8,000 position had transformed to almost $340 grand, with $294,000 of which occurring just that day. The indemnified bull cashed out over $200,000, letting the rest ride. In an out-of-character move, several Wall Street Bets users recommended he cash out of YOLOing permanently, but Adichu was unshaken. He stated his intent to continue YOLOing until he had a lifetime supply of money. But will he follow through on this plan? We may yet see Adichu again. Until next time, Adichu, now let's move on to dank trade number 3. Sliding into third, we've got a young buck from the thriving state of Maryland named No Giraffe 3252. At the ripe age of 16, this teenager did what most teens do and got a job grinding at Foot Locker after school. When he got his driver's license, he committed to further pursuing the bag, pushing overtime through the summer. Putting in his hours at the shoe store, No Giraffe made a respectable amount of $200 to $300 per week during the school year, beefed up to as much as $450 per week in the summer. Which, to be fair, is probably already more than most Wall Street Bets users rake in. Rather than burn his stacks on high school stuff like Essentials hoodies and Shake Shack, Mr. Giraffe List responsibly put almost all of his earnings into Robinhood. Since he was still a minor, he traded under his father's name, the legality of which is unclear, but his father was fully on board with this plan, provided the young man funded it himself. Over about a year of retail grinding, the young man saved up about $10,000 in his Robinhood account by October 2023. As he got deeper into junior year at age 17, Giraffeless resolved to become king among high school peasants before graduation. He was on the clock, and there was no time to waste. Having been a fan of Kamikaze Cash since 2021, the Giraffe had seen huge numbers of Wall Street Bets traders blow their lives to smithereens on long options. To avoid this fate, our man assessed the market's condition and decided tech stocks were overvalued and he needed to react. But rather than go long options and get chewed alive by Theta, he determined to go in hard on credit spreads. By selling credit spreads, his losses and gains were both capped, but he could enter and exit the positions methodically. In one of his first big trades ever, the young chap took a contrarian position on the high-flying Nvidia before earnings, expecting that the company would not be able to live up to the hype they built for themselves that quarter. He went all in on call credit spreads, putting almost his entire account on the line as collateral, selling his spreads for a total of $8,000 in premium. In Nvidia's brief dip that followed earnings, he cashed out for a $2,000 gain. A month's worth of overtime at Foot Locker was gained in moments. These spreads were to become his bread and butter. Over the next several months, Giraffe became a credit spread enthusiast. As the market recovered from each dip to a new high, the young man printed on his triple Q put credit spreads, with call credit spreads interspaced when the market got choppy. His success was remarkable. Over 6 months, he tripled his money to $30,000. As spring break approached, he knew what he had to do. With his friends, he celebrated his thick gains in Ocean City for a weekend of debauchery and underage drinking. For the rest of spring break, he surprised his family with a cruise, paid for almost entirely by his trading gains. While feasting, drinking, and admiring bikinis topside, his father asked in depth how he had paid for all this, and why would he choose to do so. Giraffe cracked open Robinhood and showed his dad the results. The gains could not be denied. They were consistent, with credit spreads paying out in a stair-step-like fashion. Giraffe and his father discussed his dad investing in his own Robinhood account for a change. They reached an agreement in which Papa Giraffe would cash out a $45,000 CD and invest it in Robinhood so that his child prodigy can expand his bankroll and trade with more liquidity. The plan was that Giraffe would use gains to pay back his father first before keeping any of the gains for himself. They cheersed over a few sodas and prepared to execute their plan. The question will come up, was Papa Giraffe rich? Why would he give up this much money? According to Giraffe the Younger, his father was not brought up rich, but invested consistently and conservatively over his lifetime, diversified in low-risk assets, including fixed-income CDs. His father never really took an aggressive shot at wealth. This move, cashing out a CD to let his son buy options, may have been his riskiest financial move in life. After the family made it back to port, the young man got back to business with his improved portfolio, buffed to 80 grand. In his first move, he played conservative, selling a cash-secured put on BITO with about 10K of collateral, but bailed on the position after seeing no gain for about a month. This would not do. He needed something more aggressive. That thing was Meta. On 4/20, Giraffe assessed the stock ahead of earnings on April 24th. He determined that Meta typically rose and never suffered a significant dip after each earnings report in recent memory, and saw this as an opportunity to print a fat stack. On the morning of April 24th, Giraffe put up 50K of collateral for a 6,200 credit on deep out-of-the-money put credit spreads, then tacked on a few more later through the day. Surely, this low-risk move would get the ball rolling, but as Zuck took the mic after hours, investors were not pleased with his plan to continue dumping money into metaverse plays like it was 2022 all over again. Zuck was supposed to be done with this nonsense. Meta tanked as a result, dropping more than 10% in its sharpest decline since the bear market. Giraffe was hosed. He had to pony up heavy bags to close his now in-the-money put credit spreads, costing him a loss of $37,000. In this one move, most of his dad's CD was gone. Without hesitation, in what was certainly a revenge trade, Giraffe looked at the earnings calendar to choose a new target. He recognized that Snap, due to report earnings, was an easy short. Fewer people in high school use Snapchat anymore because of competition from Instagram and OnlyFans. Further, Snap dumped after almost every earnings announcement. Going bearish was an obvious choice. On April 25th, the day after the Meta fiasco, Giraffe put up $25,000 of collateral to collect $1,600 premium on call credit spreads. But Giraffe's play got spanked once again, as Snap broke its streak of L's and shot up on an unexpected revenue beat, driven by better investing. When the market opened on April 26th, another 7K had evaporated. With a shell of his former highs, Giraffe was deeply spooked. He had promised his dad gains, but instead wiped out his entire CD value in just over a month. This was simply not the same trading he had experienced prior, but he needed to do something, lest he be discovered and dishonored. With what he could muster, Giraffe put together another put credit spread on BITO, a Bitcoin ETF, on April 30th, being bullish on Bitcoin in general right after the halving. But a simple credit spread would not be enough. To leverage himself and recover some of these losses, he reinvested as much of his premium as he could into more credit spreads, thereby burying himself balls deep in leveraged positions. But BITO is not simply a Bitcoin ETF that holds Satoshis in cold storage. It is instead a futures-based instrument that distributes its earnings as dividend. The following day, on May 1st, the stock tanked on its largest distribution ever of $1.68 per share in reaction to ex-dividend, something Giraffe wasn't even aware existed. Bitcoin also dipped that day, sending BITO down below his long puts, putting him at risk of total illiquidity. Before it could get even worse, the unfortunate young man closed out with a $16,000 loss. This was strike 3. His account was barely above $7,000, wiping out more than his own trading gains in addition to his dad's loan. There was only enough for one shot left, and he needed to go with something reliable. GameStop. Everyone's favorite MOAS stock had experienced a MACD crossover, a technical indicator that says momentum is swinging toward the bulls. In response, Giraffe sold put credit spreads at the money, picking up some modest gains. But as the stock continued to rise, he rolled his strikes higher, building momentum and adding leverage. On May 8th, he got aggressive with in-the-money put credit spreads, and still, GameStop continued its moon mission, printing loot like there was no tomorrow. After 3 failures, this was the move he needed. A GameStop squeeze round 2 would indemnify him of his losses, bring back his riches, and make his father proud. He was back on track. And then, things got even better. On May 12th, Roaring Kitty tweeted for the first time since the fabled short squeeze. A picture of a man leaning into aggressive video game posture told the ape army that it was game on. The stock spiked, rising toward the 30s, and the whole day, Giraffe was rolling his strikes to new highs. Within 24 hours of the tweet, Giraffe was closing in on $30,000 with blue skies ahead. Roaring Kitty had come to save him, and then it got ugly. While GameStop spiked, the board members discussed ways to make money off this boost. They decided that they should dilute shareholders by selling more shares, making the bold announcement on May 17th. In short order, the stock went down 20%, then continued flopping down further throughout the day. Giraffe's put credit spreads were in the money. All of his gains in the previous weeks, and virtually all of his remaining balance, was gone. Crushed just like his hopes of making his father proud. Up to this point, he had not told his father of all this madness, and now, wiped of his liquidity, he avoided his dad for a week. But the no-talking thing made his dad suspicious, and eventually, Giraffe was forced to spill the beans. He admitted his failure to his dad, who promptly went out for cigarettes. He did return a few hours later, after letting his son sweat it out a bit. Indeed, Papa Giraffe was not a happy man. But being patient and conservative with his money his whole life, he looked at the silver lining and considered this an expensive lesson to his son. Better to lose $45K at age 17 then 450k at age 40. Although Giraffe had dishonored himself, he was to be spared and not forced to commit seppuku. As for Giraffe, he appeared to be in the acceptance stage of grief during our talk. In keeping with the terms of his loan, he is resolved to indemnifying his dad later. As he looks ahead to college, he will surely reach campus as a young man with experiences beyond his years. Keep up that optimism, young man. It goes away before you know it. Now, let's move on to dank trade number 2. Taking the silver medal, we've got a Mexican food enthusiast who calls himself the Master 8899. A longtime Redditor, our man began his journey by growing things in buckets, a technique called space buckets, which hopefully works better than my attempt at growing mushroom buckets for homestead homies. I'll drop a link if you want to see that fiasco. The Master also appears to have attempted growing dank kush, but his ultimate results are unspecified. After a few years of doing normal stuff like this, it appears the futurist gardener took an interest in Wall Street bets like so many other normies in January 2021. Apparently a novice of investing apps, he was confused by a glitch on Robinhood's interface showing him that he'd experienced a $1 million swing out of nowhere, something that we Robinhood veteran users are used to. We have to assume that he became disillusioned with his investing affair for the next several years, as he neither posted nor commented again until 2024. In the interim, he appears to have been active on some music board and a fitness board, where he asked for guidance on how to combat obesity. Whether this was successful or not, we don't know. But what we do know is that he returned to Wall Street bets with a vengeance. June 24th, 2024, Nvidia shares had recently taken a dip to about $118, and traders were starting to think that this stock might finally get hit with a pullback. But the Master was not convinced, and he went in for 100 at-the-money calls worth $82k expiring in late July. And evidently a man of means, he also bought over 3,700 shares worth $480k at an average of just under $125. The following day, Nvidia spiked back up, and the Master had flipped his position for an over $100,000 gain like it was nothing. Coming off this early success, the big man flipped several more positions, especially on SPY, printing G after G with uncanny ability. As his successes piled in, so did his notoriety increase, and so did his ego inflate. Believing himself invincible, the Master took a hard look at his favorite brand of Tex-Mex for his next play. July 8th, 2024, Chipotle was trading for just under $60 on a split-adjusted basis after reaching almost $65 in mid-June. The big chungus pulled up to Chipotle to see if the company's food quality had decreased, but determined it was still the same burrito he had always loved. Believing this dip was transitory and expecting earnings to beat expectations due to high demand for burritos among the populace, the Master went fist first into $600,000 of calls at the $61 strike, expiring August 2nd, shortly after earnings on July 24th. With these calls being only a few dollars out of the money, our man expected gains from the first uptick. Instead, the stock's initial dip started him off $45,000 in the red. No matter, his DD was extensive, and he was confident this play would turn around, potentially even before earnings. He was prepared to sell if he was indeed already deep in the green by earnings date. If it did not turn around, he was prepared to cut losses at 20% for a modest $120,000 loss. But this claim was clearly without merit, as Taco Man continued to hold on at 25% losses. Instead, he hit his local Chipotle to reflect on his position, deciding once again that these bulls were too good for less than $61 a share. He resolved to hold through earnings, praying for a queso-slathered EPS to send his stock to Guactown. After hours on Wednesday, July 24th, then CEO Nickel started streaming and the chat filled up. The stock had been on the struggle bus for a month, but traders were on the edge of their seats as the results came in. The Big Burrito announced that America's favorite Mexican chain had crushed earnings on both the top and bottom line, driven largely by increased prices and increased foot traffic at restaurants. The chain just kept on selling Tex-Mex bowls like it was Cinco de Mayo. Shares shot up 13% in an instant. But then, the CEO just had to say all this boring shit like state of the economy, inflation risk, and a bunch of other poor people comments and concerns. Investors spat out their barbacoa. This guidance was serious business. They started dumping their shares after the big aftermarket jump, and the stock ended up basically flat by 8 p.m. On Thursday morning, the post-earnings IV Crush karate chopped the Master's calls with maximum force, sending his position down 85%. Weird Redditors even got into his DMs to dunk on him for his embarrassing loss. But the Master maintained poise, following through on his promise to post losses with pride. His post revealed that he had sold about 500 calls prior, preserving some small amount of capital, allegedly only a couple thousand at best. But he diamond-handed over 1,700 contracts to the bitter end, suffering at least $465,000 in losses on this lot for a nearly $600,000 total loss. In his reflections, he assures us that this is only about half of his account, so he could theoretically lose this much again if he wants to. Chipotle's nutrition calculator indicates that their largest non-custom burrito of almost 2,400 calories costs about $21. With this loss, the master could have had about 28,500 of these monster burritos, sustaining him for about 78 years. The big man legitimately cucked himself out of almost 8 decades worth of double-stuffed carnitas chipotle, and that L is one we shall never forget. Consider switching to Taco Bell, homie, ticker YUN, and now the moment we waited for. The dankest trade of Hot Boy Summer. Taking home the gold as Hot Boy Summer's dankest trader is a real brainiac by the name of Corey407Wok. Corey joined Reddit 10 years ago and has posted and commented so many times in the past decade that even reading his history is burdensome. But perusing our man's extensive history shows a fascinating story in financial literacy. Back in 2014, Corey had about $6,000 of play money laying around and took steps to become more frugal and save more, like switching to discount phone carriers and jailbreaking early smartphones. At age 28, he graduated from Belmont University as a pharmacist with $175,000 in student loans and anticipated a job earning $125,000 a year, which is about $165,000 in today's money. Although he ended up with a slightly smaller salary, he focused on frugal living and modest investing while he paid off his student loans, a level of responsibility uncommon among users of Wall Street Bets. And that's because at the time, Wall Street Bets was a small backwater sub that barely anyone had ever heard of. By the time he jumped aboard our favorite sub in August 2022, he had a lot of time to make up for. His first post on the sub concerned a certain towel stock called Bed Bath & Beyond, in which Corey described a $7,600 position and asked for price targets in the $20 to $30 range. But this ticker was quickly banned from Wall Street Bets, and for good reason. As we all remember, the towel company's saga was a complete shit show, as Bed Bath & Beyond ultimately filed for bankruptcy and got the coveted Q at the end of its ticker. This pushed the discussion into the dark corners of retail investing pump and dumps, places like the BBBY Butterfly subreddit. But ultimately, being a college graduate, Corey realized the towel play was cooked and his money was gone. He spent the summer of 2023 posting pictures of 90s nostalgia on Nickelodeon subreddits, but thinking about KB toys and vintage Batman cups can only go so far. A man has needs. A man needs gains. After this hiatus down memory lane, Corey Wok got back in the game with reinvigorated conviction. He performed an assessment of his portfolio and concluded several things. 1. His boomer indexed ETFs were good. 2. Having an appreciable holding of Bitcoin is a smart hedge against inflation, and he borrowed about $40,000 to buy 2 coins. And 3. His modest position in AST Space Mobile was too small. Convinced by persuasive DD and a then 2-year-old Twitter post, Corey was convinced that this stock, while struggling to get its feet under it, was deeply undervalued. The company had recently released a new line of merch in celebration of hitting key benchmarks, including using their satellite to make a call from Midland, Texas to Japan. In spite of this milestone, the stock itself was sucking butt, reaching approximately the same price as a Taco Bell burrito by early autumn 2023. To Dr. Corey, this was completely unhinged. The big man started to buy up shares with a passion, dumping pharmacist paychecks into shares as the price continued to depreciate through the end of the year. He faced significant self-doubt as the stock got donkey punched down to the low $2 range in the spring of 2024. He appears to have been quite frustrated with the stock's lagging performance as the market rose around him, but in spite of everything, the faithful investor continued to stack shares with increasing fervor, bringing his basis to the stock's lows of about $220. This remarkably low basis indicates he made a massive purchase near the bottom, demonstrating unwavering faith in the satellite phone company. Around this time, he also appears to have reevaluated his risk tolerance for Bitcoin and sold his 3 coins for about $60K each. In doing so, he repaid the loan he used to buy them, bought $60,000 of VT Sats, and over the next year rolled a further $100K into ASTS. By late April, He revealed that he had about $150K invested, all in the red on his ASTS shares. He needed to double in the next few years so he could retire before 2030. It appears in early May that he was close to throwing in the towel on the satellite stock, but held steadfast, clinging to his DD and buying 25,000 more shares between $2 and $2.50. On May 15th, ASTS had its first green day in like 3 months, closing around $2.60. Corey's $25,000 share purchase at $2.11 was firmly in the green after years of red candles and pain. He celebrated with Panda Express to cheers the company's plan to actually launch a satellite called BB-1, but the company finally hitting this milestone was only the beginning. Adding 5,000 more shares the next day at $3.23, Corey put his spacesuit on for the next leg up. By late May, the stock had exploded to $8 in anticipation of its next satellite launch, a price that still kind of looks like shit compared to its $10 IPO. But when you've averaged down for 2 years, the gains are like snorting green candles. The doc was in euphoria. As LinkedIn posts came through describing military use cases for AST equipment, the stock continued selling higher. The amount of posting he did over the next month is appalling. It is hard to imagine him doing anything but admiring the stock, but his obsession was well deserved. By early August, the stock was flying past $18, and our man was sitting on a $600,000 gain. But this was not enough. The company was just getting started. On August 6th, ASTS got Federal Communications Commission approval to launch its next constellation of satellites later in the month. Already, the satellites were being assembled in Cape Canaveral. The intensity of euphoria around this stock cannot be overstated. The stock made a straight vertical green line for the next 2 weeks, cresting $32 by mid-August. For all his patience over the past several years, his diamond hands were rewarded with gains of $1 million. As of August 15th, the launch is expected to go off without a hitch. It seems like the only thing that can stop this stock is a literal explosion at the launch pad. And I'm not going to come back and update this video unless it does. For as long as YouTube servers stay active, Corey is printing money left, right, and center. For once, a YOLOer reaches coast fire on a literal rocket ship. Corey, your diamond hands are legendary. Your immense gain was not through luck, but through good old-fashioned DD on an ambitious company. Let no one say that fundamental analysis is dead, and you are the one who proved it. It is my honor to offer you the crown of kings. May your shares forever rocket higher.
Who wants to be king?
Thanks for watching, everyone. Join our free Discord to get a piece of the Theta Gang community. See you next time.
Reset, 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 reset.
Welcome back to season 7 of Playing Guts. I'm Jimmy. This is Joe's. That's Jake. Z-Man's back there. Joe Zach having an epic season.
Yeah.
They've got 13 points, I think. They're
all right.
just crushing it. Me, second place. Distant second. I have 9 points, right, Zach?
That's not that distant.
Yeah, you got
9,
9.
yeah.
I would need I would take 2 episodes for me to catch up to you.
Nope.
Jake.
Yeah, that's not.
Other things we've never seen before would have to happen. I would
4
have
and a 0.
That's crazy.
Not a lot.
Jake is in third place with 4 points.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be
And
first.
It's the 4th episode,
You'll be
so
second.
that's the reset. Reset episode means the draft is determined by your place in the standings.
Jordan, Mark, and Crystals.
First
You're gonna
I think
take
that's
Mark.
0 for 3. I think that's 0 for 3 on names. They start doing that far away shot.
Wait, so
I
we
can't
go
see a
last?
thing.
Yeah, we're
going
last.
Wearing the beaming blue from Discovery
Beaming
Middle
blue.
School, it's Jason.
Is that?
Mellow
Yo.
Yellow Costello.
Oh, he likes the
Wow,
crowd.
Mellow
Okay.
Yellow Costello. Jason Costello. I'll call him Joey.
Oh,
Ooh, got the tight hair. Oh,
Ooh.
false start off the line.
I like it, though.
yeah. False starting though.
Mark Jarrett.
And in the pinnacle purple from Teague
Pinnacle
Middle
purple.
School, Christine.
False
Yeah.
start.
This is not excitable.
He's excited.
Wish I could have shown you guys Zach's face.
Oh.
No one will know.
Needed that mirror. It looked a little bit like this.
Why'd you stop? God.
You think that was good?
Yeah.
They've got the
Glad we didn't
time.
have that mirror.
They've got the timing off because of 2 false starts.
Oh my.
Red just won. I feel like there's always been a red lane myth.
We're third.
Oh,
yeah.
come on.
Who do you want, Jim?
I ain't
We're both bad at
spilling.
drafting.
I ain't
so kind of
spilling.
whoever you want.
I want Jarrett.
I'm taking Mark Jarrett.
Aw. Aw.
I was earnest. I thought we were being cool.
This is guts, bro.
What the shit? Congrats, Jake.
Hey.
While we were changing, I was gonna give you guys more earnest advice because last step I gave you earnest advice. You didn't heed it. You should 100% call your shot last right now. And then you said it yourself.
Yeah.
Last?
You should call your shot last right now
On
before they
any-
start rigging shit.
It could be on any event.
They
Yeah.
can't rig this one.
I
We
think-
see it. It's the only one we can.
It's an interesting conversation.
I also do straight up think she loses this first one. So
Yeah?
yeah.
All right. I
Zach
mean,
just kind of chimed in.
Dude, if you guys call your shot now and you get a bonus point, your cushy dreams chilling.
All right.
Of our awesome rock.
So
it's just
what do you
this
think?
event. Let me see her. Let me just see the way that she puts on her.
You want to see how Unk buckle? Yeah, Unk, let's
God,
go.
Thank you. Oh my God. Let's go live.
Are you locking it?
Yeah, let's go live. Okay, I want to try
Why
it.
base? I mean,
I'll
she's
try
not
it.
falling
I'll
over.
try it.
Words with David Robinson.
You guys,
Dennis
all right,
It's
they're locked.
We're locked.
First time.
Wow, the first ever first event lock is going last. I mean, seems like a tough draw currently.
Let's go to our
Yeah.
referee, Morgan.
Let's see.
But I mean, I've seen Corey last episode.
At the sound of my whistle, all 3 players
Jimmy's
die.
last.
Second,
I was
which
thinking
means nobody
something,
gets
but
last.
I was thinking something.
They'll have 7
I want me or you because I'm rooting more
To
for
lose it.
No, to win, and the other get tied for 0-0 second place. They don't get their bonus point.
Crashing the board.
I mean, that's still a win-win for us.
No, it's not.
Messed up.
You guys need this bonus point.
Go to Mo.
Your season's down the
Mark, get
tubes.
set.
What?
You guys
All right,
stink.
and down
He
it is.
snags
Look at
it.
the stretch on this.
Nice grab.
That's me.
Player, Jason.
Oh.
Taking that
He
rebound
went out
back.
for help.
Kind of rolled it down.
Grab that one.
On your
Nobody
mark,
else got up
get
there.
set.
So with full force.
Learn, Mark.
Imagine being able to
Yeah.
go down, and that's great on that one.
Damn it. Couldn't block it in time.
That's Mark, the spark, getting back up and
Mark,
ready to
That
grab
was
the ball.
clean, too.
That was very good.
I was watching him.
All 3 of our players going head to head once again. And
I just want to say,
She hasn't been close.
Our girl has no chance.
Oh, I didn't know she was doing it.
But she's right now in a tie for last, which is not good for us.
Tie for second.
You're good. Oh, she got aggressive on that one. Oh! Oh, wait. She dropped it.
No, she's in the basket.
She got it. She got it.
Imagine being
She got
a
it, she
girl
got
able to go up against
That was amazing, dude.
That's
Great
good.
catch.
Hey, good job.
She places it up top, grabs it, puts it in the basket.
Places. I've had a few contestants places.
No, your contestant never put it in the basket. They never even had it.
That's true.
As Christy makes sure her knee pad is in place.
That's good.
She's
That's
ready
good.
for
I like
safety.
safety.
On your
Three-way
mark,
tie
get
for
set.
first.
We got a competition
Come on, Red.
here, folks. All of our players. Oh, look at
Get
this.
it.
Oh.
Talk about ripping it out of each other's
Everyone
hands.
has one right now?
Yeah.
We'll put another basketball in place. They'll try to get another rebound.
On your mark,
Oh, yeah.
Do you have
I
this?
would-
This is win-win for
I'm going
you
to be
guys.
honest.
No.
Is this the
No.
last
Lose,
ball?
lose. If this is last ball, it's lose,
They
lose.
always add an extra. I don't think this is last
But if it's
ball.
last ball, it's lose, lose for them.
get set.
Well, they could win.
The shot is up. and
Yeah,
it's
we could
not
win.
Who's gonna grab the rebound?
Let's go, Red.
Looks like Marcus Spark on that one. Our
End
red
it. End
player
it. They're coming out. They're doing another one.
back into our aerial bridge.
So am I rooting for you?
One more
I don't know.
rebound to be contested.
I'm rooting for me.
On your
I need
mark,
Jimmy to get it.
set.
I'm rooting for me.
A basketball.
My guy
up,
jumped
Mark.
so high in the air.
He's taking back that one.
No bonus?
Mo for the results of that
They
event.
didn't get it. They got
In
second.
first place was Mark in red with 3 rebounds and tied in second place with 1 rebound each.
Wow,
Jason
down goes the champs.
Did Jimmy trick you?
No, that was earnest advice.
Did you guys
I,
get
I
tricked?
can't believe she actually had the most impressive. She kicked it back up.
That
Then
was
caught
awesome.
it. It was the
That's
most
awesome.
impressive
I'm
thing.
not
That
gonna get
bodes well.
I'm
Yes.
not, listen.
Yeah,
Why is she
listening.
getting
It's always
interviewed?
tough. Freeze frame.
Is that mid sniff?
David Snip. She looks.
Can you go back to show me how this face came about?
No. I
Come
think we gotta
on.
get it off.
I gotta
That's
see that.
nice.
I had to see it.
Damn.
I was looking at the scores. I gotta see it. And this is great. We see your highlight
It
again.
was an unreal
Dude, the
freeze.
fingertips right there.
Because it's the instant
It's
cut. I
just-
didn't mean to.
Job on that last event.
Wow.
What did it feel like
Yeah.
to go head to head with our other players?
It was great.
All right,
I think
let's
she's
go
the
to the
It
was
board
great.
and check
She
out
was
where
still
we stand on
talking
the
and
board.
Mike
Whoa.
pulled the
Like
He
the
had a
first
hunch.
in our events is worth 300 points. That goes to Mark in red. Tied in second
Wow,
place.
no
with
supposed
200
call
I mean, that
point.
200 helps her for
Never last.
never
Yeah, yeah.
last.
You're
Points
still tied
over
for-
1,000.
Yeah, no one has less points than you.
She's
Purple
also
lane.
she's also still in this race.
Yes.
What race?
Everyone's in the race.
Jason Mellow Yellow Costello.
Mellow
is 13
Yellow.
soccer
What
star.
is
It's not a
Jason isn't
nickname.
running around the soccer field.
That's
He's
he.
mellowing out in
Yeah.
the sky while
Mellow
parasailing.
Yellow.
For Jason,
Why wouldn't they just go yellow? Like,
He'll need
'Cause it
42
rhymes.
for our next
well, you don't
event.
need all that.
Costello, Mellow Yellow.
Of nature
Can I tell you
to the
something?
Extreme Arena. It is called Tornado Run.
Let's-
a cross-country
If
race
your girl wins
all
this,
sorts of terrain.
This
Our
should be an
players,
incredible
they have
race.
rivers to cross,
This should be an
a
incredible
rocky
race.
earthquake to fight
That
through,
was rude.
jungle vines
I
to
just
find
looked at them like
Hey.
they were talking.
and over, and then they're gonna go through a treacherous.
That means
swamp.
nothing.
dude, you should call your shot first here.
No way. Dude, you're, he duped you guys. He duped you guys.
No, I didn't, and you should.
Oh, my God.
You should.
What?
Earnest advice here.
You should call
Ernest.
first.
No way.
Why?
Costello's great. Why?
Bro, this girl's
Your guy's gonna crush this.
No, dude, your guy's a stud, bro. This is gonna be an awesome
My
race.
guy just tied purple.
Around the first turn, and through
Oh,
that
There he goes.
oh, she
Flying.
kind of cut in front of.
Wow, did she just get bumped?
Yeah, yeah.
Are they
she's
bumping
not-
again?
Yeah, they are.
Purple in third, blue out in
Yeah,
Red,
It's paralyzed my dude.
right there.
Uh,
It's a
I
false
worry
step.
about this wall.
Let's go, Red.
Three of our players.
Let's go, Red.
so
Oh, yeah.
close.
Cut him
She
off.
fell. She
Go,
fell.
go, go. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go.
Nothing.
And he comes through.
Hey, this might be a red up.
Let's go.
Oh, man.
Purple.
He was the clear one.
We're not.
Swamp fog somewhere in that swamp.
Costello
fog is
had him
purple.
till he tackled him.
After making it through that
That's what
jungle
he.
vines,
You don't want to be
coming
first to the
through.
ropes.
Christy and purple.
We should have waited
First
for
to the ropes
this
one
one and
last
picked
time.
last here.
place was Mark in red. In second place, Jason in blue. And in third
Now
place,
she-
Christy
Dude,
in
I
purple.
understand.
All right, take a look
I
at
understand.
these right
Those
now.
two events
Three of our players
are
making it
100%
through that rocket
unriggable, basically.
Yeah.
Coming
Yeah.
through.
That's why with
They had to
those
go through
two,
the vines. They had to
they
fight
go
through
to
those
straight up
jungle
rig
vines.
fest.
A maze of vines
You
and ropes.
should
Look
call
at
your shot last.
jumping
What we
right
should have
through
considered
doing
was
that.
that this one
Right
can't
on top
tie.
of them, red.
So we should have
Jason
thought
and
about
Mark
that.
both
Yeah.
Sparking up.
They can't
some
tie Tornado
activity.
Run.
That's a good thought.
Yeah.
Give me Duke, you guys. That's
Yeah,
okay.
well, we got a little Duke.
I was earnest in both of mine.
Nice.
Trying to climb over.
Look, she fell here.
Incredible arm strength
Yeah.
in there.
Oh, she got kicked. Did she get kicked?
Our squad
Dude, his guy
you
was
couldn't even
kicking
see him,
and
but
hitting
there he
everyone.
is, barreling through there like a $6 million man. Yeah. Coming through right there.
Why is the $6 million man
Right
doing
by me at the
Look at
end.
these
What did you
studs.
think of that last event?
It was good. I liked it. I just put my best into it and did well.
See that little
Jason,
look?
that event looks like
He's
some,
holding his
some
wrist?
tough things getting
Yeah.
through that last portion, and especially the jungle
hair.
lines. Describe what it's like getting through there.
He's thinking.
It's pretty hard because your feet get caught and you try to get over your hardest and sometimes it doesn't work out.
And what is it like going head to
got a
head in,
dip
in
in?
an event like this?
Very competitive. Very competitive. Had guts.
Guts is right. That's what they
Guts.
had.
Kids are
Let's go to Mo and
studs,
check out our leaderboard. Mo.
Right now, Mark in red is in
Who
the
should
lead
we put with those
600
two? They're
points,
both
and in
good.
second
Christy,
place,
you stand no chance against these
third
two.
place, Christy and
Well, they're gonna rig it.
And to be fair to Christy,
That's right, folks. He had guts.
these kids
Our
beat
players
me
got
in
guts.
that event.
You saw him fight through that. Look at
Do you
the
think they're gonna
hang
rig
ten
it?
moment. You stick with
They
it.
can't. She's
Oh,
still
I'm calling
gonna.
my shot.
I'm freaked out by Hank.
First.
You're going one.
I think they're going to rig it in my favor.
Welcome.
They thought these
So
two.
that's locked.
I locked it. They
Okay.
thought these two were going to go head to head. The whole app and right
You guys
now.
have called your shot. Okay.
Are you
to
going to
you
call
by
yours?
Cushy Dream.
Do you have it?
What are you going to do on the last one?
Extreme Arena getting ready for our
I'll
next
see here. I'll probably go one.
The footballs?
Like I like how he's wired.
Mark
Our girl's done for the
Garrett
football.
is the
She's not.
13-year-old basketball trophy winner. When Mark isn't sparking up a controversy on the court, he's playing video games.
When he
For
isn't
Mark, guts
sparking
equals
up a controversy on the
It's the
court.
spark.
All right, well,
I'm
the
real
circus
inquisitive.
up and
Makes me
we're
wanna
gonna
ask
hit
more.
the waves in our next event. It is called Hang 10, and our pool here on Guts
Yeah,
has
Joe.
been transformed
Where are all the
into a
buoys?
raging
They're gonna
ocean.
dump 'em right in
that
front of his
wave
lap.
ball right there, knocking our players and
So you
waves
called
all
first.
throughout our
Yeah.
pool.
This is a big run. What
I
do you
think-
need, 9?
I think your guy's going to get rigged.
My perp last time got 9.
Whatever I get, they'll make sure your guy doesn't.
Yeah, but I'm worried about
Jason
them.
is
What about
ready
me?
on the surfboard? Let's kick this one.
Surfboard.
This could sauce to never last. Also,
All right,
this
and there is
event.
Jason as he
Wow,
powers
he's
his way up.
flying.
Yeah, he's looking
There are
great.
10 buoys to get in
This guy was
30
born in the
seconds.
water.
I heard that
You can
southern
see as he's
accent. I was like,
battling
you know,
his way.
he's a
Let's see.
fisher.
Does he
This might
work?
be a 10.
Is Joe there? Let's see if Joe's there. She's there, but she's kind of ushering him
She
toward
just
it.
handed him that one.
She's not-
Moving. They're all over this pool.
Oh, God.
He's gonna have to maneuver himself
Yeah,
from
that
one
corner's
end to the
gonna
other.
get
It looks
really
like he has
stuck.
about 5 right now. Time is running
Mike,
out.
shut your
for
dick. You
Jason.
got more than
He needs a good
5.
finish in that
What?
one.
No,
Will
no,
he
no,
do
no,
the
no.
last one?
Ooh,
No!
count it.
All right, so he
Wow.
He didn't get
Did
it.
she just give it to him?
last reach. And let's go to Mo for the results.
Jason collected 8 buoys.
I don't know.
Mike said
Excellent
5.
finish, Jason.
Mike did say 5.
My best chance, I think, is a
Beating
tie
against
the
that
way they're going to
water
lay
as you
these
see
out.
him
Yeah.
Stepping down. He's on that surf.
Well, we know who's not going to win.
If you're walking down the street and you see a Mountain Dew, just catch it.
Hey,
If
Drink
you're walking
for
down
you.
the street and you see a Mountain Dew, just catch it. That's not their slogan. It's do the do.
Yeah.
That's
Get with your friends, hang out, have a good time, drink some Mountain Dew.
go rent a warehouse and play games in there.
Winner of this episode gets Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Do the do.
Yeah.
Get with your friends, hang out, have a good time, drink some Mountain Dew.
Go rent a warehouse and play games in there.
Winner of this episode gets Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And the loser. Both of them.
Do it with Mountain Dew.
Do the do for you.
Watch guts, play guts, do the do. Watch guts, play guts, do the do. You have more of a shot than me to win this.
I don't know.
It looks like
You
he's
seen
they're
this
gonna
event
dump her in
history?
her lap.
Get set.
She'll start with one on her
All
wrist.
right, and so Mark.
I mean, the waves have picked
sparking
up.
his
Yeah,
way
they
as he
went the
paddles
next
on
level.
towards his first buoy.
First one?
Looks like 3
Oh, no.
right there in the corner right
Oh,
there.
boy, we're
He's having
stuck.
some trouble getting his arm
We're
against
stuck.
that. He's having some real trouble.
Yeah,
against
the
that
waves
wall.
are
He's trying to get
the
away.
waves are
He's
beating him against the
Time
wall.
out. I think we found.
The waves are beating him against the wall.
They can hide the buoys, and they can just turn them. Yeah.
Mark trying to hold on to
This
that
kid's,
board.
this kid's in
drowning.
the perfect storm.
Extremely
I don't
difficult
like
to
these
set.
layouts anymore
Let's find out
because
what his results were.
Mark collected 4 buoys.
Okay, so
So
4
rigged.
buoys from Mark.
4 is
He's
crazy.
stoked to be out of the pool.
and your girl's gonna get 5.
It might be flat in
Dude,
there.
your girl's gonna get 5, and she's gonna fall off.
They
at
put
one
the
point.
more. Oh no.
She's got it.
Of 3
She
to
can get it.
4 foot high waves. Very
Where are the
difficult.
buoys?
There's a shot.
Oh, there they are.
Oh, they're just throwing them in. Look, nice and easy laid out.
Oh yeah, put some closer. Put some closer.
Per portion of this event, hang 10. Let's
Chew
see
in the
if she
mouth.
can-
I'm hoping for a 4, but it looks like there's 2 right there.
What are you saying?
All right.
Oh,
and so
good kick.
let's see if Christy gets
Grab him.
stuck in the corner
There we
as
go.
Mark did. She's
Why is he
gone
still
for 2
referencing
right there
Mark?
with 22 seconds left. She
She
needs
said,
to
"See if he gets
score
stuck in the
for a
corner."
There's
Like,
3
Wait,
markers.
wait, wait. Jones, that's a great call. It's the first 2, and then there's a pile of 3 next to it.
Yeah. we need her to get 5.
Trying to kick her
Come
way out
on.
in front to get towards more.
She's doing
buoys that she can pick
fine.
up and strap around her
I think
arms. It looks like
she's
She'll end up with
gonna
6.
get 6.
5. She's trying to
Wow.
avoid
She,
that
okay,
She went the
she
wrong
skipped
way.
it.
Ignore
Yeah.
one.
Well, she got what she needed.
See,
She
she's
got
in
what
the
she
middle of the
needed.
pool right now, the waves
Dude,
reaching
don't
for
grab
more.
2 more
She's
at the
gonna have
end
to
here.
hustle.
Grab
Again,
2 more.
all time
Don't
is
get
running
those
out.
2 more.
Grab 2 more.
No, no, no.
Give her that. Oh, they just dragged her away quick.
Board, or I'm sorry, the surfboard. I want to get that one wrong. Let's go to Mo for the
Joe.
results.
Christy collected 6 buoys, so that puts Jason
Told you,
in
should've
first
called
place,
3.
Yeah.
Christy in second place, Mark in third place.
You've
think
been
that's
earnest the whole time except for their first.
Yeah,
So you
lied.
you got
lied
your
good.
point, right?
You lied good.
I got
Bonus.
my point.
And a first.
I was earnest in theirs, but I'm wrong afterwards. No, it's a tie thing.
What?
That,
Yo, type Chem in the chat.
They should have used their last on number 2.
Right
The
there.
run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
That was bad oversight. Or
we
undersight.
forgot.
But Jimmy's been in your guys' heads all season.
Hasn't
you
it?
have to call
Hasn't
one.
worked.
Yeah, he's got to call one.
Yeah.
We've got our winner,
I
Jason.
will.
Your opinion
just do these
or
2
your
again.
feelings of that last event.
It's like a roller coaster ride. It's like really hard. It's like you're pushing all over the place. They're just throwing you in the water.
Now, Mark, what did you think? What happened in that second corner over there when you're trying?
I just
Oh, there
lost
he just,
control
dude,
of
he
the
just
board,
saw
you know what I mean?
himself.
It's like really hard.
That's so funny.
You're pushing all over the place. They're just throwing you in the water.
I think he
Now,
looks
Mark,
at the
what did you
TV
think
screen
of-
here and sees that he looks like an old woman.
What happened in the corner over there when you're trying?
I just lost control of the board. And,
Get the front flex
I was
going.
trying to do my best, trying to get on, and the buoys just weren't there, so I did my best.
So are the
Red
waves?
got-
He just called him out.
When you're
The
in,
buoys
obviously,
weren't
in the
there.
pool, and from what
I did
they,
my
they
best.
look to us out here.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to Mo and check out.
What
our
happened
leaderboard
was you
standings.
guys
Now, Mo.
banged me into the
Tied in first
wall.
place right now, both Jason in blue and Mark in red have 700 points each.
I mean,
And in
if
third
Christy
place,
could,
Christy in
like,
purple with 500
finagle
points.
a third here.
Fantastic, folks. You talk about our players.
Now, do I
Finagle
play
it.
for insurance or do I play for points? I mean, I need points. It's getting late early over here.
Yeah,
You ever never lost?
Christy
Also?
split second
No, he just got
slot
last.
Amsterdam.
Just got
No, I mean the
Christy isn't clocking in dance hours. She's
Oh, he
slipping
did.
down
Okay.
the Alpine slide.
Just got last.
But
Just got
Christy
Dancer.
tickles the outer limit.
Whoa.
How did they give him the nickname Split Second?
I'm going to go first. I believe in my guy.
Yeah?
He obviously got held up that last event.
He
I
did.
believe in pink.
And from what I saw in that when he tackled your guy, if he brings that intensity to this,
I do
because
think-
your guy's not an intensity guy.
No.
Your guy's just a doer.
Hey, Zach.
How do you
Both
feel about
these
your
contestants
player?
would beat up my player.
You already.
Well, we call
We
it
already-
fumble. Yeah, that's
yeah.
right. Imagine Emmett Smith running for a touchdown.
I
He's
like
hit.
your girl
There's
second
a
here.
fumble. Who's going to get to it first? Fumble.
I don't even know what you're basing that off of.
Mike, at the sound of my whistle, all three
job,
players will have 45 seconds to recover as many fumbles as possible.
The players that have won have grabbed
more than one
3,
football at once.
At the same
dumped them,
time,
grab
yeah.
3, dump them, grab 3, dump them.
Player with
These
the
three
most
look ready to
fumbles
go.
wins. On your
Well,
mark,
yeah.
get set.
They just showed their eyes and they were ready to go.
Whoa, look at that intensity.
Miss all of them.
Waiting at the
Dude, slow and steady might work here for blue.
Just hang back when they bounce you, grab them.
Fighting against each other.
Okay.
If one player goes
Oh,
one
my
way,
guy just
they're
tossed his
pulling each other
bucket.
the other way.
Oh.
You see
Toss.
as they try to pick up each football.
There, she's getting no
Okay,
balls.
he's starting to learn you can grab more than one.
Down on top of them.
Whoa. I think an adult threw him that one.
You see as they try to pick
That was
up
an
each
awesome
football.
catch.
Yeah, that was his.
His footballs are raining down on top.
There you go, kid.
That's it. Somebody.
Oh, he missed one on the dump off.
With another one.
Hey, get another group of like 3, kid.
Yo, did one just go in my bucket without
kinda
even touching it?
collecting.
Yeah, it did.
I think one went in my bucket.
Red going back.
He's got so many.
Oh my God.
Oh, purple.
Purple what? She lost.
At the buzzer, throw it in.
Dude, my kid did good, but every time I saw your kid, he was dumping 3.
My
And
guy,
I only saw
my
that
guy
twice.
went for it. Your guy was smooth. This is going to be interesting.
Chrissy
What do you
lost.
guys think?
I think there's a chance I won. I also think there's a chance you won.
What about us?
Tie?
I think there's a chance we got second.
I think we lost.
Pulling and tugging each other in opposite directions.
No,
while
I'll
they
be
try to
happy.
find
I'm not.
No,
this
you
is-
and Zach are just divided.
You and Zach are pretty.
Let's go to Mo.
Come on.
In first place was Jason with 10 recovered goggles. In second place, Mark with 9. In third place, Chris with 8.
That's critical.
Jason right here, just edging out Mark for a first place finish.
Maybe that one he got tossed.
Going after those
I
footballs,
only
you
saw
can
him
see
put 6 in, but I gathered he'd put more in.
Damn,
But we saw
Zach, I'm
2.
thinking about that last one she had in her hand.
My dude
that
was
she
steady.
threw.
Like, he was just popping them in there.
That last one that she just missed at the end, do you
Yeah.
mean?
I'm sorry,
It could have tied us for
Could
second.
have tied us for a second.
Yeah.
And kept us in the race. We're kind of done now. We could do never last, right? No.
No,
We
we
could do
can-
over 1,000.
We need to get at least second on the crack.
Did it feel like a real football recovery?
I don't know. I never really played football.
Yeah.
He never played
If we
football
didn't-
till he got here on
if
Guts,
we got
and he
that
got
last one, we
elastic
wouldn't have to worry
fantasy
about
that
that.
came
She's
through
a
here today. Let's go to Mo
man.
for the leaderboard standings. Mo.
Right now, Jason in blue is in the lead with 1,000
Win the crag,
points.
bro.
In second place, Mark in red with 900 points. In third place, Christy in purple with 6.
If I come in second,
Hold on to your hats.
I'm guaranteed 4 points. So I just need not 3rd place on the crack.
Coming up, the ultimate challenge.
4 points?
I already got my bonus, and I'd get 2 for coming in second, and I've never been last.
Never last. Yeah.
So I just can't get last here, and I'm going to get 4 points or 5 points.
Yeah.
I've been in this situation before. I got last.
And they could get a 0 and you'd be tied, like I said could happen at the start of this episode.
Nostradamus.
Rolling and ready for our final event, the aggro crack. I'm standing flying back up on the shot over our floor. Which is rolling, lighting up the winner.
Players will start at the sound of my
Good
whistle.
at, Mom.
Each player has an identical side
What?
to the mountain
Come on.
to climb and may not cross into another player's path.
sad.
Now,
It's the
during
A
reset.
little bit
Do
sad.
you want to use the blind on Jimmy?
What's the score?
Last place would hurt him.
Last place would hurt me.
Last place would hurt, but he's not going to get last because
What are you saying?
Do you want to use
we'll
it?
save it.
now?
We'll save it. I mean,
think
you
we
guys
gotta
are in a
save
close.
it.
You guys are in a close race
That's a
for
good
the finish
call because
now.
I
I don't think the energy's
He's
there.
gonna turn the course. Don't listen to him.
no, I've already locked in 3 points, so it wouldn't. There's not that.
Yeah, there's
One
no-
at the peak of the mountain will receive first place points. Mike.
All right, so there, ladies and gentlemen, you get a close look at our players as they get psyched up
Ooh,
to
feeling
climb
early
the aggro
heartbreak.
crag. You got a couple of
Oh,
close shots
red
of
lane.
our aggro crag,
Oh.
smoking
No.
and ready
No, but-
to roll.
No, red lane's been good.
So
Blue
full
lane's
shot of
tough.
that
Blue
crag.
doesn't win.
Blue's tough,
Remind you
but
the points
red.
of Sky rocketing into this
That's what I'm.
final
Red hasn't stung anyone in a minute,
75 points.
and I've got a trash talking 13-year-old.
He's tall.
125
What if they
points.
miss their
Who will
action?
get to the top of that
This is gonna be
mountain
great
first?
because your guy's gonna be smooth and steady.
So let's go to
My guy's gonna like
Players on your
be
mark.
sick.
Get set.
Hey, Chrissy, nice
What'd you
hat.
clapping for?
Just so steady.
And there's
Wow.
Wow, she's oh.
and that's Jason in blue. Our leader
Well, they
going into the
never showed her
1,000
again.
points. Only
At the end of the clip, when she fell.
who was in red.
She's doing well. Have they showed red yet?
Haven't shown red.
After actuator, the rocks come doubling down. And look at this, folks. They're tied at this
He
point.
doesn't.
All
He
three
doesn't
the
have
same
it.
portion of the crowd.
Go.
Jason in blue.
Oh my
Go.
God.
Red.
Oh, Chrissy! Chrissy!
Actuator.
Chrissy! Get the second!
He
Get
missed
the
an
second!
actuator.
She stopped.
I called
She
it.
stopped. She
I
stopped.
called it.
She stopped.
She's
Chrissy!
stuck.
I called it.
She's stuck.
Climb! Climb!
Chrissy, you got it.
Oh my God, he's gonna make it back!
This is for a point.
Oh my God, please!
Did he miss
we
his
need a
first
point!
She's so close.
We need a
She's so
point!
close.
Did he miss his very
Yes.
first actuator, dude?
Yes.
Chrissy! Yes! What a goal! This is great. We needed the point.
On the aggro crag event.
Yo, that is.
Hey, wait. Wait, my guy's still going.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got time.
Continues.
My guy, the great competitor, the one you wanted.
First round pick.
Trash talking 13-year-old. He called.
Oh, he finished. What were you saying?
Nice.
I was saying a couple things. I think officially
All right.
we just saw a record slow time for second place.
Hey,
Yes. Yes.
next year we should time all our kids and see who averages the best time. We can get a point at
Also-
the end of the season.
Someone put it in Premiere. All the crags start them at the same time and put them in a bunch of TV screens.
That's a project.
Jake.
Yeah. It's already been done.
It's
Because it's there. Because
I told you before the race.
I was gonna say something. I forget what I was
before the
gonna
race.
say. First actuator. No one told him.
In first place on the aggro crack, Jason in blue. In second place, Christy in purple. In third place, Mark
Christy.
in red.
Christy was stuck on that wall forever.
That's our
You,
players.
the only way to not catch Christy in that situation is to like,
Yeah.
like any other one, he would have.
What'd you tell us?
Before the race.
You had a
Red's
heartache?
big red. It's a red lane.
He tried to climb.
It's my second win of the season.
Oh my God.
Ty and Jozak, they have 2 wins.
It shows
But
You got a point though.
We got 1 point.
Yeah.
Must go back down.
You got 5?
I got 5.
Tie game, baby.
Yeah.
14, 14, 6.
Yes.
The reset. We should make a huge trade.
Reset.
Yeah, reset it.
Go to low for our final league standings.
Mike's
Track
tired.
decided today for us, Mike. In third place today, Christy in purple. 1,000.
Mike just gave me that was the last segment he shot of the day vibes.
Yes, yes.
Subscribe.
bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lick. bound. This group fights.
What do you require? Hello.
Bro, this is it's actually crazy how much people are like hating and like negative about Ninja. Little taper fake guy. Well, I mean, like, Ninja's the Fortnite guy. Remember that? I mean, that was really popular. Here we go.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you blue-haired but I'm 90% sure the word fell off was created after your f***ing career. Ninja! Fuck you, Ninja! Fuck you, Ninja! Yeah!
Brother, you are a f***ing hater and a joke. You're like 37 years old, blue hair.
If you haven't been following streamers lately, you might not know that many of them
Bro, I didn't even see some of these other ones.
Don't like Ninja. It's not because of how he acts on streams.
Listen here, you little shit!
But because of some things he said. Before we dive into this, make sure to subscribe to the channel and let's get started. For those who don't know, Ninja was the top streamer on Twitch during the Fortnite
2018,
craze.
yeah.
At his peak, he averaged 125,000 viewers
That's a
per
lot.
stream, set records for viewership and subscriptions, and even played games with celebrities
He was
like
the
Drake.
guy.
How long have you been playing Fortnite or been a fan?
Probably for about a month or two, maybe.
Ninja was once at the peak of success, but then his popularity faded. Instead of supporting and showing respect to newer, more popular streamers like Kai Cenat or Stable Ronaldo, Ninja became known for his negativity. The first
To be fair, like Stable Ronaldo, like I forgot even why like they popped off on each other. Like because it's like I'm sure I talked about this when it happened, but I don't even fucking remember. Mixer destroyed him. So here's the thing, right? Is that Ninja was already losing a lot of popularity before he went to Mixer. Like he was already on the downswing, and you can verify this just by going to his records, right? I mean, it's easy to see. It's on Twitch Tracker. So I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I think that again, the problem is that people take Ninja seems to be a bad loser, and I think because of that, people keep trying to bait him for reactions when somebody does something that Ninja didn't do. He's a jealous, but yeah, people say that. I don't really know how true that is, but he certainly gets clipped in ways that make it seem like it's true.
A major sign of this negativity was when he criticized Stable Ronaldo during a live stream.
What do you do?
If you're literally like 1/20th of their following, and is
Well, I mean, to be fair, like Stable Ronaldo was talking shit about him. I mean, like I mean, like if somebody made a clip of me talking shit about me, I would absolutely fucking roast them. So it's like it's easy for me to see like why Ninja would say this, but I forgot why Ronaldo said it in the first place. So it's like, you know, who started this shit basically?
irrelevant. We should probably just keep opening teams. I love Ronaldo.
Why you
That's how he tried to be an IRL streamer and failed.
Yeah, I mean, Cloak and Tim don't want to have anything to fucking do with this shit. Like, they don't want to have to fucking deal with this. They don't want to have to fucking, like, defend, like, why am I getting involved in, like, your beef with, like, this streamer? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm trying to play the game. You know, like, what is this? Yeah.
Can you guess why Ninja said all those negative things? If you guessed that there was no real reason, you'd be right. Ninja went on a rant about another streamer just because they were less popular than him, even though there was no conflict or insult between them. It was just classic, unprovoked hating. I don't know why he did this. Even one of his friends on the live stream told him to shut up.
Oh, you're like a combination of clicks, like, oh my god, I might be good at the game, and like myth, like you went to YouTube and what happened? You know what I mean? Like that's you right now. All right, what?
All right. Stop it. Yes. The Myth comment was undeserved. I've met Myth. I really like him. I like him a lot. I think he's great. What the fuck? Like, it doesn't matter how many viewers Myth gets, if he's getting 30 or 40K in Fortnite or 30 or 40 on YouTube. I still like him. I don't care about, like, I don't give a shit. Like, it doesn't matter. What is this?
Shut up! I said what I said.
I said what I said.
Shut up!
Just shut. Thank you.
Holy.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
You know what I mean, though?
What? Do you know what I mean, though? Oh my God! Come on. I didn't even see this whole clip. This is so bad. You know, look at Cloaksy. He's like, maybe if I don't make eye contact, he'll stop talking about this.
Ronaldo. Stop! I'm a Ronaldo fan.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah.
After the live stream, Ninja received
and like Tim is. If I was in that situation, that is probably exactly the way that I would act. Yeah, it's like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Can you just stop it? Yeah.
a lot of backlash and hate because he was clearly wrong. The next day, he apologized, saying he
handled
was
it
just
very well. He
joking
did.
and blamed it on being drunk.
About me roasting Ronaldo yesterday, bro. Like, first off, I've watched his streams all the time. Like, I was 100% just fucking around with him. I was obviously a little tippy canoe, might have taken it a little too far, but I've been watching Ronaldo streams for years, including his IRL stuff that he's been doing.
Stable Ronaldo didn't accept Ninja's apology, and I think he was right. Tell me who would accept. If someone insults you in front of thousands of people and then tries to brush it off as a joke the next day.
Tyler Richard Levin, still to this day, I don't give a
To me, I have no problem accepting apologies from people. I do. Maybe that's like a bad thing, but like if somebody is willing to apologize to me, I'm willing to just like, okay, fine, let's move on. Yeah, I don't really like holding grudges and having fights with people. It's better to move on. Well, it depends on like why, right? If the person gets a bunch of hate for why they're saying something, and then it's like it's clear that they're apologizing because they're getting a bunch of hate. It depends, right? But overall, I try to be the bigger man, and then I will just sabotage them later on in private.
if he said his sorry. If I ever, I'm not gonna say this on stream, but bro, I'm not fucking friends with you. I hope you don't think I like you. I will never fucking like you ever again. You could have 100,000 viewers, suck my.
The most interesting twist in this whole situation is that
I like it just cuts. It's not like that's the end of the clip. It just cuts the clip.
it began with Ninja dismissing Stable Ronaldo as irrelevant and claiming he didn't attract many viewers. Now, however, Stable Ronaldo consistently gets more viewers on Twitch than Ninja himself.
That's true. Stable Ronaldo's been popping the fuck off. I've been seeing it. He's been up at like 20k viewers. He's been getting 20, 25k viewers. He's doing all right. That's big. That's real big. That's huge. Very stable. Yeah. Him and FaZe, I'm gonna be honest, like, I did say it. I said that Banks was making the right decision with FaZe. I said that he was. And it seems like him and Lacey and the other guys in FaZe, I really feel like they're putting in work. I do. He's at 13k right now. That's good for him. That's great for him. He's 13k viewers. That's huge. Yeah. Like, I know everybody tries to act like, oh, wow, well, unless you're at the top of Twitch, then you're a loser. Fuck that. No, 13k is great. That's insanely good.
That's probably the most funniest part.
FaZe are doing good right now? They are.
If you think Ninja's hate ends here, well, recently, Ninja has started targeting Kai Cenat. Everyone knows Kai is the biggest streamer on Twitch right now because of his creativity and entertainment value. Yep. It's hard to find a better overall streamer, but Ninja still manages to avoid giving anyone compliments.
Dude, Mikey, bro, Kai's literally one of the biggest streamers in the world right now, if not the biggest streamer in the world. Well, Kai's pulling 30k right now because he's sleeping, dog. Every time he wakes up and he actually starts playing Elden Ring, he's pulling anywhere from 90 to 100k. He just puts in the work, bro. He does those things. You know what I could have done if I just stayed home and streamed and didn't go to Mixer or anything like that?
Why couldn't Ninja just give a straightforward compliment? Instead, he had to add that he could have done it better, which makes the compliment feel insincere. It's like you
I feel like it's not really wrong for him to have said that. And I think that also, like, you look at it from Ninja, like, from his perspective, like, people come into his chat all the time and try to, like, start drama. And, like, every once in a while, somebody like that is going to take the bait. That's wrong. I mean, I think that Ninja had a lot of popularity because he was good at a video game, which really doesn't last, I think. Like, because all games, like, lose popularity and lose interest. Kai's popular because people like Kai. And I think that's, like, a much more sustainable, like, career. I think that you can look at a lot of the people that are really popular and see that in them, right? Like XQC, for example, and I know a lot of people in here are not Hassan fans, but like at Hassan, a lot of people really like Hassan. And so if you're making content and people like you as a person, that gives you so much more longevity than if your career is tied to a certain activity. You see what I'm saying? Like Tyler 1, Queso. Yeah, Queso is a really great example. People really like Queso. He seems like a great, nice guy. That matters a lot. Whereas being good at a video game is something that people care about for a while, and then they just lose interest in because at the end of the day, it's just a video game. That's it.
Your parents, hey mom and dad, I got a 98 on my math test, and then they respond with, that's great, but back in my day I used to get a 100.
No, that's not what my parents would do. I'd get a 98 on my math test and my dad would ask me, what'd you miss? Yeah, I know. Real funny story with that.
It's like, who cares about what he has to do? It's totally unnecessary, and on top of that, it's not fair because Ninja couldn't do what Kai is doing. Let me give you the reason. Ninja was famous for being good at Fortnite, not for being entertaining. His popularity came mainly from Fortnite.
Ninja was entertaining. I would say that he was entertaining. Sure.
On the other hand, Kai can attract huge views no matter what he's doing. For example, he once streamed from the back of a U-Haul truck and still got tons of viewers. How could you have done that, man? This isn't the first instance of Ninja being
I think that Kai is popular because he's really dynamic and he works hard and he tries to deliver different content regularly. And I think that's really one of the big reasons why he's popular. So like he's doing streams with different people. He's going different places, right? Like there's a degree of when he goes live, you don't entirely know what's going to happen. Yeah, big collabs. Yeah, obviously that kind of stuff helps out a lot too. Yeah, he's innovating, doing something like that. Holy Glaze. Well, yeah, I think he's doing a great job. I do. I think that he's doing a great job. And also, like, I try to look at what people do that works really well, because I think about how can I emulate a degree of that success in myself. Like, I see what somebody else is doing. It's like, okay, like, I think this is working because of this. Maybe I should try and do something similar to this. You know, like that, and that's right. I Show Speed is another great example. I Show Speed, crazy energy, like literally, and also just the normal phrase of crazy, right? Yeah, very much crazy energy. He does all kinds of just crazy stuff. It's like, okay, every day he's in a different country doing all kinds of different things, and you never really know what you're gonna expect. They're young, it's normal, it's cool, yeah, but that's a good thing, right? I mean, like for me, I find this to be great, right? I think it's really good to see new streamers, because I feel like for a long time, like Twitch was very stale. And then I felt like it was stale, and then I guess like Aiden Ross was really the first one who started coming up from that community, and then you saw people like Your Rage, Bruce, Kai, and now you're seeing like a lot of the FaZe guys like Lacey and Stable Ronaldo. Like you're seeing these guys do well and succeed, and I'm really happy to see that. I am, because I feel like it means that the ecosystem and the culture is alive, right? Rather than just the same people that are only popular and then that's all it is all the time.
Showing negativity towards Kai. Recently, Ninja's reaction to Kai breaking his viewership record on Twitch has led to more speculation about Ninja's attitude towards Kai. It's clear.
And also, by the way, I want to say a lot of people saying like, oh, they're not entertaining to me. That's because you're not the target audience. Like a lot of the people that watch my stream, real talk, are older guys. A lot of the people that watch their streams are younger than that. So like yeah. I'm not target. I'm 34, right? And so like a lot of people that are 34 aren't thinking about things the same way like a 21-year-old is thinking about things. Duh, right? I mean, of course, that's normal. So no, and I don't think that's bad, right? It's not like it's like that's inferior or worse or anything like that. It's just different. Yeah, and so like just because you don't watch something, you know, because you don't find it entertaining, doesn't mean that it's not entertaining for a lot of people. A lot of people love that stuff.
His response that he might be feeling a bit frustrated or envious.
I beat your most viewer record last night. Hayden, the highest viewer record on Twitch is 3.34 million. Should I just make that my title, bro? Am I supposed to be offended, guys? Just put it in sub mode, man. It's a matter of time. Guy's probably the biggest streamer in the world right now. American, at least. FaceTiming LeBron James, dude.
I just want to point out that Ninja doesn't have to respond to this kind of news. He could easily ignore it, but he chooses to talk about it every time.
Live for 8 minutes. Yeah. I've had hundreds of people tell me my record's been broken, right, guys? As of October 2023, first off, again, congratulations to Kai for beating my record. My record was like, what, 640? Something like that. As of October 2023, Twitch streamer...
Nobody gives a shit, but he beat my record that day, too. Made me fucking mad. It was 450. Yep. Yeah, I have 450K. It beat me. Son of a bitch.
I buy it. Holds the record for most concurrent viewers on a Twitch stream with 3.44 million. So, almost there, guys. We both just have to get 3.5 million viewers. No record got broken last night, except for me.
He's trying to downplay the achievement again by saying that no record was actually broken. But honestly,
I think it was the Kevin Hart stream.
Here's the thing, okay? Bro, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing with Ninja, bro.
Here we go.
And this is the most respectful way possible, okay? I don't blame Ninja for being mad at like people coming in his chat and saying that and spamming stuff like that. You feel what I'm saying?
And they actually, and that's also like it's real good. Like I don't know when this happened. I talked about this. Is like it's real good that Kai like acknowledges that, because like the truth is like the people that are coming into Ninja's chat, they're probably not even Kai fans. They're just like Ninja analysts. They don't like Ninja. Like they don't give a shit about Kai. They're just there to talk shit about Ninja, and this is the way that they're doing it.
That could be pretty annoying, but
yeah, no doubt.
It's just like certain shit he don't gotta say. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if you guys go back to the clips of every time where I broke a record, every time where I passed quote-unquote Ninja, he's always backhanded complimented me, bro. I don't think if you guys notice and see the pattern, he's always like said like, congrats to him, but this happened. Like, bro, you probably don't even have to address it. When they spam some crazy shit in the chat, my mind's no sub only, just leave it alone, just keep it moving.
Kai is right. Yeah. After this, you'd think Ninja would stop commenting on things about Kai, especially since he's been publicly called out and received some backlash. But no, he keeps going.
Jake is talking about all these Fortnite guys who are beating Minecraft all the way through on the hardest level in like 3 hours. Guys speed around like day 4.
Yeah, bro, those guys, I mean, they're doing it for pure entertainment, bro. They're also, it's like very much like Tim the Tap Man and his Fall Guys thing where, he was getting like hundreds of thousands of viewers because he couldn't get his first Fall Guys win. It's one of those things where it's like, dude, Kai's pulling anywhere from 250,000 to plus viewers playing this shit. It's like, dude, they don't want to win. They don't want to.
For those who don't know, Kai and Speed recently did a live stream trying.
Always got something to say, man. Like it's, it's just doing. I remember Tim was so mad. Yeah, that was a really crazy month. Yeah.
Trying to beat Minecraft, but they weren't very good at it. In one clip, Ninja was basically saying that Kai and Speed were dying on purpose for the entertainment. While Ninja wasn't saying anything extremely negative, it feels like he never has anything good to say about Kai. From Kai's point,
it feels like whenever he does, there's always a qualifier. It's good for, it's good, but if I was, or except, but, it's one of those things, right?
To view, that must be really frustrating. Imagine another streamer constantly criticizing you even when you haven't done anything wrong. I responded to Ninja's comment in a way that Ninja probably didn't expect.
I knew y'all gonna be back.
You dying on purpose to keep the stream going?
What's up? Dying on purpose?
What you dying on purpose?
Hey, what's the big camera?
Who's a dying on purpose?
Ninja. You Ninja. You talking about if I'm dying on purpose and shit? You think I want to be playing Minecraft for 5 days? You gonna get on your ass too, Ninja. Everything I do, you riding dick. Yeah, you. When I say Ninja.
So, man, you need to stop talking about Kai and just focus on streaming. Find ways to.
The problem is he takes it too seriously, right? I mean, like, who cares? It's like that's it's funny. Like, I feel like people like when you lose when you start to take shit seriously, and like when you don't take things seriously and you just try to have fun and just pace yourself and enjoy yourself, everything's fine. But like the moment that you try to make everything, like this serious thing that matters, like why so serious? Exactly. Like, yeah, just take a step back. Like it's just entertainment. It's funny.
Entertain people rather than just being known for hating. If you enjoyed the video, please like it and subscribe. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comment section below.
I think also a lot of people.
What times come? If I'm wrong, you blue-haired but I'm 90% sure the word fell off was created after your f***ing career.
Ninja!
What is it?
This is just, bro, this shit was so fucking funny. I remember whenever that would happen. It's nuts. This is a good video. This is slop content. I know. I just think it's funny to see, man. It really is.
What would you ask of death? Trust no one. I am forsaken. Remember, patience, discipline. What would you ask of death? I am forsaken. What now? Watch your back.
I'm out of range.
What is it? Embrace the shadow. I have exactly what you need. Beware the living.
What do you require?
What is it? Goodbye.
Hey everybody, what is going on? Serial Overdrive here, and today we're back at it trying to beat the hardest MMORPG in the game. And I'm talking hard, harder than a mortician watching Walking Dead. This game is crazy. It's called the game, which means where most advanced players are never even allowed to go. They let you go back to actually complete these like quests and stuff like that. So I saw the shuttle, I jumped on
I'm out of range.
And now we're here, we're doing something that probably the devs didn't even think anyone would do. But this area is only designed for new players, so who knows what loot is hiding and where it might be hiding. The best part of all of this is you can view information on the claim, and you can see just how deep these claims are. 593 meters, this is a claim that most new players would never even see. And since I'm pretty much the only person here mining, I have some high hopes for this. Also, if you're wondering, if you're new to this game, if you've never heard of Entropy Universe and you're looking to try it out, and I'm not even going to tell you you should try it out because it literally is one of the hardest games in the world, and it's an MMORPG, which means it's going to be a huge time suck, and it's a real cash economy, huge money suck. But if, despite all of this, you're still interested in playing the game, I've got an affiliate link down below in the description. If you use it, it actually really does help me out. Completely up to you though. There's no kickbacks or anything like that. If anybody can, like, if you ever talk to a Mindark representative, just tell them it would be really nice if, you know, there could be something given out to people who use the affiliate codes and people who use the affiliate codes in the future. It's something I'd really love to do. I'd love to do like an in-game shirt with the Serial Overdrive logo on it, and anyone who used that code gets it. Maybe even give it to some players who like make a certain deposit or something like that, just so people don't feel left out. It would be really cool to see. But anyways, Entropy Universe, back to the game. We're trying to beat this crazy game, and we're trying to beat it in a new and interesting way. Previously, we tried to talk to an AI that they created and convince it to give us all the tools to beat the loot algorithm. We weren't able to do that. So what we're doing now is we're trying to beat the algorithm by going where nobody expects us to go. The new player spawn area. Is this area capped? There's potential that you can never find any good resources here. There's also the potential that there are claims they're just sitting here growing and growing and growing, and no one's finding them because no one has the proper gear, until me, Serial Overdrive, thought outside of the box just a little bit and decided to go where no one's gone. Well, where everybody who's played the game has gone before, but no one's gone before with a lot of skills. So let's see what happens. So far, actually, we are finding a good amount of claims, so I really do like this. For those of you wondering why not post this video if it works, no. I don't do that. If you look back, I've been playing this game for like well over a decade. I've been posting videos for over a decade too on this game. When I find a good loot area, I share it with them because let's be honest, like I have a huge room temperature at best, and that's on a cold day. Anyways, let's start talking. Let's start playing. So the idea here is basically just no one's gone here before with anything outside of new player gear. So I'm hoping by going here with more advanced gear, I can get some better loot. A new player gear, they can't really find claims that are that deep. So this is mining in the game. You're looking for resources, ores, and end matter. And new player gear, when it mines, it's going down maybe like 200-300 meters. That's the optimal depth for it. Or it's stated in the information on this gear. But so the gear I'm going in is pretty much double that depth. So in theory, what's happening is any of these big claims that are traditionally missed by players should be found by me. See, like 387, and any player could find that, right? Like, but my gear has a better chance of finding it because my gear's better at deeper depths. So I'm trying to take advantage of that fact, take advantage of the fact that more people don't come here with this gear, and hopefully find some good loot. We're going to see what happens. I think this is a pretty interesting experience, or experiment, so we're going to see what we can do. We're going to see if we can make a little bit of profit here. And I don't even know, I don't know how easy it is to get back to this area. I've never actually had this opportunity before. The only reason I went back here is I literally saw a ship that said, like, boarding here was in the new player area. I jumped in it and I found myself here. I think that they're allowing players to go back and do some beginner missions. If they're old players and never got to go through the starter experience, but most accounts have. This is an experience that's existed for like 8 years now. So how many people are there with my experience level going through? Probably very few. So let's just see. And if you're wondering, most players actually never even make it out of this area. That's how hard this game is, because you've got to put money into the game to actually get anything out of it, really. Like, let's be honest, they say it's free to play, and that's true, but it's also a bit of a lie. It's free to play, but when everything costs money, there's only a few things that you can do for free. And unless you really value your time, it's more efficient for you to... I used to say go out and look at phone booth recorders, but I don't think it's actually more efficient because phone booths are a thing of the past unless you live in the Matrix. I'm looking at you, Tate. But, it's like, you know, you could go out and find more money scattered on the ground than you could looking for fruit on the ground here and trying to sell it to players. So most people, what happens is they go out and they grind out an actual real life job. One of those things that you get when you sometimes leave the house, sometimes you don't leave the house if you're a programmer. But they get one of those things and they deposit. Me, however, I started way back in the day, and I'm very determined to make things happen. So as a free-to-play player, I pretty much played the game without ever depositing. I made it to owning a land area, which is probably worth about 10,000 USD. So basically, over 2 decades, I managed to make $10,000, which it sounds impressive when you say you did it playing a game, but it does not sound that impressive when you look at how many hours I spent and how many of those hours were spent just grinding and doing absolutely nothing. Now let's get off the path here because let's go to spaceport. Okay, I don't care about that spaceport though. I don't want to accidentally get on a ship and leave because the loot here is actually pretty good. Also, I just noticed let's turn the music volume up a little bit. Turn that master volume. Hopefully we can get a little bit of music volume stuff going on here. If not, I might just put something on the background to give you guys something to listen to. But yeah, I don't know. I have high hopes for this method. We're gonna see how it goes. So I've gone through this area before I follow this path. Obviously, you don't want to mine the areas that you've already been to. So I'm gonna go off the beaten path. It's literally a beaten path, and into the forest, into the trees, and see what we can find. So let's just start dropping some probes here. And again, we have a horribly built barrier. Good job, guys.
What is it?
And I do like the game. This is a game that, like, when people ask why I like it, like, people want you to sell it on them, it's all nostalgia. Like, if we're being honest, this is not, like, the most craziest, insane game that you'll ever play. It's a very nostalgic game for me. I used to play this game all the time. Like, this was sort of my, like, you know, you get back from whatever you're doing, you got a few hours to kill at night, you want to watch The Office or some movie that you can just put on in the background. You play an MMO. My MMO of choice was Entropia Universe. So this is sort of like a nostalgic thing for me. That's why I like it so much. But, you know, everybody's got to find their own reason for enjoying games, and this game can be a very, very hard game to enjoy. I love it, though. I don't know, it reminds me of, like, simpler times, right? Like, I didn't, you know, there weren't really, this was way back in the day, so, like, people had phones, but they weren't like what they were now. So I'd have like 2 screens up. One screen would have some movies running, a TV show running. I'd be playing some Entropia Universe. YouTube wasn't really the thing then, so it's not like you could listen to podcasts. You just have like some background shows going on. So a lot of the time it was like Stargate I was watching, just having a good time, you know. I don't know. It was simpler days, and it was, you know, it was old school gaming. So I like to be able to sit back and reminisce sometimes, and it's nice. And that's why I like to play this game. Like a lot of people, they think since I've got this affiliate code that I should be selling the game or anything like that. But look, if this is something that interests you, it's a game that you are going to play, because there is nothing like it in the world. And there's nothing like it in the world with the longevity of this. Crypto games are just cheap. No, actually not cheap. They're just imitations of this game from what I've seen. Most of them do not have the legs to do what Entropia Universe has done.
Speak quickly.
And it's literally going to do, it's the 3rd engine switch. Oh boy. Did we just get, oh boy. Oh, my Dargina did this to me. They know what I'm doing. They just teleported me into the spaceship. We are not leaving, boys. We're not getting out of here. We're going back in. That was scary. I didn't expect them to do that. They just jumped me in there. All right. This island's got some tricks, but Serial Overdrive has more. Hopefully. Maybe. Possibly. We'll see. So where am I? I'm down here. So I think we're already here, but maybe we're on a different... No, we were here already. Let's just drop another probe. Nope, can't mine in that zone. All right. So we're going to have to go down the hill, jump to a whole new area, and then try mining there, because I don't want to remine this. Well, maybe we should remine this area and just see if some more claims pop up. Because here's my theory on how mining works. So the way I think it works in basis is there's a claim there, and there's a depth on that claim. Your chance of finding the claim is dictated by your skills and how deep your finder is set to reach. Those 2 things are combined. That gives you a chance of finding a claim if there is a claim, and then the rest is just an algorithm.
What would you ask of
death? I think that's how it works. You know, it's simple, but at the same time, it's nicely done. And each area has a different depth, and each areas have different stats and things like this. And if you can find an area that has a perfect depth for your finder and your skills, you're more likely to be successful. So you can see the average search depth is 522 meters, which means if I find an area that has an average like claim depth of 522 meters, I will be the most successful as I could be. So I think that's the whole thing. You're like finding the right area that matches your depth, and finding an area that has a high markup ores and
Do not seek
So it used to be back in the day, you could just find these veins, and it would just be these lines of resources, and follow those and mine to your heart's content. But that is a little bit too easy. Also, back in the day, you could trail a miner and get the claim before them. So a claim was actually something that wasn't automatic. Right now, it's automatically claimed. It's yours. You run to it, you pull it up. But it used to be you couldn't do that. Whoever could get to the claim first was the person who actually got the claim. Which meant when you're mining, you'd always have to be doing this to make sure no one was behind you, because if someone was behind you, and then you found a claim that was back behind you, they'd see you turn around, they'd turn around, try and find it first, and they'd run to it and grab it. Also, they didn't show up on the radar, so that makes things even hairier. It was intense. It was intense, but it's sort of good that they undid this, because like it's way more chill now, for being honest. Anyways, let's keep mining. Let's see if we can't break this game. So yeah, if you look back, mining's had a few different tweaks and changes. I think that simple algorithm helps. And you can see right here, depth 380. So a new player can't find resources that are this deep. You've got to go in. Like they're less likely to find it than I am, I think. So I think going in with this gear gives me a very big advantage. And I'm just trying to play the field and see what we can do. And let's see. We're gonna see if this works at the end. We're gonna total everything up. Now, while we're doing this, you can see down here we've still got a few drops left. We're gonna see if we're profitable at the end. Well, let's talk merch. Not Entropia Universe merch. We're gonna talk Serial Overdrive merch, because I don't know if people know this. Like it's literally new. So the channel hit 50,000 subscribers. It's not all Entropia Universe subscribers. It's not all anything really. Like I do a lot of how-to videos, and I did a whole thing on Rust where I ran like I was doing console Rust for like 2 years, actually making a good amount of money doing it. I got tired. The game It's a really good game, a really fun game, an amazingly built game. Nothing but good to say about that, but the community can be a little toxic. And that's an understatement. That is understatement. Yeah, that's it's like saying Ukraine and Russia don't really agree with each other right now. That's an understatement. They really hate each other, at least politically, I'd say. I don't know about the people, I can't speak for them, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's an understatement, right? Like, it is a toxic game. It's one of the most toxic games I've ever played. Like, in the year 2024, there are still people debating whether it's valid to use the N-word because it enrages people and makes them more likely to make mistakes. So it's the only game I've ever seen someone defend racism by saying it's tactical racism. And there's players that agree with that. They're just like, yeah, it makes sense. Tactical racism, it's a thing. I don't think it should be a thing. I think it's ridiculous. Anyways, that's Rust. And you can imagine that after a while, it does get a little old, that level of toxicity. That was actually a pretty good claim right there. So I'm putting it down for a little bit. I'm going back to PC Rust here and there. I still love the game. I love the concept of the game. It's just, it gets to be a little much, and I find myself walking away more upset than when I started, and that's not what I want from gaming. I need experience. A target. In Tropia Universe, on the other hand, I walk away more relaxed than when I started because I'm not gambling like a ton of money here. I'm trying to figure out the loot algorithm. I'm trying to break even, but if I don't, if I lose money, it is what it is. It's not about getting dollars. That's just, to me, $5 is not a significant enough amount of money for me to worry about. I'm just playing the game, having a good time. I've never even withdrew money from this game, so it all just sits in here. So, you know, it's a use it or lose it type situation. I'm not even losing that much, so why not? Anyways, I don't know how I got on that talk, but yeah, I've got 50,000 subscribers. And at 50,000 subscribers, I wanted to do something a little special for people who can't mind that. Okay, sorry, we're gonna go over here. For people who've been following the channel, right? People who are part of the channel, people who've supported the channel, just to give them some options to not just support their channel again, but sort of like feel like they're more part of it. So I made some. Ooh, we got double claims right there. Bing bang, boom. Oopsies. Got a little guy chasing me here. That's okay though. They'll give me some free dodge skills, or bait skills. Anyways, I wanted people to feel more part of the channel, so I made some merchandise. I was in Japan recently. I got inspired by some of the stuff I saw there. I really like how they do this. Like, it's like a very discreet shirt. Like, you get black, and then you get this like nice little sort of gray outline. You see it, but it's not something that's like in your face. And I like designs that aren't like too flashy, right? Like, I'm the type of person that if I'm at the store and I like a design, I will buy a shirt like this. It's expensive, but I don't necessarily like shirts that just scream like I feel on this or this is a brand I love. Right? Like, brands are brands. There's a few exceptions to that. There's a few brands that I think are really amazing, but I don't think I deserve that, and I don't think a company like Gucci deserves that or Louis Vuitton. Like, I'm not just gonna buy something and get it because it's got its name plastered all over it. Like, I think, to me, it feels like it's just not my style. I like something that's a little more discreet. So I thought it would be cool to put out merch that was a bit like that, right? A little more discreet, but just sort of, we gotta get out here. This thing's doing a little more damage than I thought he would. What do we have here? We got an Azuro. Yeah, let's just pull this pistol, why not? Oh, we do not have enough shots to pull this one off, do we? We do have explosives. I don't know what that was. He was like running away and then he came back. Now we're just, you know, use a rocket launcher and see if we can't. There we go. For those of you wondering about beating the loot pool and everything like that, using explosives to hunt is extremely inefficient. Do not do as I've done, just done. Anyways, I got some, I like that design, so I tried to make some designs that were like, you got the little Serial Overdrive logo, somewhere it's a little bit bigger, and somewhere it's like more of a sort of background type thing. Why you'd want to buy merch, I think it's cool. Like, honestly, if I'm, yeah, like, if I want to buy like an Tropia Universe hoodie for when I'm playing in Tropia, or drive merch when I'm playing video. I like to theme myself by things like this. You know, when I'm playing Rust, I spawn in naked, so I'm sitting there butt naked which makes it very awkward because there's a picture window out front so I can see what's going on in front of the house, and the school bus drops the kids off. They don't like it any more than I do, but look, if the devs wanted to change it, they could make characters spawn with clothing. I could do it in the options too, but I choose not to, just like they choose not to. Anyways, you know, like, I like to theme myself to the game I'm playing, right? Like, Christmas, I like to wear Christmas stuff. You don't see me wearing it in July because that's not the thing. I'm not Australian. The days aren't mixed up in my head. And now, I want to make a few different merch options like that. So there's a merch store. If you're wondering about prices, they seem a little steep to me, okay? They do seem a little expensive. I get that.
It's too far.
But honestly, on everything, if you go to that video where I announced, I say thank you for helping me get to 50,000 subscribers, which honestly, thank you. Like, every single thing without you, because 50,000 is a number, and it makes 50,000 people. If you subscribe, you're one of those people. And if you can get to 100,000, that would be amazing. We are closer now to 100,000 than we are to 0. So that is something that I'm super pumped about. And if we can get there, that would be awesome, because then I get like this nice little plaque and I can hang it up in front of my computer and look at that and say, like, I did a thing, which is cool. Like, how many people get that? I actually don't know the numbers, but it's a rare thing to get, unless you're someone like Cristiano Ronaldo or some famous dude who can just make 10 million YouTube accounts and get 10 million buttons. Then it doesn't really matter to you, but to me it does. So it'd be amazing to see. And all that's to say is, for the people who contributed, for the people who want to feel like a part of the channel, I want to make merch, and I want to make it as cheap as possible. So all of the merch, I'm making $1 to $2 on it. It's extremely minimal what I'm making it. Is basically the cost to produce the merch through Teespring is the cost that's passed on to you. The prices differ based on where you're located. That's because of shipping, production, I guess, and everything like that. So I think it's a lot cheaper in the US than it would be in the EU. And there's just like this, I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe it's taxes or what, but like profits are less there. So I did what I could to make everything seem as fair as possible, to match the prices as evenly as possible. And in most cases, I'm literally making less than $1 off every purchase. Because I want people to feel like they're part of the channel. I want them, like, you've helped me get to this by liking a video, by watching even this deep into a video, by enjoying the channel. Like, you're motivating me to keep going. You're motivating me. Every view counts. Like, that motivates me to keep making videos. People commenting and having these discussions in between videos, that motivates me to, you know, talk about more. It's, if you've been around for any amount of time, you actually played probably a more important part in this channel than you realize. And I feel like trying to profit off people buying merch at this point would, in a way, be sort of taking advantage of things. And it's not taking advantage. It would just be, it wouldn't feel right to me. Because I know times are tough. There's a lot of layoffs. I'm not even working right now. So money's tight for people. And I don't want to be the reason that people are not able to pay for something. It's just maybe the next time you go out to buy a hoodie, or you go out to buy a t-shirt, if you want to support the channel, you can buy one of these t-shirts instead of your typical shirt. And hey, if you're looking for cheap t-shirts that are even cheaper than what I've got, TJ Maxx is amazing if you're in the US. You get some great deals too. Like, I really like my stuff from there, because you get these like really cool looking things for like $5-10. And some of it's fast fashion, but some of it has actually lasted a while. Which I love. I mean, I wear shirts, like, people make fun of me because they're just like in real life, they'll be like, well, why are you wearing that? I've got a nice car. They'll be like, you're driving that and you're wearing that. What's going on? You got, you know, your car is a nice, like, shiny color. I just bought it. I'm happy with it. And then your shirt is faded. I'm all, it's 15-year-old shirt. And it's like, why are you wearing 15-year-old shirt in an expensive car? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't like to throw things out. I don't like to waste. And the shirt's still good. Like, it's not ripped anywhere. So it's just a little faded color. Maybe they'll come into style at some point. I'm told it will never come into style at any point, but, you know, I still wear it. I do have new clothes too. Like, if you know, I'm not one of those guys who think showers are optional or anything like that. Like, if I'm going to a nice restaurant, I'm not gonna wear a tattered, like, decaying, decrepit shirt. But I'm just going out to a bar to get a few drinks, like, you know, why not? Or if I'm going to work. It's funny because I'm looking for a job right now. When I wasn't looking for a job, if I go into work dressed up, people would always accuse me of job hopping. Like literally, like there was a job I worked at, and for a while I was just sort of like, it was winter, I was just wearing hoodies, whatever, and then like when nicer weather comes out, I'm gonna go out to eat, like go out for some drinks with the girlfriend, all that, and I decided to dress up nice, you know, like I got my button up on, I go into work. And the first thing I'm asked in a meeting is like, where are you applying to? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you never worn a button-up shirt before. If you're wearing a button-up shirt, that probably means you're applying for a job. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm going out after work. I want to look nice. And like, nobody wears button-up shirts to work anymore. At least not in computer engineering fields. You only do that if you want to look good for an interview. And I stayed for another 1.5 years, so I'm assuming I proved to them either that I'm a complete idiot and failed the interview, which is, it's me, so 100% possible, or I proved that I was not actually going for a job. But yeah, it's like nobody ever wears button-up shirts, so I'm allowed to wear stuff that's tailored, that fits in with the culture, I guess. It makes me look down to earth. People are okay with that, but they're not okay with me wearing a tux. So if they are okay.
Donald Morrison was caught during the To Catch a Predator sting of Fort Myers, Florida. He was 48 years old at the time and believed that he was talking to a 15-year-old female. Over the course of this video, I will review Donald's chat log with the perverted justice decoy and take a look at the confrontation with Chris Hansen. The information that is available to us is just a small window into Donald's life, a window that I will be using to speculate on what may have been going on with him around the time of this incident. The commentary that I provide on this situation is for entertainment purposes. Be warned, the content of this video is verbally graphic. Viewer discretion is highly advised. Due to community guideline violations, I will no longer be able to present the chat log portion of these videos on YouTube. This is something that I find to be completely understandable. The content within those pages is absolutely abhorrent, and I didn't really shy away from shining a spotlight on some of those many nasty words. If that section of video is something that interests you, you can find the chat log sections over on my Patreon. I greatly appreciate the support if you do decide to jump over. With that out of the way now, let's dive right in and see what happens over at the Sting House.
Hello.
Hey, come on in!
We got a big house.
Try one of my cookies, they're so good.
Chocolate chips my favorite.
Mine too.
When I make them for Christmas, I make about 10 dozen of them.
Whoa, why so many?
Because we usually got family in from the up north. We had like 14 of us here this year.
Holy cow.
Can I get you a glass of milk to go along with those cookies?
Sure.
When reviewing this moment, I found myself repeatedly asking, what is Donald? For starters, as you saw me pick on quite a bit through his chat log, it appears that he really likes things to be clean. He definitely wanted the decoy to be clean. Yet here he stands, looking like something that represents anything but clean. There's a big old stain of something on his shirt, and there is varying reports online as to what this is. Grease? Coffee? Boob sweat? Personally, I don't have the strongest opinion of what it may be, but what baffles me more about it is his seemingly lack of shame in this moment. The man is 48 years old, clearly has something on his shirt, unfortunately for him, is overweight and is losing hair, and all around looks like someone who's not taking care of themselves. At the very least, it looks as though he's having a really bad day. To further add to this image of a docile grub, he looks around the house in awe, stuffs his face with food that has been provided for him, and engages in a casually innocent conversation regarding cookies. The thing about the conversation which I find striking is how calm he is with it. I can't help but to feel as though he is genuinely interacting here. He's not trying to groom with these opening words. He is connecting with another human as they bond over food, talking about the cookies that he bakes for his family. The man looks docile. He sounds docile, harmless even, which in turn is highly troubling due to the reasons that have brought him into this house. Because of his appearance and initial conduct here, it would seem to me that he either does not know what he looks like and how he comes across, or has long lost the ability to feel any sort of cuteness due to his presentation. This may sound outwardly harsh, as though I judge people based on appearance or whatnot, but I disagree. Had Donald walked by me in any other situation, I would not take even a moment to analyze his appearance. In the everyday world, people look and speak how they wish, and it's not my business to judge them based on that. There's been some moments in my life where I'm positive that I look like a rat out of hell. I lived out the back of a vehicle for a time there, whilst I drove to the central of Australia in the middle of one of our heated summers. No showers, not many spare clothes, and a spray bottle of water to keep me cool. I guarantee there would have been some people who observed me crawling out of that car some mornings, and likely thought, I'll be staying very far away from that creature, thank you very much. My point that I'm making is that I have a very high tolerance for how people look, yet once a person enters the realm of soliciting a minor, then it is all open for scrutiny, and scrutinize I shall. It makes no sense for Donald to be as outwardly jovial and casual as he is right now. It seems as though he has forgotten that he is nearly half a century old, looks like a slob, and doesn't belong in this house with a minor. He strikes me as just one of this 15-year-old girl's little friends, coming around to his buddy's big house because she has rich parents, and he's wearing his dirty play clothes from the day, eating those cookies that he loves so much, and talking about family Christmas. Donald is a child. A dangerous, horny man-child. What causes this, one might wonder? In my opinion, many things, but we have barely even begun the video segment, so I will leave these thoughts to be broken down later on. What I will say to close this tangent off though, is that putting my feelings of disgust aside, I find Donald to be a very intriguing character indeed.
Can I get you a glass of milk for those cookies?
Sure.
What's going on?
I don't know, I just was talking to her and she said come down and visit her. I have a compulsion just with for younger women, just meeting them. I've had about a dozen of them online.
And so this is something you do frequently?
No, I haven't done it in, well, actually, I haven't done it since I moved here to Florida.
And where did you live before?
Texas.
And so you did this a lot in Texas? Did you ever get in trouble for it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, I got in trouble because I met a girl in Michigan.
Before we listen to Donald's Michigan story, let's go back and pay attention to the way he speaks about the young girl as Hansen first enters.
What's going on?
I don't know, I just was talking to her and she said come down and visit her.
It sounds like she is just an object to Donald. A pawn on the chessboard that Hansen has brought out upon walking in. This is a look into how he really views the young girl. He doesn't refer to her by name. She is not his friend. She is just that, a nameless young female, one in which he has chosen to grace her with his presence on this night.
I have a compulsion just to look for younger women, just meeting them. I've met about a dozen of them online.
This is an interesting admission to make, and one that will color the rest of this interview. Donald fully admits to his issues with fantasizing about younger girls, yet he will attempt to defend his position of being in the house as innocent, like a cat burglar who was caught in the museum after hours, admitting to authorities that yes, they are most definitely a thief, but on this particular occasion, they just wished to admire the art on display, not take it.
And so this is something you do frequently?
No, I haven't done it in, well, actually, I haven't done it since I moved here to Florida.
And where did you live before?
Texas.
And so you did this a lot in Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get in trouble for it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, I got in trouble because I met a girl in Michigan.
And how old was that girl?
17.
And what trouble did you get in there?
Well, her grandfather wanted me to try to charge me with something. They couldn't do anything. So they arrested me for trying for possessing child pornography because I had nude pictures of her on my computer. They ended up dropping the charges.
I see. And how did you get the naked pictures of the teenage girl?
I met her in Michigan. And I took them.
You took the pictures of the girl, and then you put them on your computer?
On my computer, yeah, they were digital pictures.
It's a fine line that Donald is trying to walk here, being as truthful as he possibly can, all whilst looking as good as he can possibly manage.
Well, I got in trouble because I met a girl in Michigan.
And how old was that girl?
17.
And what trouble did you get in there?
Well, her grandfather wanted me to...
It would seem that his mouth has begun to formulate words much quicker than his mind anticipated, leaving it scrambling to catch up. Notice how he takes a moment to pause and chew twice as his mind races around possible exits, and after 2 attempts, he finds the opening that he was so desperately searching for. He chooses to avoid the details of what he did and goes straight to the result. Tell Hansen what the grandfather tried to charge him with, as using the word try implies that said grandfather was unsuccessful. This allows Donald to present himself in an innocent light, using the words that he did not speak.
Well, her grandfather wanted me to try to charge him with something. They couldn't do anything. So they arrested me for trying for possessing child pornography because I had nude pictures of her on my computer. They ended up dropping the charges.
Notice the shoulder shrug as he makes these claims. It's intended to subconsciously show Hansen that what he is speaking about is not a big deal. The shoulder shrug is something that we often see people do when they are displaying a sense of confusion and defiance. And Donald is using this movement to emphasize the innocence of his words. He is not only giving Chris a verbal runaround, but a visual one as well, as the casual shoulder shrug conflicts directly with the severity of his spoken words. It's moments like this coming up where I really like Hansen's work. Instead of avoiding the roundabout runaround description that was just fed to him, he opts to dig the knife in and cut away the crap of what Donald had just spun.
And how did you get the naked pictures of the teenage girl?
I met her in Michigan. And I took them.
Although I do find one of my eyebrows raising at Donald's rapid-fire response to Chris's direct confrontation, what I find more notable in this moment is the perfectly placed blink.
I met her in Michigan. And I took...
It occurs in a position which could suggest that Donald knows his words harbor a lot of disgusting content, despite his casual demeanor. The man crossed multiple state lines to meet up with this young girl, and he somehow obtained, hopefully not forcefully, but however it was done, it's not a pleasant thought, nude photographs of her. He admits to it, and I see the blink here as a sign that his mind is reacting to how difficult it is keeping his cool whilst saying such a thing to Hansen. It's that moment where his mind buckles and slips a little, like an old wooden door that's been hit with the raging waters of a flash flood, doing its best to hold steady under the pressure, but a small leak springs through.
And I took them.
You took the pictures of the girl, and then you put them on your computer?
On my computer, yeah, they were digital pictures.
How old was the youngest girl you ever met?
17.
17.
Most of them are like 21, 22.
And tonight, though, you were willing to come meet a 15-year-old.
Yeah, I don't know why.
You don't know why?
Well, I know why.
Well, you treat this like, you forgot to pay for some candy at the grocery store.
I came to met her because she told me that she was bored. And I said, well, do you want me to come down and meet you? And she said, sure, come on down.
And you...
So I said, okay, that's it. I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have done it. I knew I shouldn't have done it.
What?
That pause there was pretty spot on for comedic value, hey.
Tonight, though, you were willing to come meet a 15-year-old.
Yeah, I don't know why.
You don't know why?
Well, I know why.
Well, you treat this like, you forgot to pay for some candy at the
Hello.
grocery store.
I came to met her because she told me that she was bored. And I said, well, do you want me to come down and meet you? And she said, sure, come on down. So I said, okay, that was it.
Technically, Donald is not lying. The statement he made is accurate, but much like his story about the grandfather trying to press charges, there's a lot of details that have been left out. Details that absolutely present insight into the intention of why he is here. There is a pattern emerging of how Donald handles confrontations resulting from his own actions, and it would seem that in these moments, he chooses to avoid acknowledging important details in an attempt to evade consequences for his actions. State the facts of the situation, Donald, and leave out the details. It's something that a naughty child would do. Leading directly from this moment, it could be due to editing, or possibly due to Donald's frantic mind panicking at Hansen just staring at him and not responding. He admits his guilt. I'll take the video back a few seconds so you can get a full understanding of the seamless transition that he makes from his defense to the admission of guilt.
She said, sure, come on down. So I said, okay, that was it. I know it's wrong, I shouldn't have done it. I knew I shouldn't have done it.
Why'd you do it?
I don't know. Just, because when people sweet talk me, I fall.
You say, if you are ready for sex, I'll give it to you, but I have erectile dysfunction. Won't get real hard. Sure sounds like you were preparing for a sex act.
I was preparing for it because she said that, I said, if you saw what I said, if you want it, I will give it to you, but I'm not going to force anything that you don't want. I'm not going to force myself on you.
That doesn't make it legal, though.
I know it doesn't make it legal.
I hope you are all getting used to these rewinds, because Donald is not slowing down at all.
Why are you doing it?
I don't know. Just because when people sweet talk me, I fall.
The victim mentality. He has alluded to it earlier with his dance around the grandfather pressing charges, yet here it rears its head for us to openly see. Donald is saying that he has been sweet-talked by the girl, which resulted in his presence, and I can only assume that he's using this as some sort of tactic to obtain sympathy, hoping that Hanson will say, "Ah, hell, Don, you seem like a pretty big loser." Totally understandable that the sweet talk would bring you in like this. And to be fair, it is quite a decent argument if one is trying to understand the man's motives. It's most definitely not a solid argument to clear his name of wrongdoing though. And so from an emotional standpoint, I can't help but to take these words and believe them at face value. Maybe it's because he is truly pathetic, or maybe it's because he is fully aware of this pathetic display that he presents, and then utilizes the awareness of his person to manipulate others into cutting him slack. Whatever it may be, I am going to dive into these thoughts. There is zero evidence that this man was sweet-talked during the chat log. Hell, he didn't even really sweet-talk the decoy. She gave him ample opportunity to sweet-talk her. Moments where she displayed caution, hesitation, and apprehension. Moments that had taken and delved into a conversation about her feelings, life experiences, and bonded over a mutual understanding of existence. You know, sweet talk sort of things. But that was not present at all, and it makes me wonder if this man has had such a life of rejection and insecurity that anyone who is not instantly blocking or ignoring him is regarded in his mind as sweet talk.
You say, if you are ready for sex, I'll give it to you, but I have erectile dysfunction. Won't get real hard.
Well, that kind of blows his sweet talk argument out of the water, hey? I doubt Donald knew Hanson had the transcript, and to bring it out on that very line, that romance-infused line, really shows just how sweet the talk got.
Sure sounds like you were preparing for a sex act.
I was preparing for...
This will start Donald's frantic struggle to maintain any sort of control. As the chatlog revelation so often does, this predator is thoroughly frazzled. The forehead is creased and eyes wide open. He knows he's in trouble now. He's worried, and watch now the bumble of words that spews out as he tries to find his ground.
Because she said that, I said, if you saw what I said, if you want it, I will give it to you, but I'm not going to force anything that you don't want. I'm not going to force myself.
He got there in the end. That was a dicey one though, but our friend Donald made it. I think the relief was so intense when he found it, that it even forced him to take a breath mid-sentence.
Force anything that you don't want. I'm not going to force myself on you.
That doesn't make it legal, though.
I know it doesn't make it legal.
You going to tell your folks about this?
I'm going to tell my folks about it.
You are?
Yes, sir.
How do you think they're going to react?
Oh, I know. My mom's going to take my computer and completely throw it away.
You're 48 years old, Donald. Why should you rely on your mommy to do discipline?
For a 48-year-old man to say that his mother is going to completely throw away his computer shows to me that he is not mentally aged beyond a teenager. This would make sense why he chases after young girls. He likely connects with younger people, possibly via video games, chat rooms, and forums. People his age would not be relatable to this man, as people his age generally would have a level of independence that Donald does not know. Most other 48-year-olds live in their own space, have a career, and even families. By Donald saying that his mother will throw away his computer as punishment for soliciting sex with a minor, he has unknowingly revealed to Hanson and all of us, just how underdeveloped his independence is. There could be a variety of reasons for why his life has gone down this path. For starters, I would like to say though that living with one's parents is not a bad thing, at any age. It all comes down to circumstance. Possibly one is taking care of their folks due to aging or illness. Possibly one has fallen on hard times and needs the support of loved ones to get them back on their feet, emotionally and or financially. Or maybe even one just has a great relationship with their parents, opting to live with people whom they enjoy being around, as the dynamic is no longer parent-child. These and many other reasons make living with parents okay, but when that living arrangement creeps into the realm of reflecting a relationship one should have grown out of years ago, then there is a major problem with the development of that person's independence. As we grow, we need to find our own voice, and quite often, although we may adopt traits from our parents, there's a high chance that we become much different people than they are. Each person has their own rules and standards that they like to live by. Some people are tidier than others, some more talkative, sociable, and others make a loud noise, like cooking breakfast early in the morning, or staying awake late into the night. None of these things are illegal, but all of them can irritate another person, if they are the right person to be irritated by it. An individual at some point in their life needs to go out on their own to find out who it is they are, to learn what makes them a complete person without the guiding lanes of a parent who has had much more time figuring out this stuff for themselves. If this journey is never had, then likely Donald here is the result. It is not his predator status in which I refer to, although that is a possible path that could come with it, but something else. A person who resembles a child, someone that likely no adult would want to connect with for more time than is ever necessary. The person would never learn lessons from anything that we all learn from. Obtaining new jobs, meeting new people, relationships starting and ending, arguments, experiences. All of these things assist us with getting to know ourselves. And without this, it would lead the individual to experience feelings of isolation, depression, hopelessness, and more. And likely, they would have no idea why this is. This is something that I believe Donald has been living with for a very long time, and evidence to support this is apparent in his very next line.
Because of, like I said, lack of judgment, being lonely, having no girlfriend, physical contact with anybody, just lost it.
If I'm reading correctly between the lines, Donald is expressing just how sad his existence is. He desperately wants to connect with someone. It's not just the physical intimacy that this man craves, but also the emotion. Despite this though, I opine that he would not be capable of it, even if it fell into his lap. A creepy place to fall, given the context of this video indeed, but you get what I mean. Who knows if his parents are to blame, or if it is more Donald at fault, if they overbearingly allowed him to become the child that he grew into, or if his laziness and lack of motivation allowed his loving parents to nurture him into a fully grown child. All that we can tell from this video is that he is here, he has a child's mind and reasoning capabilities, and he has sunk to the dark corners of human existence by becoming a predator.
What made you think that this might be a police operation?
Just after seeing all these things on Dateline, this is the first time I've done it since I've been here.
So you've seen all the Dateline stories? Mm-hmm. And what did you think of those stories?
I thought some of them were pretty bad. I saw the one where they were coming over for sex with boys and stuff like that, you know. And I'm not really into, pedophilia. This is probably considered that.
I'm not really into pedophilia as a pretty damning statement to make for him. Anyone who is innocent defends their innocence with heated confidence. But Donald here dances around this statement. But yeah, I'm not really into it, as he shrugs that casual shoulder. This leads me to believe that the man has a large amount of lewd imagery with minors stored not only on his computer, but in his mind. We've seen him so far be pretty honest, even though he does avoid details. And I believe that it's happening again here.
Hello?
He is admitting to what he is, without going into the details of it.
When you said you thought the Dateline stories were pretty bad, did you think the stories were bad, what Dateline did, or did you think what the guys caught on Dateline did were bad?
Some of the things that Dateline did.
So wait, let me get this straight. So when you say you thought that the Dateline stories were pretty bad, are you talking about the stories or the guys who were caught in the stories?
The guys that got caught in the stories, and I know this is probably going to be on Dateline too, so go ahead and put it on.
Well, you know who I am.
Yeah, I know who you are. Once I recognized it.
There is a little visible moment of acknowledgement here as he states his recognition of the celebrity, the pause mid-sentence and the blink as he catches Hansen's gaze. Donald has likely had a feeling that he's been caught in this sting, and this here is the moment where he admits to himself the reality of it.
I know who you are. Once I recognized it. You know, I recognized the voice. I don't really watch Dateline. I mean, I'm usually working 2 to 11.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline
Right,
NBC.
I understand.
Chris really wanted to hear his name being said out loud, hey?
I know who, I recognize it from the voice.
And everything you've just said and done has all been recorded.
Okay.
And if you have anything else you'd like to tell us, we'd like to hear it.
Just saying that, you know, I shouldn't have done it. I mean, this is something I normally don't go out and do.
I want you to be honest with me. If I wasn't here tonight, and a young girl was, who was alone and willing to have sex, what do you think would have happened?
Probably would have happened.
Probably would have had sex. You would have gone ahead and done it.
Probably, yes. I mean, I could say honestly, yes, it probably would have if she would have, you know, said, hey, let's go for it.
And you don't see anything wrong with that?
Yes, I do see things wrong with it, but I have lack of judgment.
Donald dies on the innocent hill in one moment, and then admits guilt in the next. He doesn't make much sense at all. I guess that's the mystery of some people though, hey? They don't make sense. Some of the best people I know don't make sense. They are enigmas. Existing one way, but then showing me at some point that everything I thought I knew of them is nothing more than an incorrect assumption. An assumption that I had made out of a need for people to fit into boxes in my mind. Up until this point in my life, I'd only really paid attention to enigmatic people on the positive side of human existence, and it's quite confronting to see them when they exist down here as well.
Donald, you're free to walk out that door. That same door you walked in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing, you know, kicking me in the pants and setting me straight, Chris.
This moment right here is one that I've pondered for quite some time now. As Donald thanks this man who has just revealed that he will be ruining what little peace he has in his likely sad life, it appears that he is fighting back a smile. Initially, when I watched this, I thought the smile was a nervous response that people tend to do when attempting to tiptoe through a difficult conversational moment. But as I rewatch it multiple times, I feel as though he is fighting back tears. If this is the case, then it makes sense why I have such an emotional response to this moment. I myself have done this many times in my life, fighting back tears. There's one time in particular that comes to me in this moment of reflection. I was in my first year of high school, which I believe in America is called middle school, and I was experiencing proper bullying for the first time. A few boys older than me were pushing me back and forth between them after school. As it happened, I remember feeling so angry and so helpless. Yet all I could do was to act casual and cool as I spoke with them during it. I didn't ask them to stop, but more play along with what was happening. Oh, good one. Ah, I almost tripped there. Knowing that they were mocking my words, I tried to show them that I was unaware of my status as the one being bullied, as though I was in on the joke with them. They called me names and treated me as if I were a ball in a pinball machine, and they threw my belongings around. I remember the smile that kept trying to creep in as my tears wanted to burst from my eyes, and all I could do when it was over was to walk home and pretend as though it hadn't happened, do my best not to cry, not to admit to myself that I wasn't strong enough to stand up to them. Someone grab a violin, hey? I know that story isn't so bad in the grand scheme of things, but up until that point in my life, I had not experienced that sort of hopelessness. I can't help but to feel, if Donald here is fighting back the tears, then maybe this is the first time that he's felt the true sting of life in such a way. Sure, he had gotten in trouble before with that young girl's grandfather, but he got off the hook. In this situation, he is the subject of the so-called bullies. Hansen stands there, playing the role in Donald's mind of a better man that he could ever hope to be. Hansen's little gang is there too, with cameras and equipment, snickering and laughing on the inside, not wanting to look this disgusting man in the eye. And to top it off, he has seen the program before. He knows outside the police lie in wait. There is no escaping this one. He has been bitten by the biggest bully of them all, and that bully is life. What can he do other than stand there and hold back the tears whilst he thanks this man for the rightly deserved punishment he had just received? Looks like he's still holding on to that victim mentality, but what a way to learn this lesson, hey? I do feel sorry for Donald. I don't condone what he did, or has done. I think that he is a vile creature that wouldn't have stopped until someone stopped him. But nonetheless, I do pity him in this fleeting moment.
Let's say it's a bit the first and a bit the last time. I'll give you permission to even monitor me if you want to.
I appreciate that.
I'm willing, if I can find a counselor, I'll go to counseling. Am I going to be arrested when I go out there?
That's not up to me.
Okay.
But you're free to go.
And that's Donald Morrison, hey. I know I had a big old speech near the end there about how he is nothing but a bullied little boy, but he blasts that theory out of the water in the very next moments that followed, telling Hansen that they can monitor him, that he has learned his lesson, and that he'll go to counseling. Then directly afterwards, he asks if he'll be arrested. Your claims of rehabilitation and monitoring seem to resemble that of someone trying to avoid trouble, Donald. Hansen does not confirm whether he will or won't be arrested, yet I'm fairly certain that Donald knows he will. And because of this, he defiantly slaps his papers off the table in a show of frustration and angst that his sob story did not work. I really do wish we had the uncut footage of this interview, as I believe that there is a lot missing from it. A hidden flow that I think would help me make more sense of the man. I've classed him as a mystery because of his choppy thoughts, but now that I think about it more, I did notice that the editors of this program decided to place things Donald had said after Hansen revealed his identity near the beginning of the video. If they had done this, then who knows what the true flow of this interview feels like. One day we may have the uncut clips, and when that day comes, I shall revisit Donald. But up until then, I would just have to operate as though the clip we've witnessed is a true representation of the man. I did say it before, but this man is an enigma to me. Is he a scared little bullied boy, or a cold-blooded predator trying to wiggle his way out of trouble yet again? To be honest with myself, he's probably both. Remember earlier I said enigmatic people don't fit into boxes? Well, here I am trying to fit him into a box, where the reality of the situation is likely that each and every one of us is an enigma to the right person. Just because I do or don't understand someone doesn't mean that you may not. And that's what I love about these sorts of people. They make me stop and think about my own thoughts. They make me question what it is I know and how the world might operate from another perspective. To you, this man might be nothing more than a bumbling, greasy idiot who requires no more thought or feeling beyond disgust. But to me, he is a bumbling, greasy mystery. I'm certain, as with all of these commentaries, that someone who watches this video will offer their own perspective on this man, and it will open my mind to things that I couldn't have seen on my own. And I look forward to that. It's one of the things that I enjoy about life, really, learning more from those around me. What's that saying? Every person knows something that you do not. Anyway, I'm getting carried away here. Time to refocus on Donald. I would like to know what the family dynamic with this man at home is like. It would shed a lot of light into his deeper personality and could present a few answers to questions that I have, such as, are his parents enablers? And does his home environment reflect the image that we see of this man here today? What I would not like to get lost amongst this moment of ponder is the fact that Donald is a dangerous man. Possibly more dangerous than other predators, as he openly admitted to not only doing this with others, but having met and pushed his dirty desires onto at least one other girl that we know of. I'm glad that this man was caught here, because there was not a doubt in my mind that if he wasn't, he would have tried this again and again and again, until one of two things happened. Law enforcement stopped him, or death did, and who knows how many lives he may have traumatized along that long and grimy journey. As we come to the end of what is likely all that we will ever see of this man, I can't help but to wonder what turned him into this dangerous man-child. Was he always this way? Did he become this way after a tragedy? Did this experience actually kick him in the pants and get him to turn his life around? And my biggest wonder is who he may have become had he spent less time chasing after minors to fill the void of his loneliness and more time focusing on his own independence. After this sting, Donald was sentenced to 9 months in jail. He also had to register as a lifetime sex offender. In 2012, he violated his RSO status when he visited a North Fort Myers library and used the computer there to look at pictures of children.
I knew this was going to happen when Dateline was in there.
A library employee reported this to the police, and then Donald told them that he was assisting an incarcerated woman by sending her photos of her 9-month-old child.
I'm diabetic. You need needles in your pocket? No, sir. Go to your knees to your chest. Roll up. Get my glass.
Donald is said to have a YouTube channel where he once defended his actions, but upon looking into it, I couldn't find those videos anywhere on it. All that remains there are a bunch of really strange and creepy things that I'd say you're really not missing out if you choose to not go over there.
Donald Morrison, you're charged with sex offense against a child.
Your Honor, may I ask a question?
No, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
I
Victory
haven't
for
got all
Sylvanus.
day. Goodbye. I'm listening. Embrace the shadow. Dark Lady, watch over you.
And I was like,
yeah, don't worry about that. But what I was saying was, I was actually not even
referring to that when I said I hope you understand. What I was saying was I hope you understand that, like, why I'm nervous about the whole thing, about meeting you and everything, and the whole thing about breaking the law. That is what I'm most concerned about.
I know.
And I don't want you to, I mean, I just want you to understand. I know that you probably don't know much about it, but I mean, it's just something I've been, like, reading about, and every time I read about it, it's like, fucks with my brain and fucks with my mind even more. You know, like, is this, like, worth it? Is it, you know, not that you're not worth it, like, it's worth it, you know, so, like, it's risk. But I'm glad you get it, because you have to get it in order to
I do. I don't have to like it, but I do.
Right, of course. You don't have to like it, and I don't either. Like, it sucks, but the people that take advantage of it, and that's why they have laws. So, you sound so cute on the phone. I mean, I'm sure you're even cuter in person.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's different. I mean, you're comfortable for different reasons now. You know what I mean? I'm uncomfortable because it's like breaking the law. Like, if I was to, like, you know, have sex with you, which I know I can go out there and don't have to have sex, but, like, it happens. You know, that's the part that I'm, like, afraid of, and breaking the law, and the consequences are pretty harsh, and I know I'll be attracted to you. And
I know, because I'm already attracted to you, and I know.
So, I mean, I know it's so fucking crazy to even talk about, like, getting married to avoid these issues.
Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today, we are going to be covering another case from the television show To Catch a Predator, more specifically, the case of Jeff Sokol. In our last video on this subject, Jeff's name came up nearly 100 times in the comments, and so we thought it best to respect your wishes and give you what you wanted. The majority of the information presented in this video was found on the To Catch a Predator fandom wiki, along with skiplook.com. But the video of the police interrogation comes from Red Circle Interrogation Confessions. Their channel is a hub for interrogation footage, along with interesting deposition footage that remains completely unmonetized. I will be leaving a link to their PayPal and their Patreon link in the description box down below, and I highly encourage you to support them as well. As always, if there is a case you would like to see us look into, or a video you would like to see on the channel, our email is always open. We are currently sorting through over 2,000 requests, so it might take us a while to get to yours, but we are constantly going through new emails and adding new cases to our list. With all of that said, let us begin. Jeff's life prior to his featured appearance on To Catch a Predator was fairly unremarkable. Jeff described himself as a sports enthusiast whose ultimate dream growing up was to find a job in sports management. He wasn't skilled enough to make any teams, but he believed he had the know-how and knowledge to make professional teams better. Unfortunately, he didn't. According to those who interacted with him, the realization that he would never make it in any sports-related field made him incredibly depressed, and when he eventually began working at an entry-level position as an insurance auditor, he felt stagnant in his life. Eventually, Jeff would get married, but the marriage would ultimately end in divorce when Jeff was 34, and it's good that it did, as whoever that woman was wouldn't be affected by Jeff's starring appearance on Dateline. Jeff would make an online account under the name Cecil the Lion. He then reached out to an account that obviously and noticeably belonged to a minor. He began to engage with the account, completely unaware that it was being run in collaboration with law enforcement. After very little conversation, where the decoy stated directly that they were 13 years old, more than 30 years younger than Jeff, Jeff asked to move their conversation off of the chat site and talk via Skype. The following is a portion of their conversation. Jeff: I'm stunned just how beautiful you are. You're really 13? Decoy: you have some badass tats. Jeff: thanks, I like my tats. Decoy: yeah. Jeff: did you ever think you would say a 44-year-old dude is hot, lol? Which, to be clear, she never said. Within minutes of their first conversation, Jeff had already decided where this conversation in relationship with this minor was going to go. He wasn't going to pretend to be a good guy telling a child about the dangers of the internet. He wasn't going to feign interest in her life and pretend to be a mentor. He was talking to her because he wanted to feel desired, specifically by a minor. Immediately after that interaction, he tried to get her on a video call, but she claimed that the camera on her device didn't work. Jeff then clarified that he wanted a video chat with her for the express purpose of making sure that she wasn't vital and not someone attached to a predator sting, which clearly shows that he, the 44-year-old man, knows what he is doing is wrong and legally dubious. One of the prevailing comments we get on our content going over these cases is that the men that talk to these decoys are practically forced into it. This line of thinking asserts that the decoy is the driving force behind these interactions, and if the decoy wasn't so sexually persistent, these men wouldn't succumb to them. But in nearly every conversation we have covered, within the first hour of conversation, each man will make mention of the fact that he shouldn't be talking to a child, and that the interaction is strange, and that he could go to jail for talking to her. But these statements do more than show presence of mind. They also show that these men are willingly and purposely attempting to groom these young girls into keeping their relationship secret. They repeatedly compliment and affirm the person they believe to be a child, often complimenting them in ways they have never seen before. They make them feel special, seen, and most importantly, adult. And because they are the only person in the child's life making them feel this way, the child is keen on holding on to this relationship. It makes them feel cool and older, and so when the predator tells them that the thing they are doing is technically bad and that they could get in trouble, the child becomes eager to protect it. It will keep the interaction away from their parents, deleting all chat logs and evidence, using burner phones the predator pays for, and so on. Jeff understands this, and is attempting to implement this in the conversation, completely unaware that he is talking to a team of adults who cannot be manipulated in this way. Jeff states this himself after he tells the decoy that he wants to have sex with her. He writes, "Do you know why it's having sex with a minor is such a serious crime?" When she says she doesn't, he explains, because adults have been known to manipulate and brainwash minors into sex. A minor sometimes isn't old enough or mature to make certain decisions. Something could be promised to the minor in exchange for sexual favors. A minor is called a minor because they can't always make a logical decision. Okay, so he spelled it out right there, didn't he? He knows that a minor, which he believes her to be, cannot consent to any sexual contact with an adult. He knows that minors can easily be manipulated into sexual discussions and actions by adults, and he knows what he is doing counts as that. This isn't a simple mistake that he's making. It's multiple deliberate actions taken over the course of weeks to manipulate and sexually abuse a child. After a couple days of conversation, in which Jeff repeatedly asks the decoy about her sexual history, he goes on to say, "So let me ask you something. I realize this is a loaded question and might be tough for you to answer, but besides being your friend on here, chat buddy, or whatever you want to say I am, what do you ultimately want out of me?" The decoy replies, "I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I like talking to you. What about you?" Which reads more or less like a rejection. She isn't affirming their relationship in any substantial way. Jeff then answers the question, "Not sure, but I am afraid of the fact that I am so attracted to you, Bailey." Their conversations continued over the next couple weeks, with Jeff reaching out to Bailey nearly every day to compliment her and talk to her sexually. He asks her about her sexual history, if she knew how to pleasure herself, and went so far as to discuss making a marriage contract for them so he could legally have sex with her, if and when they met. Their 2 weeks of chatting culminated in one phone call I played earlier in the video, and Jeff driving 2.5 hours from his home in Boston to Fairfield, where Bailey told him she was home alone. On his way to the home, Jeff stopped to pick up a small pizza and some alcohol for his date night with a child. However, upon arriving at the Sting House, he was met with an uncomfortable situation. I will leave a link to Jeff's appearance on the show, but he immediately approached who he believed to be a 13-year-old and attempted to hug her, which she rejected, stating she wanted to talk to him before any physical contact. In their conversation, Sokol stated that this was his first time that he'd ever met somebody online, although he had talked to several before. He then took out a pill from his shirt pocket and told the decoy he needed to take it for eating the pizza, as if the pill was an antacid. However, it was later discovered to be Cialis, a drug that treats erectile dysfunction. Shortly thereafter, Hansen made himself known to the man, and instead of showing any sense of awareness about the situation he had found himself in, Sokol began to eat the pizza he had brought, and answered questions from the reporter about why he had come to the home. In the conversation between Sokol and Hansen, Sokol repeatedly stated he hadn't done anything wrong, and that meeting people online isn't illegal. He seemed to think that this reply was the ultimate gotcha moment in the conversation, repeating it with the tone of superiority. But while meeting someone online isn't illegal, meeting a child after detailing how you would like to sexually abuse them for weeks is. Again, I will leave a link to the full conversation in the description box down below, but I highly encourage you to watch it for yourself if you haven't. After Hansen and Sokol finished their discussion, Sokol was arrested and brought in for police questioning. The worst thing that could have happened to Jeff Sokol just happened. When Jeff was at the Sting House, talking to Chris Hansen, instead of the 13-year-old he believed himself to be dating, Jeff was likely running on adrenaline. His mind was going a mile a minute, trying to find a way out of the horrible situation he had found himself in, and all he succeeded in doing was eating a comically large slice of pizza. The interview we are about to watch takes place hours later, and though the circumstances are still dire, he will have calmed down considerably. Let's see how he does.
Okay, we could probably just kind of start with what happened this evening. Some of the text, several pages. The text between you and female. Just tell me what kind of happened from your standpoint tonight. You're in, I assume, at home in Brooklyn, and you're corresponding with this younger girl.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking to meet her, and I know you're not going to believe me, but I honestly was not having sex with her.
So this is a portion of the chat log. Jeff, could I stay at your house? Maybe I will come down Friday night and leave Sunday. If we hit it off, when I meet you, I'm going to want to be intimate with you.
I know I talk about that, but it's talk. I wasn't planning on having sex with her unless it was bright and legal to do it.
But he was planning on having sex with her. We have over 200 pages of chat logs where Jeff is detailing his plans on having sex with her, and going over how he plans to drive down from Boston, pick up a pizza for the two of them, and then have sex with her. And given that he had to drive from Boston and pick up a pizza, he was clearly planning on going through the remainder of his plan. It would make less sense that he would stop halfway through and decide that having sex with the 13-year-old that he'd been talking to was immoral and wrong, but still followed through with going to her home and hanging out with her platonically.
I don't know if I would have or not either, but I was not going to.
What do you mean by right and legal to do?
No, I mean, if I, she seemed like somebody, you know, that was mature and somebody that, you know, that wanted to hang out with. And so I wanted to meet her and find out if she was what I thought she was.
He wanted to meet her and find out if she was really a child who would be willing to have sex with him, is what he's saying, which is obviously repugnant. But in the chat logs, Bailey did not come across as mature or older than she was. The decoy went to great lengths to make Bailey act like a typical tween would. She didn't know what a lot of things were. She talked a lot about school and the dynamics between her friends, and she couldn't make any decisions for herself without her parents' intervention. The general concept that this 13-year-old was acting like an adult, so much so that a 44-year-old man felt that his attraction to her was understandable, is false, but also ridiculous.
So how long have you been corresponding with her?
3 weeks.
How did you meet her?
A chat site.
What was it called?
Flyer Club.
Flyer Club, is that, what is that? Is it, kind of a hookup site or something?
I think chat rooms, but I mean, I don't know if it's a hookup site because there's people there that are.
Have you talked to people before, girls, guys, or
yeah,
on that particular site?
Yeah.
Have you talked to younger girls before today, or in the last couple weeks, rather?
No, not that I know of.
So what was the interest in this particular girl? Let me back up a second. Are you married? Have you been married?
Yeah.
Divorced? How long?
15.
10 years or more. 8 kids. What was the reason for the dissolution of the marriage? I mean, issue with the first, or she with you?
No.
They never dating and things since then. Relationships, have you had any recently?
Yeah, I mean, a few, I mean, I had a short one over the summer, a couple months.
How old was she?
41.
The adult one. Yeah. Have you, met or chatted with or visited younger girls before?
Younger, yes, but I mean...
What's your, I don't know, younger than me is about in the middle 20s. From my standpoint, I'm a little older than you, but what's younger than you?
I mean, yeah, I've dated girls in their 30s and 20s.
And yeah, I mean, have you, this is supposed to be sure the first time you met a girl was reportedly 12, so you were 12.
What would you say?
I said, I'm sure this isn't the first time you either chatted with or met with.
It's too far away.
Supposedly 12 years old.
I believe it was the first time that I thought.
It was? I don't know, you may have an issue or a certain fetish or attraction to younger girls, you probably do.
Yeah, I've never met, I've never gotten to meet a girl that was a teenager.
Jeff makes the distinction that he had never gone so far as to meet a child that he spoke to online, and he would periodically state that the decoy was the first girl he had ever spoken to in this manner. However, in his conversation with the decoy, he had stated that he had talked to other minors, but he had just never taken the steps to actually meet them. I'm more inclined to believe that. He also made it a point to state that this is the first time that he had spoken to a minor that he is aware of, implying that if they find evidence of him talking to another child in a sexual manner, he was unwillingly duped into it, which is incredibly far-fetched.
Saturday night, it's got it from basically the Boston area.
I just had nothing to do. I figured we'd just hang out, and I was just gonna drive home later tonight.
You talked, I know in the text there was some mention of a marriage kind. I don't know if it's a religious thing or something else, but what's the deal with the marriage certificate? With that conversation? Or a marriage agreement or a contract you talked about?
I know I was joking at one time when I said, is it in the contract?
So, I mean, I know it's so fucking crazy to even talk about, getting married to avoid these issues.
He wasn't joking. Between telling the decoy how much he wanted to have sex with her, Jeff repeatedly brought up that if the two were to get married, he would legally be able to have sex with her. He only stopped bringing this up when he found out that they would need to get her parents' permission to do so. The entire chat logs will be linked in the description box down below, but I cannot emphasize enough how often he brought up the fact that he wanted to get legally married to this child so he could sleep with her. However, before he stated that he wanted to actually be married to the child, it was clear that he didn't want to act like a married couple. He directly informed her that the marriage would only be so they could sleep together, as he didn't want to fully commit.
Charlie had mentioned of bringing some type, maybe it was in jest, but did you mention bringing some type of marriage contract or something like that?
No. Bringing something? No.
You mentioned having her sign everything or both of you sign it. But I agree with the paperwork. It's thick, but some conversation about that.
Yeah, there was conversation about that. I was just explaining to her that people could get married by just signing a contract, signing marriage documents.
So you're talking about the 12-year-old girl. Right.
Yeah, but
you could probably understand about
that.
They're actually both wrong. She said she was 13.
I'm just Tommy, what's going on in your life that we even have you, going down this road? Maybe you've always lived like this. I don't know, but it's a concern, obviously, to everybody. For a 12-year-old girl, and she was 14, but it's certainly illegal and horrible in most people's lives. You'll drive from 2.5 hours away to see this girl.
I didn't think it was against the law to meet with somebody just hang out.
You probably, I don't know.
Is it? Is it? Just like hang out with somebody? Hang out? If I had sex with her, yeah, that would be against the law. But
This is something that Jeff and multiple other predators have tried to fall back on whenever they are confronted. They say that technically, because they weren't caught in the act of abusing a minor, that they didn't do anything wrong. That just because they had sexually explicit discussions with a child, detailing how they would exploit them and then travel to see them when they knew they would be alone, doesn't mean that they would actually follow through with it. But that's an incredibly weak argument, especially given Jeff's own repeated assertions that he was going to have sex with her if and when they met in person. If a person states they are going to commit a crime, writes down the exact things they would do to commit that crime, then proceeds to start doing those things, they are probably going to commit the crime. Moreover, what Jeff has already done qualifies as a crime, specifically solicitation of a minor. Solicitation of a minor is a criminal offense whereby a person engages in a conversation with a minor, and during that conversation, solicits or asks the minor to meet up to partake in a sexual act. Most criminal state laws say that a person commits the crime of soliciting a minor when 1. He/she engages in a conversation with a minor and 2. During that conversation, asks the minor to meet for the purpose of engaging in sexual intercourse or some sexual activity, which Jeff obviously did. So his insistence that he technically has done nothing wrong is, unsurprisingly, wrong.
Let's just take a step back. So let's just say you never got divorced from your wife, and you had a daughter. You said it was 10 years ago, right? You were thinking you got divorced. So let's just say as a result of the marriage, you had a daughter or a son who was 10, 12, 13 years old. And it's Friday night, and you and your wife, hey, honey, your daughter's name is Tatum, and you want to come to dinner and stay out a little bit late. You stay at home and come to find out, you walk in, there's a 44-year-old guy from, 200 miles or 160 miles away. Is everybody cool with that?
Well, obviously, at first, no.
After first?
Yeah, when they first walk in, it's not going to be cool. But if it was somebody like me, I don't think there's a threat.
How do they know what your intention is? You're talking about blowjobs, sex,
they don't.
Other issues, and you're not talking about maybe some kind of interest of music or sports, which is also, the whole thing would be weird. I think it's what everybody would think. I think you actually would too. It's unhealthy and strange. A 44-year-old guy, once he got in touch with, in common with a 12 or 14-year-old girl. And why, if you lived in a big metropolitan area, would you drive whatever the distance was, 2 hours away on a Saturday night?
Isn't that all speculation to me?
That's the speculation. I'm looking at this.
You're speculating that it was like
Jeff is being ridiculously defensive here. He's sitting back with his arms crossed in a defiant pose that is similar to a petulant child, and his arguments are just as lame. The officer just noted that the majority of people would think that it was weird that he, a 44-year-old man, would drive 2.5 hours to spend time with a 13-year-old girl alone after having multiple conversations about sex, which is just factual. Jeff tries to claim that the assertion is false, and all based on speculation, as if the officer and Chris Hansen are being unfair in assuming that had Bailey been real, he would have had sex with her, but that's so plainly untrue. Jeff talked about having sex with this minor for 3 weeks. He detailed all the ways he would go about doing it, and even researched how to make the action legal, just in case. He begged the minor to send him customized photos and get on video calls with him so he would know she was real, and he made a plan to drive down to her house, grab food for them to eat, and then have sex with her. Then he actually executed that plan. You would have to be so painfully naive to believe that he wasn't going to follow through with the remainder of his plan. But Jeff thinks that this is the ultimate power move in this argument. He thinks that he just bested the officer, Hansen, and the entire legal system.
It didn't say that.
You didn't say that? Well, tell me what you said.
Well, we talked about having sex, but that doesn't mean...
Isn't that strange?
It doesn't mean I was going to. Tonight.
Well, yeah, tonight, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week.
Maybe once you're 14.
So where's that in the conversation? Did you mention that?
I mentioned that I looked into the laws and stuff about the minors. I was looking into it.
Why would you do that?
No, it was going to meet to hang out.
So you knew there was an issue. There's no way you wouldn't research it.
Yeah, but there's an issue if you do this and this and this. But because, and this is just, I was looking, I was just like looking down the road, like let's say I did like her and she liked me, why not? I mean,
but this is somebody you've never met before.
I know. I was just thinking out loud, looking at the big picture. That's all. Doesn't mean I was going to do what I was going. What I was.
Is that like lack of a better description of the couple say like you want some very young girlfriend or bride? It's not some fantasy you have, which is fine. It's a fantasy. I just want to know where you're coming from.
I feel like in particular to her, and she happened to be.
This is through all, chatting or texting. Somebody you never even met. So, this thing you're talking about that. It wasn't anything but me exposing this girl and even know what it's about. It's not like you saw her or
Well, that's why I came down, was to natural. If you, what was your name again?
It's Detective Kelly.
If you read all the time, I don't know if you read all.
I did not. I probably can't digest them all right now. Sure. I'm trying to look here.
Sure. But if you read a lot of it, the exchanges between me and her, I was always aware and scared of any consequences if I was to do something wrong. Like if I was to have sex with her, and to be honest, yeah, of course I'm not going to get trouble. I saw she's beautiful and everything, but I was not going to risk anything by having sex with her. I just wanted to hang out with her, and I was going to go home.
Yeah, but I mean, it's different. I mean, you're comfortable for different reasons. You know what I mean? I'm uncomfortable because it's like breaking the law. Like if I was to have sex with you, which I know I could go out there, you don't have to have sex, but like if it happened,
yeah,
that's the part that I'm like afraid of, and breaking the law, and consequences are pretty harsh, and I know I'll be attracted to you. And
I know, because I'm already attracted to you. I know.
So, I mean, I know it's so fucking crazy to even talk about, like, getting married to avoid these issues.
You're going to meet her, hang out with her.
I can't trust anybody, obviously, now, even more so, but,
How do you think we and she feel?
Well, see, I get it. I get it. You guys.
We're trying to protect the innocent and the vulnerable, right?
Yeah, but
just like when you were that age and I was that age, you wouldn't want some guy, attacking you.
He's dangerous, of course not.
Or maybe he just has bad intentions. you were 12 or 14 years old, if there was some guy in your life, or appeared in your life, who's in his 40s, and is talking about having sex with you with different things, isn't it your parents and the police and the school system's job to kind of protect you from that person? And sometimes if you're not being like totally honest with your parents, if community people, we're one of the alternatives sometimes we have sting type operations like this, where we never catch anybody. Because you're not going to tell anybody. You're so paranoid about your position and statutes. Because you know it's right?
Right.
And I'm sure in here there's probably conversations with a girl about, you didn't tell anybody about this, right? Or something like that, because you're afraid of the kind, and you didn't go when the parents were home. If it's wonderful, then yeah, if your parents are home, that's great. I'd love to meet them. No, your parents aren't home, right? Kind of thing, they're away, they're not coming home, whatever. You with me? And I think this probably goes back a long time. This did not happen overnight. I'm a little bit older than you, and whatever my makeup is physiologically and emotionally and every other way, it didn't start last week. So you probably had these fantasies, desires, interests probably your whole life, actually, or until you became an adolescent or something.
Fantasy about what?
I'm assuming younger women. And maybe as you got older, like you wanted to stay in that realm, like other younger girls that like them better, whatever. You would have to tell me what the attraction was.
Never happened before.
So we're talking like 12 years old. It's like 6th, 7th grade. You know what I mean? It's a young human being. I'm going to use your term as 14.
I know it's both young, but it's a little bit, different.
Is it being a teenager? Is that the big hump that you need to hear? Like, okay, she's a teenager. She's 13, she's not 12. She's 14, she's not 12.
Jeff tries to guilt the officer by stating that after this interaction, he was going to have more trust issues, which is a truly ridiculous thing to say. It's like if an attempted murderer were to say being arrested was traumatizing for them. But the officer's breakdown as to why sting operations like this exist, and how he isn't the victim in the circumstance, is fantastic, when he states that these online predator stings only occur because people like him purposely hide their desires and intentions towards children and try to manipulate their victims into hiding their relationship. Sokol puts his hands behind his head. He's trying to catch his breath and calm down. His being directly confronted in this manner is stressful. When speaking about what happened in a nebulous way, Jeff has tried to make his actions seem small and inconsequential. Sure, I tried to talk to a child sexually online, tried to pit her against her mother, and told her repeatedly she couldn't tell anyone about me, but I'm not a pedophile. I wouldn't actually follow through with acting on these things that I was talking about. But as Officer Kelly discusses how predators like Jeff operate, and his actions line up with other pedophiles, Jeff's anxiety spikes, and he has attempted to calm himself down.
It's 2 years old.
Yeah, still 2 years under the age of majority, right? Certainly not, morally or mature enough to consent to anything. Right? They have the legal right to do it. Because why? Because they're really young, so they
Sure. Why, if you thought I came down there to have sex, why didn't you wait and see if that happened?
Quote, if you thought I was going to come down here to have sex, why didn't you wait to see if that would happen? That is, without a doubt, the stupidest argument anyone has ever made. He literally, unironically, unblinkingly, without a hint of understanding how stupid what he was about to say was, asked why they didn't, the police, allow him to begin sexually assaulting a minor before arresting him. Wow. If I were the officer, I probably would have laughed at him.
Why would I want to put that girl that was in the house through any kind of a horrible experience that can get really out of hand really quickly? And no offense. There was like several cops there and other able-bodied guys. You'd be in probably some kind of pain at the end of it, because if you got maybe your clothes up and you're trying to grab her, we come in not knowing what you're capable of. Why not do it like as much as we can as a gentleman? You're seated, Chris Hansen speaks to you, you're free to go. you know, you were compliant, and you were, you know, didn't throw you on the ground or anything. We handcuffed you, we brought you. You know, I mean, why would you want to take it to another level where it's horrible? And she has to go through that, what, several times because there's several different guys like yourself that are coming to meet her?
I haven't got all day.
Would you want to do that to anybody? Like, honestly?
No,
put her, even the hug. As soon as you got there, you're trying to hug a girl you've never met.
No, it's not true.
You know, well, maybe it is. I mean, I understand from your standpoint you probably want to, but from her standpoint, you're a total stranger, and she's probably a little freaked out by it.
I mean, go with everything. Just wanted to hang out and, you know, have pizza. I mean, I honestly, that's why I was there. I just
you need to.
My case, okay, for this is obviously there's a lot of text there,
yeah.
But I was trying to do things or you know, make it so I wasn't breaking the law. If I decided at some point that I wanted to, you know, have any relations with her, you know, I was trying to make sure that it was legal. Otherwise, I wasn't going to do anything.
Okay, explain that a little bit.
If I, you know, came down and I liked her, she liked me, and
right.
She was cool, and I didn't feel like she was, you know, too immature or too young or too, you know, the same. If I felt like I was on the same, you know, level as her, like, you know, emotionally and whatnot. I mean, I wanted to, you know, I didn't want to do anything that was breaking the law. So that's why I researched that stuff. Boy, never. I mean, that's like ridiculous that you guys thought that I would bring a contract down.
Well, we were going, I believe, through you're
interpreting it, but I mean,
once again, Jeff is acting as if he's being unfairly judged over nothing. That Chris Hansen and the police talking to him about the fact that he stated repeatedly that he would want to marry this child so he could legally have sex with her is out of pocket. But it's not. That's a strange, gross thing that he did, and they aren't unfairly judging him over that. I wish Officer Kelly and Hansen had read the chat logs enough to know that Jeff had never stated he was going to bring the marriage contract with him on the visit, because Jeff's posturing after this statement makes it clear he believes that he just bested the officer.
Maybe we are, I don't know, but I also see that you're mentioning that a 44-year-old guy shouldn't be talking to a 15-year-old girl like this.
Right, and so I felt guilty about it.
Your language online.
I felt guilty about it, yeah.
And you think you might be on the same wavelength as her?
There's plenty of, you know, young people I see on TV that are pretty smart, pretty mature.
13.
They're out there, yeah.
There might be, I don't know, there could be a couple out there, I think. Either they can be mature, but maybe they look like a little kid, or they could look older, but they're very immature. There's a reason these laws are in place, right? I mean, to protect people.
Right, and I said that to her.
Once again, this is a sentiment I have seen in the comment sections of videos we have made going over predators. The basic idea that if the predator tells the child, hey, this is wrong, I could get in trouble for this, and here's why, they are being straightforward and making sure that the child is okay with continuing to have the discussion. But, as most reasonable people understand, the issue stems from the fact that children inherently cannot consent. No matter how, quote, mature a child can seem, their brains are not fully developed enough to be able to consent sexually, and the idea that they would have any sort of control in a sexual scenario is ridiculous. This argument also tries to excuse the excessive grooming that often takes place prior to these discussions. By the time the predator, in this case Jeff, tells the child that they could get in trouble with the law, and that they don't know if they should go through with meeting them, they've spent hours talking, complimenting and endearing themselves to them. The child doesn't know if they are being used, and likely believes they have just made a friend, someone they can rely on, and so they are less likely to deny the predator. Trying to frame the child victim in the situation as a consenting, willing party is ridiculous, as many victims of online sexual exploitation tend not to come to terms with what happened to them until years later.
Meaning what? I'm still, you kind of expounded on it before, but you're like, oh, I want to do things with her, so in case I did have feelings for her and I liked her, like it would be legal. I don't know what that means. She's still, let's just say 13, because you mentioned 13 right here. So how does that still make it legal?
I don't know, she said she was turning 14, but okay. How does it make what legal?
You just said that. How would it make it okay if you're going to do things with her and she's 13 and you ultimately had relations with her, intercourse? How does it make it legal?
It wouldn't unless her mom consented to marriage. It's the only way it would be legal.
So you're gonna marry a 13-year-old girl with her mother's permission?
Maybe when she's 16, I would do that. Why is that like so hard to believe?
So, to be clear, Jeff isn't arguing that he didn't want to have sex with her. He's arguing that he wasn't going to have sex with her until 1, he met her in person without anyone else present, and 2, he could find a loophole that would make having sex with her legal. For example, through making her his child bride, which is obviously completely fine and normal, or at least to him it is. It's not that he would never do this, that the assertion that he would have sex with the child is so revolting that he's offended by it. His argument is that if he were to do it, he would do it legally.
Why is it hard to believe?
Yeah, that can happen.
I can't say I've never heard of it. Actually,
if I wanted to like,
maybe in other countries it happens.
Wanted to not break the law. That's what I would have to do.
You marry her now. You're 44. She's 13.
Yeah, I haven't broken the law. I mean, so that's the thing. It's all like you're speculating what I was going to do based on conversations.
You also drove here. You didn't just like have chat. You're bad enough.
So what?
You actually drove 2 hours. You're like basically my age. You drove 2 hours to meet a girl. Most guys,
you're putting it all together, right? Most guys, boys.
Most guys younger than us, our age, older than us, if given the opportunity, they might get in the car on a Saturday night and drive 2 hours if they think they're going to find, something that feels good at the end of the rainbow. But are they just going to do it to maybe meet somebody?
Most guys. So you're saying most guys. So it's like
you're driving from Boston.
You're saying most guys, right? That's not me.
Except it is to you, Jeff. They literally caught you doing this. The fuck do you mean it's not you? You can't be caught committing a crime and then turn around and say, hey guys, I don't know if you think I did this, but it's not me. I would never. And then expect to be let go. But here he is doing just that.
Who are you? Tell me who you are. Because based on the text and the behavior you exhibited, I'd say you fit right in there. You just happen to like them much younger than what's normal.
Maybe.
Or illegal.
Maybe I enjoy just, talking about it. I don't know. With
a 12 or 13-year-old girl. That's a problem. I don't know you. I never saw you before in my life. That's a major league problem.
Doesn't seem like a lot. Just seem more mature than that. More than, compared to what?
Like a 28-year-old woman, like a 22-year-old girl. I'm talking about a 12 or 13-year-old girl. And she's acting like she's 18? Yeah, so what? She still tells you she's 13 years old. You're 44. I mean, seriously, that's a major league problem.
According to the law, it is.
But according to what you, it's not?
In my head.
In your head?
Knowing what I was there for. Knowing that I was not dangerous, that I was not a threat to her, that I was not planning on having sex.
Not planning on having sex? What if you just happen to meet a girl that is like...
I'm out of range!
You know what, for whatever reason, she's only 12 or 13, man, she's a pistol, and she's all over you. What are you going to do, push her away?
Yeah, if I knew I can go to jail.
You would?
Yeah.
And why did you bring the Seahawks?
You know what, that was in my car.
I don't care where it was, it was in your pocket last time.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave it in the car.
And I said, what's in here? Just I believe it said like CVS, either ibuprofen or something like that. You're like, yeah, that's all it is. And then we researched it.
Right. Sorry,
you're not even. Why don't you tell me the truth?
I just got handcuffed. I don't even remember answering you, to be honest with you. But
But no big deal. But it's not like you had some other medicine, like I want to pick out of the top of my head, that's like completely unrelated to any kind of sexual interlude. This is like right up that alley, right? It's correct. So the chat, the drive, the Cialis, the fact that for some reason you think that this is like some innocent meeting between a mature 12-year-old and you.
I carry the Cialis around. I just do. And, you know, sometimes I leave it in my car and I just didn't want to leave it in the car.
Doesn't it belong in a prescription bottle?
No.
It doesn't?
No, that's smaller. I usually carry, I have other pills too, but I put in there. Right.
You don't see a problem with any of this, like honestly.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so you see a problem?
I see a potential problem.
Do you have like nieces, nephews, whoever in your life, in your family?
Yep.
I don't know their ages, but maybe some are around her age.
Honestly, Detective, I did not think about breaking the law to come meet a girl. I honestly didn't. If you read the whole text, read everything, you can see how scared I was to meet her. Just you know,
listen.
Just scared of the whole situation. But
you're scared of her for basically one reason. And the reason is that your clear intention was to have sex with her. Because if it truly was just to meet somebody, you wouldn't even be nervous about it. You'd be like, screw it. I would have no interest in having sex with this girl. It's chatting. My right hand to God, and I'll swear to the parents, they could be home for that matter. I'd love to meet them too. And my intentions are pure. Your intentions were not pure. That's why you had the reservations you had, right?
It was a new situation too, and never done it before. So yeah.
But you're 44 and she's 12, 13.
There's all these laws about you know.
Thank God there are, right?
About minors.
What if there weren't?
Listen, I know what I'm capable of. Okay. And now you think that I'm bullshitting you.
No, you're trying to kind of massage the corners with, you know, do I think you're realizing and being honest with yourself and with me about what you did? No, I don't think so. But you're talking about it. I appreciate that, but you're not. If you truly looked in the mirror and thought about what's going on and what you did tonight,
that's because I don't feel like I did anything wrong.
Well, if you want to keep it in the straight and narrow and say, all I did was come here and bring her a pizza. Yeah, I mean, any uncle, any neighbor, any guy who's written to any softball coach, whatever, as long as it's kind of like, you know, the parents know there's nothing creepy going on. Yeah, in and of itself, is that fine? Sure. But if that softball coach or whoever it may be is texting all kinds of things about having sex with a girl and a pussy and and sending a dick and everything else, and you're only 13 and I'm 44, and then you research the statutes and you drive 2 hours on a Saturday night, and you bring Cialis with you, and there's a reference to a marriage contract, because that'll somehow make it legal. It's fucked up. Honestly. Be honest with yourself. You don't have to try to bullshit me all day long. It doesn't matter to me. Most of the people I talk to aren't exactly honest. But if you ever want to get well and maybe get past this point in your life and not be back here sometime in the future, or somewhere else for that matter, or in a bad place,
it's not something
like seriously,
I said that.
Yeah, that's a problem. Your first kind of thought about this was probably the correct one. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, this is wrong. I shouldn't need to research a statute to see if I'm able to hang out with a 13-year-old girl and talk about having sex with her. We're not talking like senior in high school, we're not in 6th, 7th grade, right? You're 40. Not tonight, you just said before, if things worked out and you ended up having relations, you would want to know kind of like, it would be illegal.
Right,
it would be home.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it unless it was legal.
He wouldn't do it. So the Cialis is just, keep it just in case. And I'm driving 2 hours to meet a 12-year-old because I'm sure she's got a wonderful conversation. She's really interesting chat. Get a college degree. Where do you work?
If I wanted to, I would have taken the Cialis at home and just left it there.
I don't know. For all I know, you took one already. Maybe you took one at home, maybe you brought another one in case it was a phenomenal night, right?
According to Google, Cialis begins to work in 30 minutes, so if he had taken it home, he would have been driving with an artificially inflated boner for 2 hours.
Or for tomorrow if you slept over.
I told you I had it in my car. I rely on it when I date girls. So I have issues with that. So.
How about like, I mean, you're doing the texting thing. Were there any, younger girl kind of adolescent pornography either at your house or in your car or anything? Images, computer images, phone images? Did you send her pictures?
Yeah. Yeah, me.
Such as you? Like what? Dick pics?
No.
Naked chest? What? What's it?
Just pictures.
This is of her or just you?
No, it's just like pictures that are on my phone. Sent a random picture today, just like took a picture of myself with my phone shirt.
With your what, brother shirt?
Yeah. At the bottom.
Who's the girl September 16th? Friend of yours? Girlfriend?
Yeah, it's just somebody that I was chatting with that sent me pictures on the same site.
Did she send you any pictures of this girl? The girlfriend today?
Oh, yeah, she was.
Naked? Not naked?
Never asked for anything.
This is in your underwear, which is fine, but is that going hard?
I never left. I don't know what. So sent that to the girl.
Who's the dog, yours?
Mm-hmm.
For the kids. But if you took yourself out of it a little bit, like right now, I think, I'm sure you can understand why not only it's illegal, but it's just like flat wrong that anybody our age is doing something. You look at it as puzzle book like it's not a big deal. I don't even know you, but I feel bad that you're not somehow comprehending it.
I don't think Officer Kelly usually handles interrogations, because directly insulting the perp is not an effective technique, but him directly stating that he feels bad for Sokol because he doesn't understand that what he did is wrong and constitutes as a crime is incredibly funny, especially given Sokol's apparent arrogance in this situation. Watching another party tell him that he isn't smart enough to understand that he isn't going to argue his way out of this is amazing.
He's like so not even, you can't even discuss it. And if you actually think it's okay, that's or even kind of okay or situationally okay, it's like you need serious help, honestly. You really do, because that's just fucked up.
You're not saying that it's okay. I never said that. I was saying that my intentions were
what, pure?
My intentions were never to violate her, other than being in her presence. And that's something that, like, obviously it's like a back and forth that you guys would never know. Because you're not inside my head.
I know, but I'm going by the only way that I know you is going through the chat, your actions today, what you said. Like, where am I supposed to go black? Something else? You know what I mean? Like, well, how can you judge me other than what we're talking about right now?
You know, like, I thought, like...
Not me either, right?
How do you... When you... What?
I have no idea what this... What kind of a...
How do you...
How do I what?
So when you catch these, whatever you want to call them, sex, you catch these people meeting with minors.
Yeah. Like we go to you.
Right. So you know, you got me in the house and everything, and I just like, I had no idea what was going on. You always do it like that?
Always? No, there's all kinds of ways. Things like this come to light. There's times when something like this happens, and there's times when a parent calls because they just called a 15-year-old daughter or whatever, texting some guy says he's 30, come to find out he's 44 or whatever. And, you know, they want the guy arrested for statutory rape. And,
see, I thought it was against the law to have sex. They actually have sex. And then, like, let's say I had sex tonight, and then somebody found out that I was with her, and, you know, they did some sort of...
why would we want to wait until that happens? It's kind of like saying, well, wait till the guy, like, robs the bank before you move in. No, if we get probable cause to believe that these guys are running around the bank, well, we can tell there's lives, innocent people in jeopardy, or in this case, the girl in the kitchen with a hat on, they're going to let you rope her and feel her up and take your clothes off, so that what, I have a stronger case? Fuck that, you know what I mean? It ain't happening.
Officer Kelly is probably the best interrogator we've covered, because he's just a guy. He doesn't give a fuck about protocol or different techniques that can be used to get information and gain trust. He's just a guy dealing with a sexual predator who thinks he's smarter than he is. Moreover, the fact that he continues to look through Sokol's phone and open videos while Sokol is talking is incredibly funny.
This is, you know, the problem with society, you know.
What's the problem?
That law enforcement looks at, well, all kinds of people just think that men are pigs and all they want is sex.
I never said that.
That's what you're making out. That's what you're making it out to be. You're basically saying that it's not humanly possible for me to hang out with this girl and not have sex with her.
This is his dumbest argument yet, so let's go over it. Sokol says that the problem with society and law enforcement is that they think men are pigs, and it's impossible for him to want to hang out with this 13-year-old without having sex with her. However, society isn't saying that, Sokol's actions are. He was the one who began asking about her ex, if she was a virgin, if she'd ever been with an older guy, etc. He was the one who began pressuring her into keeping their communications secret, and making her promise to never tell anyone about him. He was the one who didn't want to engage with her in a strictly non-sexual way. He then went through the effort of driving 2.5 hours to come see her while her parents were away, and tried to take a pill for erectile dysfunction after leaving. All of those actions are not in line with a man who simply wants to hang out with a child in a non-sexual manner. Had he talked to her parents to see if they would be okay with him speaking to her, agreed to only talk to her while they were around, or only engage with her in public, he would look less suspicious, but he doesn't want to acknowledge that.
I didn't say it's not humanly possible. It's certainly possible that you could have drove down here after you had this actually kind of charged discussion, and maybe you're respectful, maybe you're like not some really aggressive guy, and says, well, I'm not feeling it tonight. You're like, okay, I'm gonna come back another day. But really, your intention was to see Alice, a lot of this discussion, marriage contract to make it legal. Why would I wait till, how am I going to take this on? Do this for? I'm going to do this for months and months and months? Until one night, God forbid, you like actually attack this girl? And nobody's there to protect her? You're making it sound like you're talking about, you know, shared love of music or something else. About sex
should have told her freaking 13-year-old girl. It's fucked up. Sex is a part of life. People talk about sex. One second. Hey, Kevin.
I'm going to fast forward a bit, as Officer Kelly decides to take a call in the middle of the interview.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, it really is like a. What's your password? It is a serious problem. Because you're still kind of acting like we had a guy earlier today. His ears are shaking. He knows it's wrong. He feels like emotionally, mentally, kind of unstable, totally apologetic. Similar situation. But at least I felt like he was kind of owning up for his intention. Maybe not necessarily today. Listen, you're acting like you're still trying to turn me to say, no, we're just gonna hang out. What's the big deal? Right, because that was my true intention. So I can't. What else am I supposed to say? With the Cialis. Yeah. Right. Yeah. With the never talked to the lady. With the sex chat. With a long drive. It's not like you said, hey, listen, I'm dressing up really nice to take you out or something to eat. That's cool, which is still bad. And it's leave it today. Look, you come in with a pizza, you want to hang out home. Parents aren't home. Thanks for that. Well, the first thing you do, you want to give a girl a hug. You let me in if the parents are home. Okay. Parents are home. But you say that. No, I mean, the first thing. Right. Why? You know why. Yeah, we both know why. I just want you to know why. And I'm well aware of it. I'm well aware that it looks bad. It looks bad, and it is bad. It's not just like, hey, we're jumping to conclusions here. This guy's a great SAT prep guy. He's working with this girl for the... I wanted to see what she was all about. I honestly was not planning on having sex with her. That is fucked up. No. You want to see what a 13-year-old girl is all about. You still don't see that as like being an issue. I can see how it is an issue for most people. Most people might say, at our age, hey, the girl's like 26, 28, whatever. A little on the younger side for us, but I want to hang out and see what she's all about. She's 12 or 13. 17-year-old boys aren't even interested in her. You with me? No, the condoms are a little fun. But yes, it's okay. Well, maybe you do. Maybe you travel with it all the time, but you put these things together, it's not like we're making a big leap here. You know what I mean? But you're still shaking your head with your hands, your arms are crossed, and you're kind of wondering, this is crazy. I just wanted to hang out with her. Because that's the truth. Even if that was the truth, which I don't believe. I'm not lying. That's all kind of a lie. Yeah. I'm listening. The order's coming. Just take a second just to maybe get back to your home life. So you live, you have an apartment in Brooklyn? You live there by yourself? What do you do for work? I think there was mention of Cheshire, Connecticut or something. Premium auto. Insurance. Auto insurance policies. So they're based in Cheshire, but you work or live in? Yeah, I mean, I work out of my house, but I mean, I have moments in the house. There are people all over the place.
I am forsaken.
And, you spent a lot of time chatting with this girl. Obviously, you have a computer home, I imagine. You go to different chat rooms and talk to different people. If we looked at some of those things, will we find other younger girls that you're speaking to? Is it a common denominator? No, I don't think you would find a common denominator. I'm talking about like age of a female. That's my common denominator. No. So you don't. No. Even what's the youngest girl other than this gal that you've spoken to for chatting recently or in the last couple of months? I don't focus on anything. They're all just 21. I never had.
Why not like 18 or 17?
Just didn't. I was not looking for that. This happened. This just happened. And
How did this jump out at you?
How did it happen?
You know, how did it jump out at you? Like, why would you be so taken with thinking? Where they got this?
Thank you. Like I said, it was like I said, it was just some, you know, she was somebody that I thought I was able to relate to and you know, have a conversation with. Not everybody that age you can do that with.
Sokol is trying to assert that he reached out to her because she seemed like someone he could relate to and empathize with. However, he reached out to her with the only available information on her profile being her age and her picture. The decoy didn't have a profile that seemed compelling or overly detailed, because that could easily become overwhelming. Sokol saw the profile, saw the picture and the age, then acted.
Well, I'm sure everything I tell you about her is probably not true because.
Granted, what do you know of her? That maybe, you know, if I heard it, I'd be like, well, she must be kind of special.
Well, she seemed smart. And she seemed like, you know, mature. Everything we talked about, she said she was a big hockey fan, and so am I. I don't know, it just seemed chill, like to hang out.
Jeff's entire interview has been predicated on the fact that he just wanted to hang out with this minor because they were cool, and she seemed cool, and sure, he would like to eventually have sex with her, but he mostly just wanted to be friends. But then when given a chance to describe her, to talk about what it was that drew him to her, besides the sexual aspect, he has virtually nothing to say. He tries to avoid the question entirely by asserting that everything she said was a lie, because she isn't real, but then when pushed further, can only manage to say that she seems chill, because they both like hockey. And even that isn't an interest that she has, it's an interest that he has. So his argument is basically bullshit, but had he responded listing all the things that she told him over the course of a few weeks, how she, I don't know, liked indie movies or something, his argument would have at least kind of made sense. But he couldn't even be invested enough in this fictional child's life to validate his own defense.
Just like you can't tell me when she went to a certain, you know, middle school, high school. She was going into high school. She had an ex-boyfriend. She had sex with him once or twice. Or, you know, single mother, parents in the house, siblings. You can't tell me anything like that.
Well, yeah, she said she lived with her mom, yeah.
What's her mother do? Where's her mother supposed to be today?
Yeah, she said her mom was away.
You know where? She possibly coming home early? No? Yes? Maybe?
I have no idea when she's coming home.
You didn't ask where she was going?
No, I think she's like away somewhere, so somewhere far.
You didn't inquire where though? If I was going to be careful to the point I'm going to research actions and know where, how much trouble I may or may not be in if things, as you said, like either got out of hand or you had relations, I would assume you'd know where the freaking mother was so that you don't want her walking in on you, right?
She said she was in Dallas.
Okay. Now what's her mother do? Do you know what she does for work?
She said she was in financial services.
Anything else about her chatting? The home life, or school, or friends?
No, I mean, she said she just moved to Connecticut.
Where'd she move from?
California, she said.
You know where?
LA.
You ever talk about having her come to meet you somehow? Or is it always this way where you thought that they'll come see you?
Yeah. Talked about it.
Did you ever plan on meeting her on previous occasions, maybe outside of the mother's purview, like maybe at a coffee shop or store or something?
Not that I recall. No. I guess, yeah. When she said her mom's going away, that was like an opportunity to meet her. You know, to hang out and meet her at her house.
Cool. Do you have any hobbies?
Yeah. What's that? Good times. fitness to work out. Football.
Coaching or anything like that? Volunteer only respect teach tennis?
No, I just
tennis to kids?
I don't. Play Friday nights.
Have you hooked up with any younger girls recently? 18, 20? Ever? Last 10 years?
You can check it out if you want to see me.
Check what out? I'm going to check out.
I don't know. You guys can probably check out anything you want. I'm not gonna lie.
So you have, what do you have in your home? You have computers, I imagine, or one or more than one for work? Or
Yeah, I got
personal?
work computer and personal.
What type of sites have you been on? You went on, I guess this one.
Closer.
Yeah, I mean, I use that site back on the board.
What was that, the password again? 4102? What's she in here as but let's go back today and look at this if I can get easier on me. How long have you been planning to see her today? I mean, sort of today was just like in the work for the day.
Actually, just made a decision today. It was possible, but I didn't. I had to get rid of it.
It's too far away.
So you did more research today, just found out you'd have to get more written consent by her mom if you're under 18. Fuck. That's in frustration, right? I have some ideas on this, we'll talk later. Okay, still pursue. Can we drink it? It's 13, right? No bullshit. And I'm probably doing you a favor.
To get closer.
You probably had a major league issue with this for a long time. And I don't know that you're going to rape her tonight. But you're certainly preying on her, right? She's 13, she's 14 years old. Are you going to drive down from Boston? You want to drink with her? You got a Cialis in your pocket. You may have one in your system. You don't want to bang the chick, right? You weren't going to.
Nope.
So even if she wanted it, you're drinking, you feel good, you got to be horny, right? You haven't had a girlfriend in a little while?
I was not going to do it. Why? Because I was too scared.
Of what?
Consequences. You can see I said it a lot in the messages. This guy.
So you're going to drink with a 13-year-old girl while her mother's in fucking Dallas, Texas, or wherever you said before, and you're worried about consequences? Like, seriously.
Yep. I'm serious.
We're adult men, dude. You can't be serious.
See, then you're
No, I'm being serious.
you're bringing that up again. You're basically insinuating that.
No, because I'm not 22, and you're not 50, and I'm not 50, and you're not 20. Like, I'm 47, so like we're in the same realm here.
Yeah, I understand.
And you're gonna drink with this girl, who you know is how many years under the age of, being able to consume alcohol? 7, 8, depending on what age you're talking about. Yeah. You have Cialis and the whole sex, texting stuff going on. It's like, seriously, just own up to what you did. You're trying to still kind of keep it over here, and it's not there. You're not doing yourself any favors the more you act like that.
So, while I believe Officer Kelly's approach to this interaction is funny, we can clearly see it doesn't work. if you were trying to get more information out of the person. Appearing to empathize with the person and pretending to understand where they are coming from, then poking small holes in their narrative, tends to be more effective, because people tend to want to speak to people they believe are on their side, and the police have more than enough evidence against Sokol at this point.
I mean, if you want to get past this and get well and not be in this position someday, probably in another police department or worse, if somebody ever walked in on you, you're with some girl who, again, is 12, 15 years old. Just look at yourself in the mirror and, like, think about what you're talking about.
Listen, I know.
You can cross your arms and hide all you want.
No,
you know what?
I know.
You weren't going to touch her.
No, I know that it looks bad. It is bad. It is bad. It
doesn't look bad. It's horrible.
Yeah, the whole thing is bad. But my intentions were not.
So you're going to drink with this girl. Like, how much alcohol is she a drink in her life? So she's going to act out, probably like a basket case.
Let's take a lie detector test.
That's going to prove what to me?
I don't know.
You're a fucking sociopath.
Let's go to court.
This is more important.
I don't know. Let's go to court. I mean, I would swear to court that
we weren't planning on having sex with her. Maybe you didn't plan on having sex with her, but it would have happened.
I am sick of it.
Yeah. Again, let's go back to this whole thing, remember?
Just hang out, companion, a friend. Seeing cool. I think there's nothing wrong with like hanging out with somebody to get a cool.
You want to? How can she be cool? No offense to anyone. Is that age cool to you?
I talked to her. Yeah. So figure that out. I'm not denying that it doesn't look bad. I'm not saying it's not terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible if I have sex with her. I agree.
It's terrible that you're willing to drink and put yourself in that position and come down here probably for the intention of doing that.
Right, and I can't control myself. You don't think I can control myself? Have a drink and have some pizza, and you don't think I can control myself and not have sex with her?
I don't know you at all. I would say you probably can't control yourself. Since you got in the car on a Saturday night and drove all this way to meet this girl you've never met, you chatted with about sex and pics and yada yada yada.
I'm out
getting
of
married
range.
and getting her mother's consent so you could have sex with her, so it would be legal to try to, circumvent the law. You think that's normal?
No, it's not. I mean, it's that.
And you always light up like you're proud of that fact. It's disturbing.
I'm not proud of it. I'm acting this way for several reasons. One, because I'm probably too much shocked to realize this is what we're doing. And two, I know what my
You can say that. Maybe some of what you're saying is accurate and true. I don't know, but
because I wrote on the site, I wrote all these messages stating that I don't want to have sex. I don't want to have sex if it's going to be against the law. How can you not interpret that as as me trying to not trying to obey the law? How can you interpret that?
The girl's 13 years old. You're trying to, I'll be blunt. You want to be able to bang her, and the only way you think you're able to bang her and have sex with her is by getting her mother to sign a marriage application. Right. That's the only reason. You don't even care about the mother. In fact, the only reason you're in the house is because the mother is 1,500 miles away.
Right, and I realized that would have been virtually impossible.
As it should be.
Right.
God forbid it happened all the time. Where would our society be, right? All these creepy older guys be going after these, middle school girls? Fucking 6th or 7th grade, and that's who you're attracted to. And she's like, you said she's mature, and she's got, she's really smart, and she's really...
I don't think I was going after her. I mean...
Well, you can drive and she can't, so she's not coming after you.
Whoa. But she's pursuing me too, online and...
Yeah, with this little adolescent brain and intellect, right?
So let's go over what Sokol just said, because it's important. She's going after me too. This kind of thinking is actually incredibly prevalent with predators, and there's plenty of media where this kind of dynamic is depicted. The general concept is that a minor can sexually pursue and seduce an adult, and that they should be seen as equals should anything occur. But there is a clear divide here. A child can have a crush on an adult, attempt to flirt and pursue them because they don't actually like the adult, they like what they represent. They are cool and control, and they have all the freedom that the child doesn't have. The child believes that if they were to engage with the adult in this romantic or sexual way, they too will be seen as an adult and mature, and they will have some control over their life. Meanwhile, the adult sees the child as a child. They don't see an equal, because this is someone who cannot legally make decisions for themselves, drive, or drink. This is a person whose gaps in knowledge would be so astounding that even finding a common interest would be exceedingly difficult, and you would not be able to rely on them for anything. Because again, they're a child. And as we keep having to mention, this adult is the only one with a fully formed frontal cortex. Even if the child is doggedly going after them romantically, it is still up to the adult to set boundaries, to deny the child, inform the parents, and protect them both. The very concept that a child should be held responsible for having a crush on an adult, and that the adult pressuring them into sexual conversations is abhorrent. And many predators use that kind of thinking to groom their victims. They tell them that they have to keep their relationship a secret because the child would get in trouble.
You're a guy that's my age, basically, and you've been through college, and you've worked for 20 years, and you've been married and divorced, and this girl's like what should have been maybe a product of your marriage, like a young girl, 12 years old, 13 years old. And you're gonna...
I'm sorry, yes, it looks awful.
Just say it is awful. Because I'm saying it looks awful. It is awful. It's kind of pissing me off, actually. It doesn't just look awful.
No, well,
if I walked in the library and you were leaning over my daughter's shoulder, talking to her, come to find out you're teaching her something about computers and everything's, it looks awful, but maybe it's not awful. Maybe I overreacted initially. This is fucking awful and disgusting, actually. Period. You're a dad, reverse it, and I'm you probably want to strangle me, right?
Most likely.
I want to bang your daughter.
Most likely.
Hello? Yeah, you would. You'd probably be over the table, like, trying to kill me right now. Not most likely either. Like, absolutely. You have a serious problem. And until you, like, admit it, you're not going anywhere. You're not going to get better. You're not going to, this stuff's not going to go away. I don't know when it started.
Really? You don't think this is enough for me to realize that?
I don't think you can help it because you keep on going like this and saying, well, you don't know what my intentions were until you like admit the truth of what your actual intention was. You wanted to have sex with a fucking 13-year-old girl. That's why the contract, that's why the mother comment about the signed contract, all those things is the only reason. Doesn't make a difference if it's tonight or tomorrow.
Pausing here for a moment, Sokol stating that this moment would be enough of a wake-up call for him to not ever do this again is laughable, especially because throughout his sexually explicit conversations with the child, he was always keenly aware that this was a possibility. It wasn't as if he was ignorant to what he was doing, and simply didn't know that talking to a child like this was an issue. Moreover, Officer Kelly is correct in calling out that he has shown no remorse throughout his interview. He has consistently downplayed his actions and tried to make them appear less heinous. When confronted, he claims that it was just talk. He wasn't actually going to do anything, despite the fact that he drove 2.5 hours and was about to take Cialis when he was ambushed.
I'm being honest with you on this. I wasn't planning on having sex with her tonight.
You weren't planning on having sex with her tonight. How many times have girls said that about a date with a guy? I wasn't planning on having sex with a guy, and oh my god, he was so handsome, and he was really nice, and you know, you weren't planning on it. I wasn't planning on like stubbing my toe, but I did.
What I'm saying.
No, because you're not being genuine. Like, be truthful. Just say, if you said I was not going to, there was no way in hell. I was dropping the pizza, having a slice, and saying, yeah, I'm on my way to New York. Nice to meet you.
All along is that
you wait till the mother's not home, you get the Cialis. You talking about alcohol with a girl who's 13? That's a great idea. Let's drink with a 13-year-old.
I'm not gonna have sex.
Even if she starts freaking out and dropping all her clothes, you want no part of it.
Believe.
I believe that one. I don't, by the way.
Of course you don't. I know you don't.
Seriously, dude, come on.
No, it's hard to believe because you know most guys all they think about is sex, and that's all they want is sex. Yes, we talked about sex, but we're not gonna have sex with that and break the law.
Okay.
And that's obvious from my text messages.
Time will come.
You're still caught up on this. You're looking for an angle so that you wouldn't have to break the law, correct? You're not like not doing the deed. You want to somehow circumvent it so that it would somehow be legal or okay in your mind.
Yeah, okay with everybody,
right? But that was your intention. It wasn't like you, whoa, I gotta wait till she's 16, 17. I'm not touching this poor thing because she's only 13 years old. That wasn't your motivation. It was like, I want to bang her. I gotta get her mother to sign her over.
To be honest, I had nothing to do tonight. I really just wanted to like beat her and then figure out something, later what I was gonna do. As far as all that other stuff.
All right.
I mean, you're painting me to be
Speak
like
quickly.
an evil person that doesn't care about anyone's, well-being, and I'm admitting to you that it's wrong. If anybody who hears a story like this is going to think I'm doing something wrong.
Even you thought so.
If they don't know all the facts.
Well, you thought so too because you researched the law, right?
Yes, I was like researching stuff for things that I wanted to know. If I did this, what would happen? If I did that, what would happen? Doesn't mean I was going to do it. I just wanted to know what
would the ramifications be if you served her alcohol? And she got hammered at home with you. Is that cool? Did you circumvent that?
I wasn't going to let her in.
You just gonna have a little vodka?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A drink.
Who are you in her life to even say that's okay?
Well, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be forcefully take the bottle away from her. I would just say, let's have one drink, have a drink, people would have a drink. Would hang out and have a drink. It's pretty normal.
She's 13.
She's probably had many drinks.
She's 13.
She said she has.
Alright, we're going to fast forward through this bit briefly.
Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah.
Good.
What did you arrest me? What?
Well, since nothing really happened, it's criminal attempt.
Right, so that's what I'm
And I think you signed the form downstairs. You should have seen the charges, but it's criminal attempt to sexual assault first degree.
Signed what form?
The yellow form that you wear, forms of yours, there's 4 sheets.
Yeah, you said that was just signing that.
But they have your charges on there, on the bottom. You didn't see your charges?
No, I thought it was just signing. I just thought it was just signing that I gave him fingerprints.
Okay, well that's not exactly the case. You're arrested. They're felonies. It's criminal attempt to commit sexual assault first degree.
I would never agree to that.
Well, it doesn't matter if you agree. You don't have to agree. That's what we're charging you.
All right, but I'm saying I would never sign.
You're not signing that you're guilty. You're signing that the information on the sheet is accurate.
And then you charge me. That's what.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter. If you didn't sign it, would it change anything? No. It doesn't mean he doesn't admit to this.
Okay, so what were the charges again?
Criminal attempt to commit sexual assault first degree. Because you obviously didn't actually engage in that, but we believe that was your intention. Enticing a minor and risk of injury to a minor. You're shaking your head.
Yeah.
But honestly, there's a mirror in front of you, but there's a reflection. If you really look at yourself and think about what occurred, I think you're probably a very bright guy. I imagine you might be. But you're still in this weird funk of like denial, like, it's not what you think, I wasn't gonna do that. Like, truly look at yourself and be like, I fucked up bad. I tried to fucked up. No, there's people that maybe get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, whatever.
No, I fucked up by coming down.
No, you fucked up by contacting a 12-year-old girl, dude. 13-year-old girl.
The fact that Jeff can't seem to get this one idea through his head is odd. He truly doesn't believe that he did anything wrong until he got to the house. The rest of the footage is Sokol going back and forth with the officer, so we will end it here. Again, the full footage will be linked down below, along with Red Circle's entire channel, which I highly recommend. Following the interrogation, Sokol was charged with criminal attempted first-degree sexual assault, as well as attempted risk of injury to a minor and enticing a minor in an obscene performance. But Sokol wouldn't go down without a fight. While most people featured on To Catch a Predator would plead guilty to the charges, Sokol was determined to have his day in court. He went through multiple lawyers, until finally landing on Norman Pattis. I'm unsure if this is the same Norman Pattis who represented Alex Jones, but it seems like it. While in court, Norman argued that Sokol was a person who had, quote, a deep goodness about him, and that he had been misunderstood in his sit-down with Chris Hansen and his interrogation with the police. Sokol was deeply anxious, as anyone would be given the situation, and his arrogant demeanor, as well as his eating of the pizza, was just a result of the stress he was under. The defense spent a considerable amount of time touting Jeff's volunteer work at a local fire station as well as an aquarium. They then argued that the age of consent had previously been much lower in the United States, and that Sokol was being charged with a crime that wouldn't have been considered a crime a century ago. He continued by stating that the law had been changed not because it was determined that children didn't have the ability to consent, and research had shown that children cannot understand the weight of a decision that large, but because modern children are being too coddled. His defense didn't work, and Sokol was sentenced to 7 years in prison, suspended after serving 2.5 years. He was also required to register as a sex offender for 10 years, and to pay a $151 fine. Shortly after his release from prison, Sokol attempted to change his name and distance himself from his crime, writing the following on the form. I, Jeff Sokol, do hereby state, under the pains and penalties of perjury, that the following has happened. A few years ago, I was arrested as part of a sting operation trying to meet a girl who was underage. The sting was part of a nationally syndicated TV show, Crime Watch Daily, Hansen vs. Predator. This episode is now available online, along with many other troll videos and nasty comments from fans of the show. In the aftermath, I have experienced humiliation, harassment, and embarrassment. One could argue this was justified, but I have surely lived with remorse since the arrest. Since my current name will always be linked via a simple internet search, I am requesting authorization to change my name, waive my public notice, and impound files. The primary reason is personal safety. Because of the high-profile nature of the incident, there are many people who may incite physical violence upon me and may not recognize that I have changed for the better. I feel I have rehabilitated my mind and am making better decisions. So, as we saw, Jeff had not lived with remorse since the arrest. In fact, after he was arrested, he appeared just as cocky as ever. He tried to fight the charges in court, and his lawyer argued that children between the ages of 9 and 13 can consent. And, anytime someone argued that his actions were predatory, he would try to argue that if push came to shove, he would have married the child before having sex with her, which somehow makes it better. But immediately after being released from prison, he is saying that he has taken personal responsibility for his actions, has learned from his mistakes, and wants a fresh start. Just for a second, let's say that this is true. He still would not deserve a chance to change his name and regain his anonymity. Jeff Sokol is a sexual predator. His community and everyone he engages with should be able to Google what he has done and see that he traveled 2.5 hours to sexually assault a child. Even if it was a mistake, even if it was a one-time thing, this is the kind of mistake that should follow you forever. He continues on, I am also working toward improving my mental state through therapy. After serving 15 months in prison, I am now on parole. I had to be put in protective custody due to the TV and internet exposure I have received. A Google search will affect all future relationships, business, and personal. People regularly conduct Google searches on people these days to gain knowledge on someone, some of which can be misleading. Good or bad, these searches are done frequently. I am working hard to be a better person overall and making sincere effort to treat everyone with respect. I hope to meet new friends and acquaintances and wish not to be judged based on one gigantic mistake I made a few years ago. So this phrasing annoys me because it wasn't just one mistake that Sokol made, it was a grocery list of mistakes. This was a nearly month-long endeavor that he eagerly took part in because he wanted to sleep with a minor. He continues, I hope to be judged for the person I really am, the person I am today. More than anything, I would like a second chance at a happy and safe life. If you are willing to authorize these requests, I would be forever grateful of your decision. The court ultimately ruled that Jeff could not change his name, but that didn't stop Jeff from publicly identifying as Sonny Derek Porter. As of today, it appears he still works in insurance, but is known to play open mic nights at bars in Cape Cod. If you liked this video, let me know by leaving a like. If you have a case you would like to see us cover, or a video you want to see on this channel, email us at dreading.official@gmail.com. With all of that said, have a great day and stay safe.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer. I'm listening.
And the only person who finds out is Matt, because Matt can tell something's weird, and so he pries it out of his parents. Or like, yeah, grandma has cancer, but don't tell the kids. And Matt agrees, like, yeah, we shouldn't tell the kids. No one should tell the kids. We don't want them to have to think about this kind of thing. We don't want them to have to worry about this kind of thing. Dude, you're gonna die. They're treating it like it's some financial problem that only grown-ups need to worry about, when in reality, this is going to impact them deeply. So you should probably talk to the kids about it. This is so infuriating to me that they just hide it from the kids. And because of that, the kids have no idea, and so they're not really gonna get a chance to say goodbye to their grandma who's dying. Believe it or not, kids can actually be pretty smart and resilient. Kids can work through difficult issues like grief and loss. You just have to talk to them about it. Ugh! Okay, sorry. That just... This is going to impact them deeply, so you should probably talk to the kids about it. This is so infuriating to me that they just hide it from the kids. And because of that, the kids have no idea, and so they're not really gonna get a chance to say goodbye to their grandma who's dying. Believe it or not, kids can actually be pretty smart and resilient. Kids can work through difficult issues like grief and loss. You just have to talk to them about it. Ugh! Okay, sorry. That just makes me so angry. Also in this episode, we meet a new character named Jimmy Moon. Jimmy Moon is the boy that Lucy has a crush on. They like see each other at school, and Jimmy comes up to her and he's like, "Did you hear a rumor that I have a crush on you?" And she just kind of freezes up and is like, I don't know. And then he walks away, but like, she does have a crush on him. He has a crush on her. Kind of cute. Okay, not gonna lie. I'm a sucker for a romance, even if it's dumb 12-year-olds. Okay, now the big plot line for this episode is crazy. So we find out that Matt stayed out all night. He didn't come home. He spent the night at someone's house. And so everyone in the house is like, ooh, was he making out with a girl all night? What was going on? Well, he did stay the night at a girl's house, but he claims that he fell asleep on the couch on accident and nothing happened between them, that they're just friends. He's super apologetic. He's like, it was an accident. I was exhausted. I was helping out a friend. I fell asleep on the couch. I'm so sorry. But, you know, Dad doesn't really believe him, so he gets his car privileges taken away for a few weeks. Also, randomly placed in this episode, just a really weird writing decision and makes zero sense to me. Like, zero sense. Eric goes to a hospital for some reason, and like the dog has been eating his shoes, and so his shoes are all messed up, and this nurse comes up to him and is just major hitting on him, acting like she's on a dating reality TV show. That's like how dramatic and heavy she puts on the flirting.
I haven't seen you around here before.
Oh, I'm Eric Camden. The Reverend Eric Camden.
Oh, that's a good one.
That was my wife.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, married for 18 years.
I don't see a wedding ring.
I really am married, and I've got 5 kids.
Doesn't everyone?
Love Island, Seduce a Married Reverend edition. But this nurse offers to like take his shoes to a shoe repair store.
Look, I don't know what your best story is, but I think I know aching feet when I see them. So if you'd like me to take them across the street to the shoe repair, I could have them stretched for you.
He agrees, and there's this heavy undertone of like, this is gonna become an affair. It feels like this is going to be an affair. This is going to be something that happens. There's another part later in the show where it's brought up and he acts all weird and shady about it.
What happened to your shoe?
This nurse took them to the shoe shop to be stretched, only it closed for the weekend.
Was she pretty?
What's the extra place?
You're having an affair, dude, right? Like, that's what's going on? No, it's just in the show. It's just in the episode. For some reason.
I just have...
Back to the main plot line, we learn that Matt's friend is named Renee. She calls to the house and talks to Mom, and Mom is like, oh, come over for dinner. Well, Renee shows up for dinner. Turns out she's pregnant. She is very pregnant. And clearly it wasn't Matt's, because Matt was dating that girl smoking cigarettes.
Are you two gonna have a baby? I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have a baby, but Matt's not.
Dad confronts Matt and he's like, hey, it's great that you're friends with this girl and it's great that you're trying to help her and like be a nice friend, but she needs her parents right now and her baby daddy right now, not you. But Matt, chivalrous and wonderful Matt, best character in this show, gold star for Matt. He's helping her because her parents aren't involved. Her dad actually disowned her because she got pregnant. She has no one to help her out, which really sucks. And you wanna know what sucks even more? She only had sex one time, and she got pregnant. What's very Christian about this show is that pretty much any time someone makes a mistake that's considered unchristian to do, they experience immediate and terrible consequences. As you do, as you should, when you sin, you evil, vile, yucky sinner. You will deal with the consequences of your worldly, sinful actions, okay? Am I ever gonna deal with the consequences of my judgmental, sinful actions? Next question. Renee is in the kitchen with Annie talking about how awful it is that her life is now over because she got pregnant. Right, because single moms can't amount to anything, ever. Obviously.
This just isn't where I saw my life going. I mean, I always thought I'd be a singer, a music teacher, an astronaut. Anything but an unwed mother.
Anything but an unwed mother? Oh, the scandal of being unwed. I have a little rant about this as a single mother myself. I feel like there's this culture around being a single mother. Like, oh, what did you do to get yourself in this situation? As if it's always the woman's fault and as if it's always a horrible, terrible thing. Being a single mother is seen as a red flag in and of itself. Meanwhile, single dads are sort of praised and seen as heroic and wonderful. And we actually do see that in this show where there's a single dad later and he's seen as just this wonderful hero. And you know what? That just kind of sucks. Anyway, I digress. Luckily, Renee has a little bit of hope.
Well, you know, maybe I can be the first singing unwed mother astronaut.
Which I hope she does, because it is still very possible to succeed and figure out your life as a single parent, as difficult as it is. Anyway, Eric decides to take matters into his own hands because he is a reverend and that's what he does. He gets his hands all sticky in other people's business. Eric shows up unannounced to Renee's dad's house and does not go well.
I'm a friend of your daughter's, and I don't have a daughter.
Her dad's a dick. After having not much success with dad, Eric goes out to find baby daddy. Apparently he's been super uninvolved, he doesn't have a job, and he's like, oh, I didn't even know my kid was gonna be a girl. That's great. This man clearly has no desire to be involved. I don't know, guilting him to be involved probably is not gonna help. Probably just gonna cause a lot of turmoil and emotional whiplash for Renee, but okay. Get in other people's business, Eric, because it's what you do best. Well, Renee starts going to church with the family. She's a singer, so she's now part of their choir, and they give her like this whole song as a solo to sing. It's not that good, it's super cringy. Her voice is fine, but the voiceover part is just done so poorly. And love around me. But Renee's dad shows up at church because, like I said, Eric has magical powers. And everyone who talks to him decides, you know what, I'm just gonna stop being a prejudiced bigot who kicked my daughter out at age 17 because she got pregnant for having sex one time. Maybe I was being a little bit unreasonable because that's what Reverend Powers do. Thanks, God, for only doing your job in a television show. Last thing about this episode I wanted to point out, throughout this episode there's a continuation of Mary having a crush on Jeff and they're hanging out together. And everyone's kind of like, hey, you can hang out with him, just don't kiss him, give it some time, make sure you're actually serious before you kiss. You know, Matt was like, if you still like him in 30 days, then you can date him. Well, we've skipped all that because Dad walks out the front door and sees Jeff and Mary there. What's funny to me about this is just how quickly Eric just accepts it and turns around and walks away, and then they never speak of it again. I kind of love that because that is not the reaction that a lot of strict Christian parents would give. A surprisingly lax, chill stance for a religious father to take. I feel like that's lax, or maybe I was just raised in a cult. Who knows? Episode 3. First item of business. This episode is where we learn about Ruthie's imaginary friend, Huey, because Huey is actually a surprisingly important running plot for this season. Just wanted to point that out. This is also the episode where we start getting a little bit more of Jimmy Moon interactions with Lucy. They actually go on a little 12-year-old date, and Jimmy is surprisingly smooth for a 12-year-old.
So did you bring your little videos?
Well, actually, it's the director's cut of a French film that hasn't been released yet.
Maybe I'll pull up a bowl of popcorn and join you.
Not necessary. Copy one for you.
Okay, Jimbo. You've drawn first blood, but it's only the first round. It's early.
Boxing metaphor.
The main plot of this episode follows Grandma and Grandpa and Grandma's cancer journey, which looks like them just living it up. Annie goes and visits her parents in Arizona and sees them drinking wine and spending lots of money, being extravagant, and it seems a little off to her.
Please, first class is never filled.
First class?
It's the only way to fly.
So Grandma and Grandpa are back in town with Annie, and everyone starts pointing out how Grandma and Grandpa are acting super weird.
You think Grandma and Grandpa are acting a little weird? A little. The whole family's weird.
When really all they're doing is just blowing their money. Like, they're just living it up, spending their money, enjoying their life. But it turns out there was a reason that they were living it up so much, because Grandma ends up passing away that night in their home.
I love you, Annie. But I have to go now.
And keep in mind, the kids still don't know that she's dying. So we'll deal with the ramifications of that in the next episode. One notable part from episode 3 is about Matt and how Matt just cannot catch a break. Matt gets in trouble all the time for stuff that like really isn't his fault or is just like very innocent. Like in the last episode, he got in trouble and lost his car privileges because he fell asleep on the couch at Renee's house. Well, in this episode, Matt still has his driving privileges revoked, and he really wants to take this one girl out on a date. So he kind of finagles a way to get car privileges by doing a Meals on Wheels run for his father, using his father's Meals on Wheels van. After doing his Meals on Wheels runs, he meets up with this girl at a little restaurant, and this sequence of events is just...
Not because I'm a designated underage driver.
What I said earlier about sin having immediate horrible consequences, yeah. Let's dissect everything that happens in this scene. They hop in the car, she pulls out a beer out of nowhere, is like, hey, you want some beer? He's like, no, I'm driving. And she's like, okay, more for me. Then Matt starts backing out, not looking, goes to kiss her while backing out the car and backs 2 feet into a cop car, which is parked directly behind the van. And then the alcohol spills all over both of them. Matt then gets in trouble for hitting a cop car and drinking alcohol when he didn't drink the alcohol. People keep pointing out that he smells like beer, and the cops all like, nice cologne, man.
I wasn't drinking. Well, that's an interesting cologne you're wearing.
And then his dad later is like, you smell like beer.
Do I smell beer?
I don't think beer is that potent, is it? Like, he had a little bit spilled on his clothes. That's not gonna make you smell like beer, is it? I wouldn't think so. He gets in trouble again for that, for something that was pretty innocent, honestly. Episode 4 is the chaotic funeral episode. And is the funeral in Arizona with Grandma and Grandpa's family and friends? No, the funeral is being done at Eric's church, which is fine, I guess, except the whole funeral ends up being about everything except Grandma. None of these people knew Annie's parents. They're just all there because they go to church with them. Not the funeral I would have wanted. My daughter and her family and 100 of their closest strangers from the congregation. Essentially what happens in this episode is that Grandpa pieces out, doesn't want to go to the after party, does not know how to deal with his emotions, so he just leaves. And no one knows where he went.
Somebody order a cab? That would be for me.
What's the rush?
It's time to move on.
But, well, at least let us drive you to the airport.
That's not necessary, sweetie. I'll be fine.
The other plot in this episode that is baffling to me. There's a couple at the funeral after party that's just from Eric's church, and they were recently married, the newlyweds. They're being like super dramatically all over each other. The wife of this couple, whose name I didn't catch, pulls Eric aside at the party and is like, "Oh, I'm sorry to burden you with this. I know this just isn't the right day or right time or place, but I think my husband's cheating on me." Yeah, not appropriate. This is not the time. Then the husband goes up to him too. And this is where stuff gets just wild and is like, "Oh no, something's so wrong. It's all an act. We're not really a happily newlywed couple because I made this huge horrible mistake." But you know what? A pastor doesn't set boundaries. A pastor is at the whims of God at all times. So he decides to talk to this couple.
I'm tortured, man. Tortured how? I'm tortured because I'm a bigamist.
Yeah, so turns out the husband isn't cheating. He's a bigamist? Man's labeling himself like it's a sexuality. The big conflict with this couple is that the husband's divorce wasn't finalized before he got married, so the marriage is void. He's been acting super weird, and the wife thinks that he's cheating. And instead of just telling her, "Oops, sorry, maybe we should have postponed our wedding a little bit. My divorce wasn't finalized." No, we're gonna have a big dramatic cry session about it instead.
I can't. Dude, Reverend, please. You tell her. Please.
You're having an affair, aren't you?
No.
Tell her.
I just can't tell her. I just can't say it. You say it, Reverend. You say it. As if this little bit of legal mishap is the end of the world and going to end their marriage. It's not that serious, dude. It's okay. You're gonna be okay. Yeah, everything's fine, and Eric just remarries them again at the end of the episode. So it was a weird, twisty-turny story for this episode. I don't know about that. Another crazy plot of this episode is that Matt's friend Renee, who's pregnant, is at the after party for the funeral because the whole congregation is there apparently. And apparently her baby daddy and her dad are in her life again because of the magical powers of Eric. However, they are the only two people not at the after party, so Renee is out of luck for when her water breaks. Yeah, Matt gets his car privileges back just so he can take Renee to the hospital. They're frantically calling to try and get her baby daddy and her dad, who are out at a comic book convention together. Everyone's trying to get a hold of them to come to the hospital, but no luck. Just Matt. Just Matt at the hospital with Renee. Everyone keeps calling him the dad, and he's like super uncomfortable, and then he witnesses the birth, and he is super traumatized. Remember how Mary was like big crushing for 4 years on Matt's best friend Jeff? And they were making out on the porch 2 episodes ago? Remember that? Well, apparently Mary is suddenly sick of Jeff. I don't know how long it's been. It doesn't seem like they've been together that long. Not even the full 30 days that they were supposed to be. And Mary is just fed up with Jeff because according to her, he's being super clingy. Mary tells Matt about this. Matt goes up to Jeff and kind of gives him a pointer to play hard to get so that Mary won't be so fed up with him being clingy. And Jeff does it.
Ah, never mind. I got a lot of stuff I gotta go do. Pretty busy, you know.
And it works. Mary's all of a sudden kind of super into the fact that he's being aloof. Until Lucy spills the beans to Jeff that Mary was gonna break up with him, and he's like, "What? No, everything's great with us." Oh, Jeff, sweet Jeff. No. They do end up having a conversation, and she does break up with him. They try to still be friends, so at the end of the episode, they're sitting playing basketball together, just kind of feeling out their friendship and how they want to make it work, when Matt shows up after seeing childbirth happen.
Tonight I saw what kissing can lead to, so I think you'll both understand when I tell you I think you should cool it for a while. Okay. Yeah, we'll break up.
Guess this is it then.
Oh. Okay, yeah, let's break up. If only every breakup was that simple. That conversation stemmed from Matt being so traumatized by childbirth he doesn't even want his sister to date anyone. He's almost treating it like he's a veteran.
Tonight I saw what kissing can lead to.
The things that I've seen. no man should ever see. Anyway, we never see Jeff again, so you can forget about him. Episode 5. Now this is around the time that I started giving titles to the episodes. Not their actual titles or names, but for my own way of categorizing them. This episode is the one I call the racism episode. It's a super heavy commentary on racism, and they handle the racial issues pretty well for the 90s, except a couple of things. In this story, we're getting some new characters introduced, and we meet the Hamilton family. Eric went to school, Reverend school, I guess, with Reverend Hamilton, who's the dad of this family. Reverend Hamilton is in charge of a church for black people. I mean, I don't know how the lore works exactly, but it's pretty much designated or known that it's a black church. But we see on the news that Reverend Hamilton's church was burnt down. Whoever committed the arson has essentially said that they're gonna come back and do it again, probably to the Hamilton family in their own home. So yeah, it's a little bit heavy, a little bit of a heavy atmosphere going on here. Well, because of all this turmoil, they sort of combine churches. So now we've got a little mixer going on, which is going great until afterward when the Hamilton family comes over to our main family's home and the kids are interacting with each other, and it's just super awkward.
So Keisha, are you still dating that guy you were dating?
Hi. I don't know how to talk to a black person.
Me too.
But then we find out that because this family's home is most likely in jeopardy, they are going to be staying with our main family for a little bit until they feel safe to go back home. So throughout the episode, we see the kids getting more comfortable with each other and spending time with each other, and one of the girls teaches Lucy about black culture in a very interesting way. 90s rap and some... There's another part of this episode where Simon is with one of the younger Hamilton kids at school, and a kid seriously drops the N-word like hardcore. So that's one of the bonding moments to help our family learn about racism and overcome their prejudices. There's a running joke from this episode that happens a few times where someone puts salt on butter and he's like, oh, you know, if you put salt on butter, it gets hot. You like hold your hand above it, feel the heat coming off of the salt and the butter, and then you like smush the hand down into the butter. Butter trick. Well, I'll have you know, the butter trick just solves racism. I think it's supposed to be implied throughout the episode that the kids are feeling really weird because the other kids are black. There's this weird tension going on that feels like it's race related, but that tension is resolved completely by the butter trick. So
first you put the salt on, it's really hot. Feel it, it's hot.
Racism solved. Episode 6. This episode I titled the Halloween episode. Eric hates Halloween.
Daddy,
I have to
go. Yeah, you do, Dad.
You do, honey. You always have.
And at first I thought it was a very Christian thing. You know, some Christians are super against Halloween because it's the devil's holiday, obviously. So I was thinking the story was kind of going to go that direction because Eric just hates Halloween. He's got some beef with Halloween.
You hate Halloween.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do, Dad.
Annie comes up to Eric and she's like, hey, today I ran into someone from your hometown who's our age named Henry Bernard.
Howard, no. Henry Bernard.
Something's going on with Henry. What? I don't know. Let's find out. Another interesting thing about Eric is we learned that when he was a kid, he was obsessed with Davy Crockett. Just loves Davy Crockett, loves the coon cap. And also turns out that's the same reason why he hates Halloween. When he was in grade school, like 3rd grade maybe, the teacher brought around some Halloween hats and costume pieces for everyone to pick out. And Henry grabbed the coon cap. Eric got all angry and upset. Like, hey, give it to me. I want the coon cap because I like Davy Crockett. But then Henry's like, I got it for you. I was getting it for you. Like a grade school tussle, a little grade school argument. That is why Eric hates Halloween. That is the reason, because that memory haunts him to this day of when he was fighting with his friend over a Davy Crockett hat. At the end of this episode, he goes to this guy's house because they just moved into town and he's like, hey, I'm Eric. Do you remember me? And the guy's like, no. no, I don't remember you. Why are you here? And he's like, oh, well, I brought you this coon cat and I wanted to give it to you to say sorry because it's been haunting him and eating away at him for that long. And the guy's like, oh. He kind of gets a look on his face where it seems like he remembered, like I think they're trying to imply that he remembered the fight, because then he goes, I got it for you, Eric. It's a good commentary on how we tend to hyper-focus on our own issues and our own mistakes a lot more than other people do. Like most people will forget the weird things we do or mistakes that we make pretty immediately after we do them, but we sit and stew on stuff. And literally for, I don't know, how many years? 30 years maybe or more, Eric has been in turmoil over this one thing that happened to him in grade school. It's ruined all his Halloweens. But at least he got to, you know, fix that trauma in his head in perfect time. In perfect time for the costume party and the pumpkin carving contest. Also in this episode, Matt has another unfortunate encounter with dating, where there's this girl that he wants to take to a dance who just broke up with her boyfriend named Roxanne. And Roxanne like heavily hints that she wants Matt to take her, so Matt asks her to the dance and she's like, okay, great, now you have to wear this Cyrano de Bergerac costume so that they could be Cyrano and Roxanne. And if anyone is not familiar with that story, it's about a woman who falls in love with a man who is supposedly really ugly because he has a giant, huge nose. She falls in love with him for his poetry. But this Roxanne girl is apparently so obsessed with the fact that her name is Roxanne and she wants a Cyrano for Halloween, so she gets this costume for Matt. But Matt is really set on being
Same thing I always go as, a hobo.
Which even in 1996, they were bringing up that maybe that's a problematic costume to have.
I'm not sure it's appropriate to use another person's misfortune for our entertainment.
And Matt's all like, oh no, it's fine. My character.
He's a hobo by choice. See, he's rejected bourgeois values for the simple life of riding the rails and eating beans out of a can.
He wants to live the free life.
I am forsaken.
Okay, Matt. It is kind of a funny running joke, though, because at the end, Eric brings it back up again, and it ends up being a little like, oh, haha, that's a pretty good joke.
Don't you think it's inappropriate to use some poor animal's misfortune for our entertainment?
Oh, it's okay. This raccoon became a hat by choice.
So Matt shows up to pick up Roxanne for the party in his costume. Roxanne is like a total mean girl about it. She's like, my date is not going to be wearing that. That will make me look like I'm dating someone who lives on the street.
What would you ask of death?
Why is this plot in the story? Why did this happen to Matt? But anyway, he gives her a nice burn.
You look really beautiful in that dress. But in spite of your appearance, I gotta say, the thrill's gone for me, babe.
He burns her real good, and I appreciate that, because this girl is actually crazy. Thrill's gone for me, babe. Thrill's gone for me, babe. Oh, I wish I could be that badass. Also, another potentially problematic thing that happens in this episode, Lucy makes friends with a guy who's like 40, probably, in his 40s. Definitely. And he's like this creepy neighborhood guy that all the kids pick on because he's scary. He has like a scar on his face. And it's just really weird because she's befriending this older man throughout the episode, and it makes me personally feel very uncomfortable. And she even tells her dad that she's hanging out with this man, and he's like, oh, yeah, okay. Like, dude, no. He doesn't do anything to Lucy. He's just they like bring him back into the neighborhood and bring him to the costume party with the pumpkin carving contest, and he enters a pumpkin under Lucy's name, so Lucy ends up winning the pumpkin carving contest. And then the whole like big reveal at the end of this episode is the pumpkin. It's Lucy. He carved her face into a pumpkin. Creepy behavior. No, thank you. We are not glorifying this. No, do not hang out with creepy old men when you're 12 and ever also. Now, episode 7 is my personal favorite. I like to call it the pot episode. Told you we'd get back to it later. Eric and Annie are out and about when they see this kid named Terry Daniels. And Terry is someone that Eric helped get into rehab. Now, it's not revealed why he's in rehab until later, but it's pot. It's just pot. He was smoking pot, and he went to rehab for that. So, this is gonna be fun. Apparently, Terry just got out of rehab, and it's been 30 days since he went into rehab before. That is too short, apparently, because the rehab program he was doing, I guess, was longer.
It sure is remarkable how fast you got out of rehab. I mean, only 30 days?
Eric is furious with this kid. He's like, why are you out? You should be in rehab.
You call me a liar?
No, I'm just saying you're not telling me the truth.
I use my magical reverend powers to help you get out of juvie if you promise to go to this rehab center and you left early, so.
What you need is to get back into rehab.
Just butt out of my life.
Terry!
You're in trouble, mister. But okay, first of all, 30 days is not enough?
Patients are still sneaking out to smoke a joint the first month of rehab.
That's crazy. That's crazy. 30 days feels like a very long time to be in a rehab center, especially for marijuana. He's a 17-year-old kid, and I get that your brain is still developing and you shouldn't be doing this at this age. But again, it's pot. Going to rehab and being off of it for 30 days you're gonna be fine. Yet in this show, they treat it like it is the worst thing in the world. And it baffles me, especially with the hindsight now of cannabis being legalized largely across America. Even in Utah, which is super religious and super anti-drug, marijuana is still legalized for medical purposes. There are people who have marijuana every single day for medical purposes, and they're fine. It's just baffling to me to see the perspective that these really religious writers had in the 90s on marijuana. So let's talk some more about it. They portray this kid like he's super shady and dark and like mischievous, just into some bad stuff. They're portraying him as like a very stereotypical teenage drug user when it's just pot that he's been doing. Eric goes and talks to this kid's parents, and his own parents are mortified that he smokes marijuana. They blew all their money sending him to rehab, and then they kicked him out of the house because apparently the rehab center told them that that was the right thing to do to help him, was to kick him out of the house. So this guy's now living on the streets because of marijuana. Talk about those immediate consequences to sin, you know? What? If someone's struggling, like let's say he really does have a severe drug addiction, kicking him out of the house and putting him on the streets, you think that's gonna help? Who said that was a good idea? Take their license away. But the parents say some insane stuff.
You know what happens to these kids? The drugs become their family. He doesn't care about us. All he cares about is getting high. You know, I never really talked to him. By the time he was in trouble, I didn't even know who he was. 17. He's got no better life than a stray dog.
He's got no better life than a stray dog. Because of pot. It's so hard. And then after this whole situation, Eric goes around to all his kids and is like, please promise me you're never gonna do drugs. Please. He even asks 12-year-old Lucy if her friends do pot. And all the kids, of course, are like, of course, Dad, no, we're not gonna ever touch drugs. But man, the demonization of marijuana in this episode is so bad.
Tell me I'll never do drugs. Oh, and by the way, great game. Never do drugs. If anybody ever comes to you and offers you drugs, I want you to come and tell me, okay?
Dad, you've already told us this 100 times.
It is so clear, Eric, that you have never tried marijuana. It's very clear. It's apparent. We know. We know, Eric. You're a good boy. Okay. So at the end of the episode, Terry shows up at the Camden's house. Their last name is Camden. I just realized I never clarified that before. Eric invites him in, and then they call his parents, I guess, and that's the end of his plot line. We never see this kid again, at least not in season 1. At first, I was really concerned that this would be the one time that Eric's magic powers wouldn't work and they would not give this kid a happy ending because it's like a lesson about drugs. They sort of gave him a resolution where he shows up at the house and his face is like banged up, like, oh, he received the consequences of weed because he got in a fight, I guess. Because that's what weed does, is gets you punched in the face. So immediate consequences for sins, again. Also in this episode, Matt gets a job as a tutor for a pretty blonde girl and gets SA'd by her, so that's cool. And like, it's not addressed. He just gets, you know, kissed against his consent, and then he quits the job. So that's that whole plot line for Matt this episode. Also, we get a little bit of lore about Eric's binoculars. They get lost when Ruthie and Simon go out on an adventure. And we learn that Eric used those binoculars to look at sorority girls when he was in school. So, okay, Eric. Jeez.
Because your Uncle Sid gave them to you when you were in the seminary so you could see the sorority.
Episode 8. This one was so hard to watch. 2 plots for this one that are important. First, Simon tells Ruthie that he has a crush on this girl named Gabrielle.
F.G.
And he's talking her up.
I think this could be the one woman that I could love for the rest of my life.
He is obsessed with Gabrielle. Simon tells Ruthie, you can't tell anyone. You're the only one I've told about Gabrielle. It's a secret. The very next scene, they're sitting at dinner.
Good for blitzing. Yeah, but Gabrielle says that...
But Gabrielle... Nothing.
Gabrielle? Who's Gabrielle?
No.
Well, she must be someone.
Of course not.
Anyway, we never hear of or see Gabrielle ever again, so I guess not really the love of his life. The other plotline of this episode, this is the one that made me just so angry. There's a woman who attends Eric's church who is in an abusive relationship. She is being physically, mentally, and emotionally abused by her husband, and she is wanting to leave the situation. So Eric is helping her out by getting her a hotel room. Very public in the middle of the day in a small town because he's talking to her about her marriage and helping her get away from her husband.
I'm sure it has something to do with the church.
However, this woman is so concerned about other people knowing that this has been happening to her that she doesn't want Eric to tell anyone, not even his wife, why she needs his help. There's a couple things to unpack here for me. One, Eric needs to set a boundary. He needs to set boundaries here. He's very bad at this, like prioritizing his church duties over his own needs and his family's needs. I just think this is one of those situations where he's taking it a little bit too far, because obviously rumors start spreading everywhere about Eric and this woman and how they're having an affair when they're not.
The rumor is Abby's having an affair.
But because she doesn't want to say anything about it, all these rumors are going around.
You know, I bet that was him going into the hotel on 3rd Street.
And, you know, it would have been so easy for him to be like, hey, my family is suspicious. Everyone in the neighborhood is suspicious. My wife is trying to give me the benefit of the doubt because she knows the ins and outs of my job. But it would really help my family life if I could just tell my wife what's going on with you. He could have said something like that, but no, he's like, okay, yeah, I won't tell anyone. That just baffles me and angers me and infuriates me. But anyway, there's chaos developing around them. Everyone's thinking that she and the Reverend are having an affair, and she just doesn't want to say that her husband is an abuser. Maybe you want your private life to be private, that's fine. Maybe at least let the Reverend's wife know about it so that everyone doesn't think you're cheating! But at the end of this episode, Eric actually gives her some really good advice that I like, where she's really worried about getting divorced, which is a fear I personally understand. I think a lot of people understand. When you're really religious and you want to get a divorce, it can get kind of tense and scary. But I really like what the encouragement Eric gives her, that this man was not being truthful with her, and so she made a decision based on that.
He says that if I divorce him, I promise to stay with him until death.
The real Jake or the Jake you thought you were marrying. You made a decision based on a lie. There's nothing that says you can't make a new decision based on the truth.
And I feel like that is very good advice. So, points for that, I guess.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used.
Episode 9. Oh god. We're not even halfway through. Holy shit, this is so much. Why am I doing this to myself? Okay, episode 9 starts off strong with armed robbery. Matt and Annie are in the car. They pull over for like half a second, and all of a sudden, they're getting robbed at gunpoint. So that happens. Most notable thing from this is Matt and Annie are both very traumatized, and through this episode, they've worked through their trauma, and Annie's wedding rings got stolen. Also in this episode, there is an organist. Her name is Mrs. Heath.
Everyone in my bridge club is now carrying pepper spray. I'm a quick draw. I could bring down a rogue elephant if I had to.
She plays the organ at the church and has for many, many years, apparently like 20 years or something like that. Annie mentions to Eric that she's been given the name of Mittens.
Everybody calls her Mittens because it sounds like she's wearing mittens when she plays the organ. Thick ones.
She has been playing so badly at the organ recently that people are starting to really notice and be a little judgy about it, which, you know, it happens. And Eric, he's all heartbroken, like, man, she's been with us for so long. It's such a shame to let her go. She served the church so much. She loves her job. But then at a choir practice, she actually is acting like a crazy person. So he fires her.
Oops.
She's all like, can I just have one more Sunday? And he's like, yeah, sure, have one more Sunday. She plays beautifully. Exactly. She plays perfectly, because want to know why? She was pretending.
I wanted some time off for years. I couldn't just walk away from the church. I'd go to hell.
She was so worried about going to hell, she didn't want to quit her job for the church. She intentionally sabotaged herself so that Eric would fire her so that she could be released from her job of organist. Because she thought that she would go to hell if she quit. No one's gonna point out how weird that is and how problematic that line of thinking is. Take on too much stress in your life because you think that's what God wants you to do, and out of fear of punishment. It's almost like that is not the healthiest way to live. And then at the end of this episode, Eric gives Annie a replacement ring for her rings that were lost.
A friend of mine gave me something so you wouldn't have to be afraid ever again.
It's a crazy replacement ring. Why? Why did he do that? Why did he give her that? A string would have been better. This is nonsense. Episode 10 is the alcohol episode, where essentially we learn that Eric's sister is a raging psycho alcoholic. She seems normal at first. She shows up and showers everybody with gifts, and everyone's like, Aunt Julie, Aunt Julie. Everyone loves Aunt Julie. No, she's drinking. She's drinking. They just show her just drinking so much.
Wow, Aunt Julie. Sure do drink a lot of wine.
Builds up to the point where she freaks out and sort of attacks Simon.
Better let go. No, Simon, I'm not. Give me that damn key. Shut up and give me the key to the liquor cabinet.
And everyone's now freaked out by her because she is psycho. She's psycho. She's not just alcoholic. She's a psycho. They portray her alcoholism in such a dramatic way, and I just don't know. I just don't know about that. Like, I get the idea is to discourage people from becoming an alcoholic, but this is another level. This is something else. They end up kidnapping her from a bar and locking her in a bedroom in their house to help her. So that's cool. And then after she's been off alcohol a few days and has been like dealing with the sickness and the withdrawals, she's still acting like a psycho crazy person and like being super manipulative.
I mean, I've been fine for 2 days. It's one little bit. Would you go get me one splurt?
Ends up turning into a demon.
Come on! Come on!
So that's really stressful and not fun to watch. At the end of the episode, she kind of calms down and ends up calling a rehab center to commit herself.
I hope you guys are good because I'm sneaky.
Which is great. Good. Julie's trying to get better. After she calls the rehab center, they have a Thanksgiving dinner, and it's just the most perfect Thanksgiving day, even though she was a psycho literally yesterday. So that is how that episode ends. One little fun moment from this episode I really liked is this quote from Annie.
I've got one nerve left, and you're on it. Fine.
That is such a good mom line, and I think I'm gonna steal that. Thanks. Episode 11 is my least favorite episode, and I hated it. I hated it with a burning passion, just because of this girl, Tia. This episode is about her. She has a rough home life. Her parents are divorced, and neither of them pay attention to her because they are business mom and business dad. Tia is getting no attention. She's like, please, somebody pay attention to me. I need attention. Well, Matt brings her to church because he wants to date her. Tia falls in love with Matt's family.
Mom said you were up here. I thought you were hanging out with Dad's.
I was. I thought you were busy.
You want to do something?
Nah. I'd rather hang out with the girls.
Is acting like she's a sibling and doesn't actually want to date Matt, and it's just super weird and uncomfortable, and I don't like her. I don't like her. She makes me feel weird. I don't like her. And thus, I do not like this episode. The notable part of this is that Eric uses his magic to talk to both of her parents and get them to start loving her again. So, good job, Eric. Episode 12. Mrs. Bink comes back. Remember Mrs. Bink from the first episode? Yeah, Matt is helping out Mrs. Bink. Now they're just buddies, I guess. Matt is over there taking care of her, and she's like, please don't tell your dad. Please don't tell anyone that I need help because they'll send me away. They'll send me to a home. This is, again, getting Matt in trouble, needlessly, because he's always getting in trouble for what? So, Mrs. Bink is like consistently asking Matt to come over and help her with little things, and then she starts to like lose her cognition. Like in the middle of the episode, she calls Matt at school, like through the school, pretends to be Aunt Gladys.
She couldn't reach your parents. She's not feeling well. She wants you to call immediately.
And so Matt has her like, please come over. I need you, Matt. I need you. And he's like, I'm in school.
Look, I'll be over right after school.
No, you have to come now. I need you right now.
So he gets out of school, lies to get out of school to take care of this woman. He gets there and she's like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? Like, she doesn't remember. She doesn't remember that she called him. She doesn't remember anything. She is losing her mind. Actually, she's unfit to be living in the house by herself.
What can I do for you, Mrs. Baker?
Nothing, I'm fine.
Thank you.
And Matt is understandably angry that she made him leave school for no reason. He leaves, and then she's like,
fine, I'll do everything myself.
And ends up falling down and like breaking her hip or something. So great. So now Mrs. Bink ends up in the hospital. Eric finds out and comes to see her with Matt, and they talk about it. And you know what happens? Instead of sending this woman where she clearly needs to go, as a compromise, they have this family work for her essentially and be like her live-in helpers, a family who is living in their van and they're really struggling, which I guess works out because now she doesn't have to leave the house, and now this family has a home and a way to kind of make some money as they're getting on their feet. The other main part of this episode is Lucy's 13th birthday. Lucy is dead set on wanting to have a party with both boys and girls invited. That's her big thing, and her parents are like, no boys. No boys. Even though she basically has a boyfriend that could come over for a date at age 12. But having a party with boys and girls at age 13, that's not okay. No. So Jimmy, who's Lucy's little boyfriend guy, makes this master plan where he's gonna do a surprise party for Lucy by getting his friend Dwight involved. Now, Dwight is quite the character.
Hey, I'm having a birthday party Wednesday night. Wanna come?
I don't even know you.
I'm Dwight. Now, do you wanna come?
He just talks so weird and way over the top weirdness. Like, they really wanted to emphasize that this kid is a weirdo, okay?
I love parties. I love people. I'm a people person.
Jimmy comes up with this plan for Dwight to pretend that it's his birthday too, and that he's having a party so that he can invite Lucy over to the party, and there would be boys and girls there like she wanted, but actually the plan was for it to be a secret surprise party for Lucy. Lucy is understandably like, I don't want to do that because it's my birthday and I want my own party. I don't want to share my party with someone I don't know who's kind of a weirdo. It's a normal thing for a 13-year-old kid to feel, although she is being a little bit dramatic and rude about the whole thing, so I'm not on her side on this, unfortunately.
It's gonna ruin everything if I have to go to Dwight's party.
Lucy's kind of crazy, and we're learning this as the season progresses. Lucy talks to Mary about it a bit, and Mary's trying to tell her, you're being dumb, like this is what you want, you should go to this party. And Lucy's still like, no, but it's not my party, which, ugh, girl, come on. After she says no repeatedly to going to Dwight's party, Jimmy confesses that it was supposed to be a surprise party for her, and she feels a little bit bad, and she's like, well, do you want to come to dinner at my house? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then they end up planning another surprise party with Dwight. They get all the people who were invited to Dwight's party, and they just have them come over to the house after dinner. Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose? The whole reason there was a conflict is because the parents didn't want Lucy to have a party with boys there at the house. But Jimmy plans it in a surprise party, and now all of a sudden it's fine. So I don't know what that was all about. At the end of this, they're dancing, and then there's a part where she's dancing with Dwight, and she's like, Dwight, thank you so much for helping out with this and for helping out with my birthday. It's so nice of you to do for being Jimmy's friend. And Dwight's like, yeah, first it was about Jimmy, but actually I'm in love with you.
I think I'm in love with you, Lucy Candy.
Lucy's face is priceless. I love it. I love that face. It makes sense. You know what doesn't make sense though is immediately after this, where she's in her PJs talking to Mary.
I never thought of Dwight in that way before, but I got to thinking, in his own way, he's kinda sexy.
Yeah, she uses the word sexy.
I happen to be a dog person.
Oh yeah? So you have a dog?
No.
What is going on? Lucy, first your type is Prince Charles, and then you hang out with like a creepy old man for a while. You're dating Jimmy Moon, but now you think his best friend Dwight, who's in love with you, is sexy. Girl. You need to chill. Like, she needs to chill. Okay, episode 13. This is when we meet Eric's parents. I hate them. I hate them so much. They're essentially both, like, really controlling psycho parents. So you can tell there's this weird dynamic because it is written into the show. Everyone's sitting there anticipating Grandma and Grandpa coming, and they're like, you gotta make sure you do this, and you do this, and you call him Colonel because he's serving the war, and he wants to be called Colonel. We're gonna give you the candy, and you take the candy, and you smile, even though it's disgusting candy. We love this candy, Grandma and Grandpa, and you deal with it because they're scary and they will hurt you emotionally if you do something wrong. And then we get the perspective of Grandma and Grandpa.
They've spotted us. All right. Based on the smiles.
Ugh, why do we have to be here with our family and they want this candy?
You got the candy?
I don't know why they love it so much. It's ugly and it tastes terrible.
They don't want to be there. They don't like their family. Like, it's like a parent. I just hate it. And if you think about it, these are their only grandchildren. grandchildren. Like, aren't they excited to see their grandchildren? No, they're not excited. They hate their grandchildren. They are actually so rude.
The little girl, what's her name? Lucy. You know, she talks more than Eric does. If I get cornered like that again, I am going to swallow a Rockeye anti-armor bomb and throw myself out a window.
They sure pushed the envelope on Perky.
So, Colonel, Eric's dad, is criticizing him for how he lives and how he raised his family, and then points out that there is a kid hiding in his closet at the church. I don't know how. I don't know how he got in there. I don't know how the Colonel knew he was there. He said he could hear him breathing. Okay.
How many people are breathing in this room? 3. All right, young fella, I think you've got some explaining to do.
There's this kid in the closet named George, the orphan.
I'm George, the orphan.
So they take George back home. Annie and Eric are discussing, like, maybe we should adopt him. Meanwhile, grandparents are acting oddly suggestive over a card game.
My God, you're still as gorgeous as you were 43 years ago.
You ready to play?
Am I ready to play? Come here. The name of the game is 5-card draw.
When George the orphan comes in to talk to him,
Want to deal me in?
and they're like, all right, you can drop the act with us, because they have superpowers and they can read minds, and they knew that he was lying. Apparently, George met Eric at an orphanage when he was doing one of his reverend rounds at an orphanage. So he stalked Eric in order to get Eric to adopt him. That was his plan. There's all this drama and back and forth, but eventually it's decided that the grandparents are going to adopt George the orphan, which apparently works out and helps manage some family drama. And you know, it's surprisingly easy for them to adopt him. Like, they just go to the adoption agency one time and get some paperwork and they're set. Like, done. Easy adoption process in California, apparently. Also, George is like wild, been living on his own, jumping around different homes, and he also learned how to hotwire a car at one point, so he's a crazy kid. But he ends up being perfect for the Colonel and his wife because they're really strict and they don't believe in dreams, you know, they believe in discipline, and apparently George is the same way, and the only dream he ever had was to be adopted by the Colonel.
You settled down and started some dreaming, you know?
I already did. My dream was to be with you.
Now he can live in a strict, controlling household with old people. It's what he wanted. At the end, there's this weird part where the Colonel's like kind of apologizing to Eric for being a bad dad. And I think it's supposed to be this moment of growth and change, but it just feels super weird to me.
We haven't done so well with the father-son deal. Should we just try friends?
Yeah, sounds good.
Kind of like a cop-out. I'm not good at being a dad, so how about I just don't have that responsibility anymore? You're not my son anymore. You're just my friend, okay? Is that better? You like that better than me being a bad dad? Just your friend? Okay. Episode 14 is the patriotic episode, and this one is insane. Eric is super upset because he went to a sporting event. And he comes home and he's all like huffy and angry about it because this is the real reason. People don't know the national anthem.
Gets me every time. I can't for the life of me figure out why nobody knows the words to the national anthem.
The Star-Spangled Banner. People couldn't sing it at the sporting event. He is pissed. Okay, Eric is really mad about other people not knowing lyrics to a song, and he's gonna make it everyone's problem.
Country is going to hell in a handbasket. I mean, the basic moral fiber is being ripped, torn to shreds. Half the country probably doesn't even know the Pledge of Allegiance. Half the country probably can't even spell allegiance.
Is he allowed to say that? This anger bleeds into the next morning, too, okay? He is, like, still happy about this in the morning.
What? I'm not in the bed.
Oh, good, I need to ask you a favor.
No.
I just wish people would worship this country like they're in a cult. Is it too much to ask for?
Now, Ruthie, the youngest, is really confused about why her dad's so mad about this. Ruthie is really worried that she doesn't know the national anthem, so Simon keeps trying to teach it to her throughout the episode.
We have to learn the Star-Spangled Banner.
There is another plot line here that we'll talk about, but this episode ends with the patriotic theme, so I'm just going to tell you how that happens. There is a random Latina woman who is in their house just hanging out with Simon and Ruthie. I don't know who she is. I don't know why she's there. I don't even know her name. But she's there. We never see her before this. We never see her after this. She's just here for this one specific reason, to talk about how proud she is to be an immigrant in the United States. Yeah.
Do you two know the story of how the song was written?
No. When did you learn it?
When I started to become a citizen.
I personally feel like this is a little bit weird. Like, it just makes me feel icky. that they have this Latina character solely for the purpose of talking about how amazing America is and how grateful she is to have been in this country. It just feels a little bit weird. For any of you Latinos out there, I would love to hear your commentary on that specifically, as to me that is a little bit wild. There is a continuation of the Lucy-Dwight plotline, where Dwight has apparently been calling the house all the time and like harassing Lucy, and she no longer thinks that it's sexy. She ends up talking to Jimmy and Dwight and saying, Jimmy, you're my boyfriend, Dwight, you're just my friend, and cutting that off quick. So good for you, Lucy. Now the other main plot of this episode is super dramatic, just so dramatic, but very entertaining. Apparently all of the varsity sports teams at the school have this tradition where they go to a restaurant called the Varsity. They steal a glass or some sort of dish piece from this restaurant, and then they take their stolen objects to a big sports banquet that they do. But essentially, if you want to be a real varsity player at this school, you have to steal something from this restaurant. Mary has this dilemma. She ends up stealing it, and Matt takes the blame for her, and he gets in trouble again for something that he didn't do.
What's this?
Matt is just our unproblematic king who is also somehow a huge troublemaker, so I don't know. Poor Matt. He takes the blame, he tells his parents that he stole the cup, and his parents make him go back and return it. He returns it to the guy who owns the restaurant, and this guy, his name's Bob, and he apologizes. You know what Bob's reply is? Golden, just mic drop.
Apology unaccepted. That's right, unaccepted. I'm pressing charges.
This actually gets to the point where Bob is in court with Matt to, essentially try and teach all the kids a lesson that they really should not steal from him. Guess what? Magic happens in the courtroom. All of a sudden, all the kids come in. Like, every kid in the varsity sports comes into the courtroom holding the stuff that they stole.
Your Honor, they're all a bunch of little thieves. I'm pressing charges. I want them all in jail.
The judge lets Eric take over the courtroom. Just super weird court situation. I don't think this could happen, ever.
Fine, I'll drop the charges. But I want my stuff back.
Everyone gets to go home and everyone's happy. That's the story. It's definitely entertaining, I guess. Episode 15. This is the camping episode. This one really confused me, I'm not gonna lie. So we've got the Hamiltons back in this episode. The Camdens and Hamiltons adults want to go on a little camping trip together.
I'm not really much of a camper.
You used to love camping.
Love is such a strong word.
The point is, I guess, that it's Valentine's Day, and so they're doing a Valentine's getaway, but it's not very romantic. It's like dark and cold, and they're intense, and none of them are happy. None of them want to be there.
I hate sleeping on a cold, damp ground. Big body of mattresses. I hate dirt.
Mrs. Hamilton gets a call from her ex-husband. Apparently he calls her every Valentine's Day to just like say Happy Valentine's Day. Super weird. Also a weird thing, apparently her husband has never met this guy, doesn't know who he is, knows nothing about him, and they find out he's Irish. He's a white guy.
What kind of name is Kevin, anyway? Was he Irish or something?
As a matter of fact, he is Irish.
And him being Irish is apparently a big deal.
Irish?
You got a problem with the Irish?
He's Irish?
Where did that come from? This is so weird. Anyway, their camping trip kind of ends in a disaster and they end up going home early, which is good because shenanigans have happened at home whilst the parents were at the camping trip. The younger kids go to the movies and the older kids have a big party. Matt was like trying to do a date night. It's just chaos. The parents come home, they interrogate all the children individually to get everyone's story.
I don't know, about 20 kids?
Should have seen this guy hitting on Keisha.
It wasn't really a date. More like creative babysitting.
They all tell the truth.
It was completely irresponsible.
I confess, you made a mistake. You mostly slept.
And then at the end, the parents are like, I guess we'll never know the full story.
I don't think we're ever going to know exactly what happened.
Sometimes it's best not to know.
They just told you the full story. They just told it to you. I don't know what you're confused about. That's what happened. There's this whole big deal about keeping the dog safe during the party. And of course, no one keeps the dog safe during the party. And the dog escapes the house and ends up getting hit by a car. Also, I didn't mention this, but the dog did have her puppies a couple episodes ago. So she's no longer pregnant, but she did get hit by a car. Because of course, there has to be a disaster, obviously. Luckily, Happy is alive. Matt's at the vet with her. There's one lady working at this animal hospital, and she's like, oh yeah, normally we close and normally we don't let animals stay overnight, but I'm making an exception for you and for your dog. Why? That's so weird. Also, the dog is just being sedated. Like, that's all. It's just like on an IV drip, essentially. Like, not operating or doing anything on the dog, just like letting it sit there with an IV drip, which you could do that at home too. You don't have to stay at the vet's office all night. Like, I don't know why they're there. Then the whole family goes over to the animal hospital to be with the dog for the night. Instead of just taking the dog home to sleep, they all went and slept at the vet. Yeah, and then in the morning, the dog wakes up perfectly fine. Just totally fine.
Are you okay?
Lady, you could have sent the dog home instead of changing your policy for one night and sleeping on your desk. Episode 16, meh. I don't really care about this episode. Essentially what happened is Lucy has a friend who her parents are divorced and her dad's not paying child support, and Eric swoops in and gets the dad to start paying child support because he's magic. Episode 17, ooh. This one's fun. Just because there's a new girl in this story, and I really like her. I think she's super pretty, and I love her hair. I'm obsessed with her hair. Mary meets this girl, Camille, in detention. She seems super fun. She is super fun. However, I do not appreciate that this new girl, Camille, lies to Mary and disrespects her boundaries when she clearly states them, and also tricks Mary into doing a double date by telling her that she was going to a frat party. So,
Where's the party? This is the party. Me and Jason. You're Max.
Don't like that part about Camille. Otherwise, she seems pretty cool. The other part of this storyline is super interesting. Lucy is about to get confirmed into the church, which I'm not super familiar with mainstream Christianity terminology, but I'm assuming this is like her being officially recognized as a member of the religion. So she's going to do this little ritual ceremony. But there's a knock at the door. This man shows up and he's, I guess, an old friend from pastor school. He's kind of going through an existential crisis. It's pretty obvious. One thing he does is he talks to Lucy about her religion and about choosing to become a Christian. He's all like, well, you know, before I did this religion thing, I wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing, so I studied it out. And I looked at a lot of different religions. So Lucy decides to do the same thing. She's, you know, studying Buddhism and others. They only mention Buddhism, but she's looking into other religions to kind of figure out if Christianity is right for her.
Why Buddhism?
I don't know. Richard Gere likes it.
Eric reacts to this in a way that is good parenting, where he's like, yeah, sure, I support you. You're welcome to do whatever research you need. Let me know what you need from me. Like, whoa, it's probably really hard for him to do that. Good job, Dad. And there's even a part where Annie says that he's a liberal, that he's being a liberal because he's allowing her to make a choice for herself. Interesting. Interesting.
I don't want her to choose my church just because it's my church.
If you mean that, it's very liberal of you.
But then in the end, he backtracks and they basically still force her to become a Christian, so whatever. Episode 18. Oh, we're almost there. Oh my god, we're almost there. We're almost done. In this episode, Lucy asks her older sister, Mary, to help Jimmy Moon, Lucy's boyfriend, with his science homework because he's struggling in science. So Lucy gets Mary to start tutoring Jimmy Moon, but then Lucy starts getting in her head and freaking out about it and thinking that they are flirting with each other when Mary's 14 and Jimmy Moon is 12. There's no evidence for this. Lucy's just making it up in her head because she's crazy. We've established this. And get this. They actually had them kiss for recording this because Lucy's like freaking out and like making stuff up in her head, and she imagines in her head that her sister kisses her boyfriend, and they recorded it. They filmed it. Why did they do that? I don't like it. Episode 19. Julie is leaving the rehab center. She's done with her alcohol rehab, which apparently is less than a pot rehab because that doesn't feel like it's been that long. Because of this, there's a big family reunion and Eric's parents come into town. We get more grandma and grandpa content with my least favorite people in this show, and the fact that they are really abusive, bad parents is abundantly clear. So what happens in this episode is that Eric is out on some weird meeting with obscure business people. Then they talk about some other guy who's looking for his son, who's named George. Reverend puts all the pieces together and he's like, oh my gosh, that's the George that my parents adopted. Remember that? Remember how they adopted that kid, George the orphan? So George's dad apparently is not dead. He just was really busy and was working out of the country, but now he's back and he's like, I want to find my son. It starts this whole drama between grandma and grandpa who have adopted George, and George is really happy with them, to now dad who's like, well, I want my son. Oh my god, what's gonna happen? And this is when we start to see more of the true character of the Colonel and his wife. Oh my god. The Colonel tells this crazy story about how they were at Disneyland talking to Mickey Mouse. and Mickey Mouse called the Colonel a blowhard, and the Colonel then started beating up Mickey Mouse all the way to Toontown.
World War III out there with the Colonel and Mickey Mouse trading punches.
That Disney really knew how to train his people.
This is a real story. This really happened, I swear. Then the Colonel and Grandma are sitting there talking to Jimmy Moon and just laying into him, roasting him, making him feel like a little piece of garbage because that's what they do.
So you're the insect dating my granddaughter? Well, I can't say I'm impressed with her taste.
Hey is for horses. Are you a farmer, Mr. Moon?
And then afterward, they talk about how they know they were being mean to him, and they're laughing about how they were being mean to him.
Oh boy, that was
They laughed about making this kid feel scared and terrified. What assholes? Oh, it gets worse though. It gets worse though. When Grandma finds out that George's dad is wanting to get George back, she gets so flustered and upset, she slaps her son because he said he's not capable of doing anything legally to keep him from going back with his dad. And she gets so mad at her son, she slaps him. What? So we're at a physical level of abuse now. Everyone just brushes it off because, oh, that's just Grandpa and Grandma. That's just how they are. Eventually, George does meet his dad, and he's like, oh, my dad is a really nice guy, but I also don't want to not be with these guys, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. He doesn't want to cause drama, so he runs away. He hotwires a car and runs away. Poor George. He decides that he would rather go back to the orphanage than have to pick between his dad and his adoptive parents. We're not done with being abusive. Okay, now we're going to take it out on Julie. Julie's being a little bit standoffish because she's not close with her parents because they're psycho, and she's very distant, especially from the Colonel, her father. Well, Grandma Ruth blows up at Julie, yells at her, and tells her that she is mistreating the Colonel.
Don't you ever talk about your father like that.
Grandma, calm the fuck down, Grandma. Well, I think everyone is super misguided and a little bit too attached to trying to fix their family, but okay, so Annie goes up to Julie, her sister-in-law, and chats with her and is like, they need you. Your parents need you. And you need them. Yeah, this relationship should be ending in a no contact, not forgiveness, okay? I'm personally not big enough to forgive these people. I don't think that their daughter should, but miracles happen, I guess. So we'll see. Julie, fresh out of rehab, is really stressed about her parents being here, so she goes straight back to alcohol. Matt sees her, comes to the rescue, saves her from the alcohol, and then points out that the Colonel is outside by a canoe. There was an important thing about the canoe. I really don't remember why, but he's out by the canoe. And Matt tells Julie she either needs to pick, she has two options, right? Alcohol or talking to her father. Those are her options, because apparently her alcoholism is driven by her bad relationship with her father. So of course, going and talking to the person causing all your trauma is the way to get rid of your trauma. That's not how that works. The Colonel's sitting out there pouting like, ooh, boo-hoo, me, wah, wah. Nobody likes me. My family doesn't like me. Hey, bud, you dug your own grave there? But what was it? Oh, honor thy father and mother, I guess. Yeah, no, Dad's in the right here, for sure. Julie comforts her father and hugs him and says, I love you. And luckily, that actually fixes everything in the relationship. So it's all back. Here's the resolution to this episode. They find George and they decide what they're gonna do. Grandma and Grandpa are gonna clean out their spare guest house that they happen to have, and George and his dad are gonna move out east with them and live in the guest house so that George can have privacy with his dad, but also can still be close to Colonel and Grandma. Julie decides to move out there as well because the only way to heal her alcohol addiction is to heal her problems with her parents. Moving in with your parents, yeah, great idea, Julie. I'm sure that'll help with your alcoholism. But then there's like a hint of some chemistry going on between Julie and Bill, who is George's dad. Him and Julie have little love eyes at each other, little chemistry going on there. And he invites Julie to drive across the country with him to take the canoe over to the East Coast. All right, Julie's doing a road trip with a stranger. Love that for her. Episode 20 is the one that I have so lovingly named the pedo episode. Yeah, and it's not the Reverend, surprisingly. Annie has this friend named Rachel who moved into town, an old friend from high school, and they're like, it's my friend! And Annie's all excited that she's been hanging out with this friend, feeling like she's in high school again, and just excited to have a social life. Except Rachel is a creep. She's a creep and she's messed up and she has big issues, okay? So let's talk about it. As soon as we see her, she immediately hits on both Matt and Eric. Like, dude. Later, Eric brings it up to Annie.
Rachel strikes me as boy crazy.
No, what do you mean?
Yeah, no shit.
Sorry, I know I've got keys somewhere in here. You don't find me attractive, do you?
Sure, but you're also my mom's friend.
Well, what would happen if I weren't your mom's friend? Would you ask me out?
Yeah, I guess. Why not?
Good answer. Tomorrow night, we have a date. I'm taking you to see a band.
So they kind of throw this out like Rachel invited Matt to go to a concert and they're talking about it at dinner all together. And Mary's like, oh, I want to come. Can I come?
Well, can I come too?
Yeah, that's a great idea. You come too.
Fine, it'll be just the three of us.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Mary's gonna be there. Nothing bad's gonna happen if Mary's there. The reason they went to this concert is because Rachel knows the band. It's like at a little coffee shop. But apparently the lead singer of the band is sick. And so they come up to Rachel, they're like, hey, do you think you could sing? And she's like, oh no, but apparently Mary can sing. So like, how about you have Mary be your lead singer? Mary gets up on the stage, slays, kills it. She's amazing. Let's go, Mary.
Take me to heart.
She's grooving, everything's vibing, and Rachel asks Matt to dance with her.
Oh, no, I really don't dance.
Good. I'll teach you.
It gets uncomfortable real quick. Obviously, Mary can tell what's going on. She saw the whole thing, and she starts grilling Matt about it afterward. Like, dude, what are you doing? And, Dad overhears, so that's fun.
It wasn't a date.
Oh, yes, it was the date. I was there. I saw you.
Hi there.
Eric gets in on the mix and is like, whoa. What? Annie is completely in the dark about this. She doesn't know that her friend hit her son. There's a part where she's sitting chatting with Rachel. She brings up something unrelated, and Rachel thinks that she's talking about Matt, and so she's like, oh yeah, Matt hit on me. This is the first Annie's hearing about it at all. So she's like, wait, what? My son did what to you? So now the narrative has been twisted, okay? Uh-oh. How could it possibly get any worse? No, it doesn't. That's about the worst it gets. The other main plot running through this episode is about Huey, Ruthie's imaginary friend. Remember I mentioned Huey earlier? So Huey got sat on by Simon. Huey is gone, and she's devastated.
Simon sat on Huey and squished him. He's gone forever.
We get a lot of Huey lore in this one. This is what we know about Huey, okay? He's short with straight hair and he has a clump on the top of his head. He is married, but he doesn't see his wife much because she travels a lot in space. She's an astronaut. Ultimately, Huey is gone, and we are gonna throw a party for him. At Huey's goodbye party, Eric gives a magical speech that inspires Rachel to be honest about hitting on Matt. So she talks to Annie about it, pulls her aside, and they actually have a very good conversation. Throughout this season, I've been continuously impressed with Annie as a mother. Like, her communication skills are really good. She's written really well as a mother in this show, and I like that.
What were you thinking?
I wasn't thinking. Matt doesn't look 17.
But he is 17, and you know it.
Annie is really mature and great with Rachel, and that's all resolved. No more pedos in here. Get them out of here. Bye, Rachel. Okay. We're here. How did we get here? I've been recording for so long. You don't understand. I have been recording for so long. The season finale is split into 2 parts, all right? We got 2 episodes left. This is episode 21. A lot going on in this story. First things first, Grandpa's in town, okay? Not Colonel, but Annie's dad, Grandpa. And he just unannounced brings a girlfriend with him. This woman is named Ginger. He's bringing her over on a plane to meet his family. However, he doesn't tell anyone that he's bringing her. She doesn't know that, and they don't know she's coming. It's a disaster waiting to happen, and it's been not that long since his wife died. So I'm sure you can tell where this is going. Not good. It's not going good.
Annie, this is my girlfriend, Ginger. Ginger, this is my little girl.
The family is obviously pretty pissed off that he brought this random woman over to like replace their grandma. Well, that's what they feel like. It turns out that Ginger and Grandpa like aren't actually sure about their relationship status. Like, it's kind of weird.
Going steady, right?
Yeah, I guess we are.
I hope so.
And I guess when he went to meet her family, they all hated him too. This bleeds into the second episode as well. Essentially, they're just like, you know what, this is probably just not going to work out. Our families both hate that we're dating, so let's just break up. And like halfway through the episode, she just flies home, which she probably shouldn't have been there in the first place, if we're being honest. A little too soon and too fast to introduce her new lover, Grandpa. They break up, but then Mrs. Bink, if you remember, Mrs. Bink lies again, makes up another story. She's like, oh yeah, the same thing happened to me. My daughter didn't want me to date the love of my life, and I regretted it forever. I was so sad that I let my kids determine my future, my happiness, and whatever. So he calls up Ginger, and Ginger comes back. Flies back. Again, she flies back, and everyone's cool with it now. So thanks, Mrs. Bink, for being a plot device, lying and telling people stories. Now, Matt and Mary in this episode both meet new people. Mary meets a cute boy at a park named Wilson playing with his little baby brother. He hits on her. He's super smooth, and she's like, okay. But they go on a date, and it's kind of a disaster because like some other kids were making fun of them, and it just like made Mary feel weird, and it just ended up being an odd situation. And Matt randomly runs into this girl, Heather, and then somehow finds her house. I don't really know how that all happened. Like he saw her at an airport, and then somehow knew where she lived. He shows up at her house.
Is that girl you walked up with your daughter?
Yes, she is.
Oh, great. See, I saw your daughter this morning at the airport, and I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't give me the time of day.
Her mom's there, and he's like, yeah, you can come in and meet her. Turns out Heather is actually deaf. And Matt is like, oh my gosh, this is cool. You are super pretty, and I want to go out with you. And her mom interprets all of that. Heather ultimately is really hesitant about it. She's like, I don't know. I don't think I can date a hearing person. Like, there's just some cultural differences, some stuff we gotta get. But he's really determined to date this girl, so he asks her out. They go out to dinner, and at dinner, some kids are making fun of her for using sign language. She gets really hurt and asks Matt to take her home, and so he does. Matt's pretty bummed out she ended the date early. He doesn't really understand why. Well, he talks about this with his dad, and Eric has the bright idea to invite her to church because that will fix all the problems. Now it's church time. Heather does not show up at church, but Wilson does show up at church and comes clean to her about something. Apparently, the little kid that he was playing with is not his little brother. He's actually his son. Yeah, single dad time. And this is where coming back to like what I was talking about, the double standard thing, single mothers being seen as like, oh, this is horrible, your life is over, this is devastating. Whereas this single father seems to be really well put together and just such a catch because, oh my gosh, he's a single dad. It grinds my gears. The end of episode 21, there's a huge cliffhanger where Annie is leaving the church. I forgot why. I don't remember if it was even important. Annie's leaving and Mary is running after her mom, and then she ends up getting hit by a car right outside the church. So, to be continued. Episode 22, we start with Mary in the hospital undergoing surgery. Everyone's pretty stressed out about that. She had a surgery on her knee. Matt takes out the younger kids to go get some food, and they happen to see Heather there where they're out eating. And there's a cute little scene with Heather and Matt kind of making up, and it's cute. Mary was in a car accident, but the guy drove away, so it's a hit and run. Nobody knows who actually hit Mary, except then he comes clean and confesses to Matt. This guy from the school is like, oh yeah, I hit Mary, I'm really sorry. So Matt punches him. Well, the boy who hit Mary goes to the hospital to apologize to Mary for hitting her with his car. And she's all like, it's fine, don't even worry about it. And then Mary's boyfriend is all like, why are you so nice to him? He just hit you with his car. He just did a hit and run on you. He hit and runned you. Her response is, I would feel worse if I wasn't nice to him. Huh? Excuse me? What in the people-pleasing hell? In addition, Mom, Annie, encourages Matt to apologize to the guy that he punched for hitting Mary with his car. I'm stunned. I am no. That's a different topic for another day. So now, in the hospital, she's getting released from the hospital, and the doctor is telling her everything's fine, she's doing great, the surgery went great, she can go home. But then, after Mary is gone, the doctor tells the dad, which this infuriates me too, that he wouldn't tell Mary, but he would tell Eric. Why? Oh, dad is more important than the person who's struggling with the issue? Fine, don't tell her dad, because young women can't take hard news about themselves. You have to tell dad. Anyway, basically, Mary is under the impression that she's gonna be in a wheelchair for a little bit and then on crutches for a while and then she'll be fine. But then, turns out, what the doctor told Eric and didn't tell Mary is that she will probably never be able to play basketball again because of her injury. And that's the end of the season. I think think it's fair to guess that God is going to do his magical powers through magical pastor Reverend Man Eric, and Mary's knee is probably going to be fine. But we'll see. I guess we'll have to see if I even watch season 2, because I don't know if I can take much more of this show. But if you really want me to, maybe I'd do it. That was Seventh Heaven season 1. The whole thing, every episode. I really, dude. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching this probably very long video. If you did like it, you should probably like the video, because that means you liked it, right? That's what that means. Also, you should absolutely subscribe if you haven't already, if you aren't already, because there's a scientifically proven phenomenon that happens when you subscribe to my channel. It makes you really sexy and hot, and it's super weird. I don't know how it happened, but like everyone who subscribes to my channel is just ridiculously hot. I guess that's my magic. Reverend magic. Maybe I should be a reverend too. Okay, bye.
What now? Speak quickly. I haven't got all day. Goodbye. I'm out of range.
Usually with a television series, the first season is the worst one, the most unhinged, the one that they're like, just get through that one and the rest of it's okay. And for that reason, I was not planning on watching another season of Seventh Heaven because I figured it's not gonna get worse. It couldn't get worse. Yeah. Now, I was planning on putting Seventh Heaven away to the recesses of my brain forever to live out with a YouTube video that maybe nobody would ever watch, but I was wrong. I mean, at least 4 people wanted me to do season 2. And that's enough for me. I am nothing if not a recovering people pleaser. This time around though, I'm making some changes. I'm not gonna talk about it all in one go because last time that took me like 5 hours and it was torturous and by the end I just wanted to die. This time around, I'm watching half of the season and talking about it, and then watching the other half and then talking about it. So halfway through this video, it's gonna be a completely different day. Don't be alarmed, I'm just doing it for my sanity. I'm gonna look a little different, okay? It's okay. If you didn't watch the season 1 video, you should probably watch it to catch up on what we're gonna talk about next. But either way, I'll give a quick little recap of our characters. We've got Eric and Annie, who are the mom and dad of this family. Eric is a reverend, a minister of a local church. Annie is a stay-at-home mother of 5 children, and she does a kick-ass job at it. I love Annie still. I love her. I think she is a great example of a good mother in television, and I think she's pretty cool. Next up, we've got the oldest son. His name is Matt. He's 17 years old. Matt is infamous for getting in trouble all the time and pretty much never doing anything wrong, actually. He just gets caught up in trouble, unfortunately. The poor guy. But Matt is the best, and I love him. He's my favorite character. Annie is a very close second. Next up, we've got Mary, who's the oldest daughter in the family. She's on the varsity basketball team. But last season, in the very last couple episodes, she got hit by a car. She got hit and robbed, and she hurt her knee really bad, had to get surgery, and the cliffhanger was like, she may never be able to play basketball ever again. Oh no. I predicted she's gonna be fine. We'll find out if I'm right. The next kid is Lucy. In the last season, we've established Lucy is the most unhinged character in this show. They wrote her to be just wild. Someone in the comments mentioned that she was their favorite character, that it made her sad that nobody liked Lucy. You know what? You like Lucy. I love that for you. To be honest, I like Lucy too. She's just written to be insane. She's crazy. So far in this season, she's a little bit less unhinged. Still unhinged though. And in this season, she starts off at 14 years old. So we already had her 14th birthday. It's been a long time since the last season, I guess. Next, we've got Simon, who's probably 11 or 12 in this season. And then Ruthie is the youngest kid, who's 6, I believe. That's the family. Those are the kids. Let's get into freaking season 2. You guys, I'm so glad I.
Okay. We. A lot of background noise on my mic. Oh well. Be what it do. What are you get? What are you get? What are you get? What? Check 1 2, check 1 2. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can't now.
I said, why don't you just give us our regular names on Discord so that doesn't happen?
Because no.
I can't read Spanish, bro.
See how much gold I got out of here. Okay.
Should watch the Slingshot movie.
No, sounds dumb.
Do it.
Oh!
Got Lawrence Fishburne in it. It's Morpheus, bro. You know what blew my mind the other day? You've seen The Matrix, right?
Yeah.
You know when he goes to meet the Oracle and she offers him a cookie? Did you ever make the link between her being a program and her offering the cookie as an actual cookie? No, not an actual cookie, but like, you know what I mean? Like that little footprint that you get online. Crazy, it blew my mind. Shut up. You're not real. You don't remember that scene?
Wasn't an intentional reference, bro.
How do you know?
Because I wrote the movie.
You sure you didn't intend it? Dang, old. You had a layup. And you missed it. What?
Get on hardcore.
No. Or it was. What?
Huh?
I gotta watch it. Man, I thought I was gonna get fired last week. I think I've been having issues with my manager.
Yeah, probably fire you next week.
Probably not. I have a new manager next week.
Yeah, he'll probably fire you.
Is she?
He'll probably fire you.
Nah. I'm pretty good at my job. Sucking boots.
You gay.
Oh yeah, if I suck dicks, I'd be gay. Oh, very good. Better yet, get a picture of me in the act, bro. Okay, good. Make it into a fucking soundboard. Okay. Put me on the news, bro. Who do you think's gonna win the election? You think so? They say that Kamala won the last debate. A lot of people saying it, bro. Even the Republicans.
Speak quickly.
What will you require?
These new like mini scenarios in WoW, like, I think they're called delves. They're pretty fun. They let you like gear up solo play. You're an MMO. Or other.
You think you can match the might of a dreadlord?
Dude, my week was so busy and fucked yesterday at work, or last week at work, that I couldn't even log in to the first week of the season. Wow. I know, bro. It's not the same thing, idiot.
am forsaken. What now? Our time will come.
Come on, load the page. I want to see where I put my inner fire before. Looks like I put it on R.
I'm listening.
See any good movies lately? Cobra. What am I supposed to get up there? Got up there, shut up.
I have exactly what you need.
What noob do you take me for?
Do not seek death.
grab that stamina. 1 stamina, 15 seconds, take it. So that's gonna give us a weapon. We can buy another bag, right? We need another bag, right? Yeah, we need another bag. Let's buy a bag. Right? Because as far as armor goes. I got a chest. Wait, we got legs. Okay. If there's anything else worth buying. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy another bag. Let's buy another bag.
What is it? Trust no one.
What are you doing?
I'm playing WoW.
You're not.
Yeah, I literally am.
Playing Final Fantasy.
Huh?
It says you're playing Final Fantasy.
Because I have both games open.
What are you doing in WoW?
Playing WoW.
I'm out of range.
I said, okay. No.
Why you yellow?
One calls me yellow.
That spell isn't ready yet.
I believe it's only going to be Wednesday. I can't believe it's only going to be Wednesday. Oh wait, you're right. Like you're doing that bit where you're an asshole, but you weren't. You're actually right. Why are you only playing hardcore? Why not retail? You don't like sucking balls? That's fair. your finger up the button, baby. Today was my last one-on-one with my manager. I think he was expecting me like to thank him and shit. I didn't say anything. For his great leadership and fucking. Like, I knew I was gonna have an issue with that guy. Like, the first week I joined, he told me to run some tests because we were having issues with our product syncing when files were hosted on OneDrive. So I was doing the test, and apparently I wasn't running the test the way he wanted me to do it. So he said, if you don't know what you're doing, just let me and this other guy do it. And so that, like, kind of rubbed me the wrong way because you don't talk like that to somebody who you've asked to help with something. And so I said, okay, yeah, you go ahead. And so I started researching on the side, because I didn't have anything to do then. The solution to it, which was changing the fucking registry key. And so when I solved it, he ends up giving me and the other guy share credit for it, right? So I was like, what the fuck, so when we found it, and he didn't say anything else. I don't know. He's just always been a dick like that. He also ended up promoting someone in the same position as me who I feel I've been performing better than. And the guy just happens to be friends with the manager, so that was fucked up. Yeah, probably. But if I've learned something from his experiences, that I should be documenting all these interactions that I had an issue with. I mean, it's not like I can do much since technically, while we do work for an American company, they contract through a Peruvian business, so to do anything legal about it, you would have to go through the Peruvian legal system, which is terrible. It's not like you can claim that you were unjustly fired or anything like that, or you probably can, it just takes forever. You can? And the only reason I've stayed, well, obviously because I need a job. I don't know what my chances are because I really haven't been looking around, which I probably should be doing. And my old boss's boss, I feel like they're cool with me, so at least maybe I still have a chance at this place. And the fact that he's moved on to another position, so... the main criticism that I receive from my boss is that I don't, what can I say? I don't take the initiative to look for information and the resources I have available to me before I start, like,
Our enemy is abound.
trying to explore solutions on my own.
I haven't got all day.
Which is true, I've done that like a couple of times, but not to the extent that he claims.
Goodbye. Be quick about your business. Dark Lady, watch over you.
I mean, who the fuck wants to use an AI bot to search for solutions? That's like, why the fuck are you even there? What do you mean? Yeah, but it's on a spectrum, right?
No. They need to write something down, so they write.
I don't know. I hate it because while his criticism is valid on some points, it's like what I'm mentioning. There's like, you need to mention how often it occurs, because if not, you're automatically going to think the worst. It shouldn't be that way.
It is, bro. It's bureaucracy.
I think I'm gonna try and sleep with his wife to get back at him. What do you think? I'm gonna do it. Why? Because of what? Who told you about my problem, Holden? His wife's kinda hot, though. I mean, gross. I think like a big part of the issue of me like sometimes not giving a shit about how I solve an issue is just that I'm bored there. Not learning anything new. And before it was fine because like there wasn't that much work, so I was on the downtime I was learning stuff on the side. But now there's not even that. Shut the fuck up. I didn't say I wasn't having fun, I said I was bored. NBA players are bored at their job. They're not.
What the fuck are they called? Shift. Where are enemy nameplates? I don't know where enemy nameplates are. I'm gonna go ahead and just make that that.
It's still recharging.
Shit is so expensive, this expansion, like, enchants are up to like 8K gold. Inflation's hitting everywhere, bro. Trash can. I hear the Fed lowered interest rates. Are you happy, Holden? You can finally buy the house of your dreams. What are they? The houses of your dreams? What do you have to I asked, what are you doing with the second one? Are you renting it?
Yeah.
Nice. Look, how do these guys see from myself? How much do you spend on maintenance in that second home after renting it? Like free? Really? You're what?
I'm a slumlord.
I can't loot that right now.
That's not what those key bindings said, was it? It just says show, it didn't say toggle. Got it. Okay. Well, now I know. That turns them all on, all off. That turns friendly on and off. I don't like friendly. There we go. Now we know. Just a show, it doesn't say toggle. That's why you confused me.
What is it?
It's not bad.
Beware the living.
That was dumb.
Be quick about your business.
Be quick about your business.
Trust no one.
Okay. Done. Here it is. So we're gonna head down to the Undercity. Build this stuff up want to make another. Or was I a shaman? You know what? I might have been. Nah, that's probably a wizard. That's probably a wizard. You fucking cocksucker. Stop moving, bitch. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to make now, what do we want to call it? How do you like transfer? Can you transfer to like a normal room? Hold on. WoW HC how to transfer dead care to normal realm. You can utilize the free character move service. Oh, so you just have to go on the website and do it? Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get this character to the Undercity.
Why is this
Bound
that
to
was
the
so much
Iron
harder
Will.
than the other ones?
You what?
This delve is a lot harder than the previous ones that I've done.
They're all easy, bro.
Yeah. And the spec I'm playing is the worst in the game right now, for the first time that I've played. It's crazy. No, they've done Sims and it's literally the worst. Yeah.
I need a
Mine.
target.
Right. Oh, Jorge. Oh, and you're never gonna be hardcore like Jorge. Yeah. Give it up.
He's not hardcore.
It's part of the instance. It's tricky. Well, I didn't want to say anything, but you're cruising for a bruising. That is very obnoxious. This fucking green shot, dude. Hold on. Preferences. Capture full screen. We're gonna change that to just print screen. Capture region. It's gonna be control.
resources. Capture. Output. Why is it doing this? I just don't know why it's doing this.
Did this. Season 2 beat out the crazy of season 1 in the first 5 episodes. I don't know if the writers just decided to embrace the fact that they're an unhinged Christian soap opera or what, but I love this season. Alright, enough of my yapping about nonsense. We're gonna yap about episode 1 now. Start to the season opens up with Eric and a woman sitting in his office at church. This woman is named Nora, and she's talking about how her wedding anniversary is coming up. Eric cuts her off, starts making about himself.
How can I help you, Nora?
My wedding anniversary is coming up.
Mine too. Annie and I have been married 19 years.
That's nice.
Then we get a big drop of information from Nora that Eric was supposed to have known, but just forgot, slipped his mind somehow.
We would have been married 25 years.
I'm so sorry. I completely forgot.
Nora's husband is no longer living because 3 years ago he was, can I say that on YouTube? He was murdered. And Nora makes it very clear that this person was a juvenile.
The boy who killed my husband is in a juvenile detention facility. He's a juvenile.
And Nora really wants to talk to the kid who ended her husband, but he wants nothing to do with her. He has not responded to any of her attempts to reach out. She's reached out to all the people who are in charge of him. She's talked to people in the government to see if they can schedule a meeting with her and him, and he's turned down every attempt. Not only that, though, she has written him a letter every single week for the last 3 years.
He's never responded.
Nora is just not taking no for an answer. Understandably, she wants answers. Her last-ditch effort to get a conversation with this kid is to get Eric to talk to him, because Eric, if you haven't already heard, he has been gifted with magical powers from God to be able to convince people to do things they would not do otherwise, to quite an extreme amount, actually. So it makes sense she went to Eric. The man has a gift. Eric reacts to all this in a very interesting way. It's not really clear why he does this. Maybe he's just so grateful that Annie is still alive, but he runs home and proposes to Annie.
Will you marry me?
Even though they're already married for 19 years, but he proposes to her, and then they decide to do another wedding for themselves in like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know why, but that's how we're starting off this episode. All right, very intense and a little bit silly. And this theme of being a little bit silly is going to continue throughout this season, and I am a fan. I'm here for it. I love the silly. I love it. The storyline of the wedding is really interesting because we get some backstory. We get some lore about Annie. I guess for her first wedding, she wanted to wear her mother's wedding dress, but she wasn't able to because her father wouldn't let her or something like that. So she ended up wearing a hippy-dippy wedding dress.
You can wear that kind of hippy-dippy wedding dress you wore the first time. I love that dress.
Annie wants to get tuxes for the boys. Ruthie overhears this and decides she wants a tux too.
Do I get a tuxedo too?
I'm going to make you a beautiful dress, and you can be the flower girl.
Why can't I throw flowers in the tuxedo?
And you want to know what? She gets a tux. Ruthie wears a tux to the wedding, and it's so cute. It's so cute. What the heck? I love that. I love that they didn't force her into some ridiculous gender norm. They totally let her wear a tux. It's adorable. I love it. I'm getting too excited already. I don't know. Something about season 2, you guys. It's just so good. We get some more lore about the wedding. It's never explained. I'm still confused. I thought maybe they'd elaborate. I even looked it up online to try and figure out what the answer to this question is. Nothing. I found nothing. I don't know what the actual lore is, but apparently Annie and Eric's first wedding got called off because her parents were against it, I guess. Like, Annie's dad writes her a letter and tells her he's sorry for making her call off her first wedding.
I should never have let 19 years go by without apologizing for everything we did to make you call off the first wedding.
But they don't explain, like, what happened. There's no why. There's no explanation as to, like, how they actually ended up getting married, because they're married. It's not like they didn't get married, but they did call off their wedding. But then Annie talks about how it took them months to plan their first wedding, and now they only have weeks to plan this one, so she's really stressed. But it's like, well, if you planned your first wedding, you must have had a wedding, but then your dad made you call off the wedding. So did you elope, or did you have a wedding? Did you have one wedding fall through and then you planned another wedding and then got married? I don't understand. What happened? What's the deal with the wedding? This is important. I need to know. No answers. Just Annie's dad did not want her to get married. But this time around, this wedding, he's in full support. And he ended up sending Annie's mom's wedding dress to her so she could wear it for her second wedding, third wedding, first wedding, this wedding. During all of this chaos and wedding planning, we still have to talk to the kid who's in juvie, and Eric does that. He goes to the juvenile detention center and he talks to the kid. I don't recall them ever saying his name, so I'm gonna call him the juvie kid. Sorry if that's insensitive. I don't know what else to call him.
What's his name?
I've written it all down for you.
Eric goes and talks to this kid. He has no remorse.
And I suppose you're gonna try to tell me that doesn't bother you?
He does not care at all. Full-on sociopathic level. He, like, opened the first letter and never opened any of the other letters that he sent her every week for 3 years. He just has them in a garbage bag, spills.
You gotta go to sleep.
Well met. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
I'm done for the night.